Moral tá tentando correr. Moral! Não contavam com a astúcia da game. A Cowboy tem na câmera dele. No pezinho!
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. Today is day 3. The past 2 days have been absolutely electrifying. 16 teams have been absolutely playing their heart out. In fact, we've only had 3 teams get 2 winner chicken dinners. Aside from that, there are still, 13 teams who need to get a winner chicken dinner. That's how the math adds up. The point is, the competition's been at an all-time high, and I'm loving each and every bit of it. Whether you represent Latin America, Brazil, North America, get loud for who you're supporting. North America, we got a victory yesterday with NRG Galaxy, right? So we're looking to get a couple more today if we can, but we've got some scary rosters looking to take it away from them. Team Liquid, A7, the list goes on and on. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined once again by Hot Jukes, but a new face has joined into the competition. We're talking about Spider Tiff. Tiff, how's everything going?
Oh, dude, I'm absolutely amped. Look, we've got some really talented people here alongside yourself and Hot Jukes, and I'm just ready to have some fun and see what our boys are up to on LAN.
Absolutely, and they've been putting in work, Tiff. You're going to love the competition today, I guarantee it. Hot Jukes, great to have you once again, brother. How's everything going?
What's good? Feeling good. We got one, baby. We got one win.
We got one.
Hopefully we can get some more. That'd be great. But you know what? I slept well last night, and speaking of sleeping well, we know Team Liquid slept real good because today is going to be a huge day for them.
Huge day indeed. But why is it a big day for them? Well, it's because of double points, and double points makes all the difference in the world. If you're just joining us or need a refresher, we've got double points for 4 straight days: Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Each respective group has 4 teams from the 16 total competing. Group A, they got their chance at double points yesterday. One of those teams did not waste it. Well, actually, I should say 2, Hyper and Inco Gaming. More on that in a second. But now today, Friday, is Group B's opportunity, and Group B, Tiff, we've got Team Liquid looking to potentially break some records.
I mean, if Team Liquid is already sitting in second place overall with 130 points, not including any bonus points, this is going to be magnificent, considering just how much their slaying power has been. 86 eliminations across 2 days. What are we going to do here? Are we breaking 300 points total today?
Yeah. It's possible, Jukes.
Like,
300? Come on, you said Inco Gaming's going to drop way down. Again, more on that in just a second. Let's take a look at our overall rankings, though. Inco Gaming, at least for now, Jukes, they're in the top spot with 142.
Yeah, for now. But, speaking of 300, Team Liquid's going to, kick them down a well, just like in the movie, And they're going to scream while doing it because these double points are ridiculous, and they've been so consistent. It's crazy to see this close, considering that Inco Gaming had double points. But that's kind of what I love about this format. It gives people who had a bad day, which Inco did on the first day, a chance to boost themselves back up. But if you're already on top, oh boy, I mean, it's just it's in your hands. You just gotta take it.
You do have to take it. So we've got some talented rosters here, Tiff. Obviously, Hyper being one of them, made a big impact. They were the invited team here. They actually opened up with an interview saying, it's going to be too easy for us. And the reason why PMSL qualifiers is too easy for us, right? So they sit there in 4th place. Deathwolves, though, they were the biggest surprise for all of us.
They really have been impressive, and granted, it's just been the first 2 days of competition. This is a marathon, right. And at the end of the day, if you can be consistent throughout, but granted, you've got to break into at least the top 3, 4 if you want to really duke it out, but I'm looking for top 3, and I think it was a really strong move to call out Hyper. Now, granted, despite getting those bonus points, they were only able to move from 6th to 4th in comparison to day 1, day 2.
That's true.
You did call out Inco Gaming. They jumped up from 9th. After 12 matches to first place with 142. That's a 116-point jump just off 1 day alone.
Took my fire. I actually wrote that down, did the math and everything.
You know
Hey,
what? It's fine. Good minds think alike here. This is exactly why we're here.
You are here for a reason. You're here for a reason. You know what you're talking about. Let's look at 9 through 16. I love it. I really do. She's on top of it. 9 through 16, though, is where things start to get a little bit tough, Hot Chooks, right? For a couple of teams down there at the bottom. Now, I will say, though, there is good news. NRG Galaxy, they were the NA team to finally get a victory and show NA was on top at least for one map. That moves them up to 10. But let's get real about 9 through 16 and who needs to improve.
I mean, honestly, I'm just looking at the teams that got those double points, right? Especially a squad like Super Lazy Reflex. We know that they do have a solid roster. You know, unfortunately, they've been missing Kindness this whole time. Hopefully, we can see him make an appearance later on in the tournament. That would be nice, you know. But honestly, they need to pull something out right here and now, because double points are the big chance you have to rocket launch yourself back into this thing.
Double points is the big chance to catapult you, you know, at least hopefully to first place. Obviously, Tiff, I know you mentioned In Hyper, one of the strongest teams yesterday, at least off of game one. Funny enough, they didn't get the victory, right? I think they got fourth place, if I'm not mistaken, but they managed to get 16 eliminations, which was nearly a record. I believe 19 is the current that was achieved on day one. But the thing about In Hyper, though, their double XP, or should be their double points, they did incredibly well, but only on one game. Aside from that, they went from first place all the way down to fourth. You've got to make the most of it and continually do well instead of just a flash-in-the-pan performance.
Yeah, that's the hard part about it. I mean, In Hyper, we know that they have what it takes, but I actually got a chance to talk to Stars, and he just told me the real big struggle that they're having is just not having a main drop location, especially in a map like Erangel. They're always having to go ahead and hunt down vehicles, rotate to get loot, and that timing puts them so far behind. That's why we saw them in the blue zone constantly, and because of that, they suffered. So hopefully they can make some adjustments here today.
I didn't know that. So not a typical landing spot for them, right? They're constantly like nomads, just moving around and trying to figure it out on the go. Maybe not the best way to go about it. Maybe you want to kind of solidify a spot, but then again, you do keep your opponents on their toes. They don't know where you're going if you don't know where you're going either after that, right? Tiff, though, Inco Gaming, we brought them up first place going into today. They dominated yesterday. Well, at least dominated the points, right? They didn't necessarily get win after win. But Eco Gaming proved that any team, even if they didn't perform well in the previous days, can come out and be on top.
Yeah, you just really have to focus. If you're not going to be racking up those winner chicken dinners, so long as your fragging potential stays consistent, which is exactly what this team has been able to do. Granted, now I just want to see if they're able to double down and maybe find yet another win. You're right, they got that win on Sandhawk yesterday and dropped number 4, but what can they do today? You called it out at the top of the show. There's only a few teams that have been able to rack up 2 winner chicken dinners, but we need some repeat victors here. Now, I'm looking at cohesion when it comes to these fights and how you're going to be using your natural surroundings, and a lot of teams opening up with those lethals to be able to throw that damage down, push those enemies into an unfavorable position, which allows you to rotate around them, and Inco just looks so clean when doing that.
They did. Some teams, Hot Chooks, have been quite timid, right? I don't think Inco Gaming falls into that genre. Inco Gaming knows what they're doing, and I think yesterday gave them a ton of confidence to continue to push forward to today. Although you do think they're going to drop down naturally, they might, right? Because of double points. But the point is, they did show us for the first time, right, that we had a chance to watch that double points make such a tremendous impact. But let's move on to a different conversation, and that's Team Liquid. Competing today, we said maybe they break 300. That is a big jump, even as far as I'm concerned, right? But you know what? They are so good. Mythic, we've seen him clutch up Ayala. The nades have been incredible. Chief has been doing everything he possibly can. Tell me what makes Team Liquid so successful.
They're insane. Their consistency. I mean, yeah, yesterday was the first time we got to see double points really go crazy. But this is the first time we're going to see double points taken advantage of from a top squad, right? That's already high up on the leaderboards. And we saw them yesterday, you know, pull a crazy, 15 elimination chicken dinner. That was like 25 points, that would have doubled up to 50. So, I mean, for them to be able to get, crazy amount of points here today, it's totally possible. And it's expected. It really is. I don't think there's anything Inco or anybody else can do to stop them. It's just really up to them to just not throw at this point.
Yeah, Tiff, it's the consistency. I mean, across all esports, right? Consistency is key.
It really is. And you look at their average placement per game, you're sitting at about 5.25, which is a second to Alpha 7. And I was kind of going through the books here, and I was like, when did they just have this startling differential? You look towards the PUBG Mobile Global Open, 10th place overall, and I'm just like coming into PMSL like for spring, America's hello. Can anyone stop them at this point? When did that fire just get ignited? Because it's been crazy, and they are looking completely different. Is it the land buff for them? Is that what it is, guys?
It might be. Hot Chicks, that land buff is a real thing.
They have it too, because they've been to lands plenty of times before. So these guys, they're used to it. You know, they're calm, collected. All these new guys coming on in, they're just staring at them at breakfast and just being like, oh, you guys are going to get it. So, hey, you know, that's what happens. But hopefully by now, those nerves have calmed down a little bit. You know, these guys are playing with gyro, so those hands are shaking. It ain't going to work.
Yeah. Oh, I never thought about that, right? Shaky hands with gyro could really throw you off. Shaky hand syndrome, as I coined it, is a really big thing when it goes to land. But talking about land buff, now let's transition to land nerf. Titan Gaming come in as the top dogs, right, from PMSL qualifiers. They win 5 games during the, or 5 winner-winner chicken dinners during the qualifiers. They look incredible. They come to land. And I hate to say this, but they've been almost non-existent, Hot Jukes.
Why you gotta bring that up, bro? Why you gotta do that?
Because it's realistic. It's realism. I gotta say it.
It is. Though, yeah, I mean, Inactive, he had his first land in Saudi Arabia. You know, I got to see him there. And you saw him in the interview yesterday. You could tell he was bummed out. They're not really feeling too great. I think the big thing is that they're missing their player Crow. Kind of like what happened to N-Hyper. And it's hard to make those adjustments. I mean, yeah, one player doesn't make the entire team. It's just at this level, that cohesiveness has to be perfect. And any little mistake or having to tell people, oh, you know, I want you to be here instead of there, that'll just put you behind. And I think that's what we're seeing. So they definitely have some big growing pains for sure.
And Hot Jukes, you're on point with the analysis there. And Tiff, you mentioned cohesion a little bit earlier, obviously, when you were discussing Inco Gaming, but cohesion is lacking when it comes to Titan Gaming. I had a chance to ask them a couple of questions and kind of find out what's going on over on their end. You know, they're making a lot of individual mistakes and communication errors. Those individual mistakes obviously are culminating into a cohesion disconnect for this roster of Titan Gaming. So hopefully if they could just fix those individual, individual mistakes, they have the experience. We know they could do well. Just hopefully they can, fix those. If they can, then it goes to your point, Spider Tiff, specifically about cohesion. That's all they need. But when it comes to another team, though, we do have NRG Galaxy, the team to win yesterday when it comes to North America. We had a chance with Sarpak to interview them. Let's go ahead and speak to Fate and see what he has to say.
Match day 2 has come and gone, and it was a good match day for NRG. Fate, how are you? How are you feeling after these 6 matches?
I feel okay. I would have felt better if I could have won that last match, because I feel like I could have. But it's fine. I was able to basically 1v3 INF with the grenade, so you know there's that. And we lost a player very early, so we were able to make that match count. Overall, we did throw a couple matches as well, so it kind of sucks, but it's all right. It's definitely way better than yesterday.
So, I mean, right now we're in the match day. How's the feeling with the players? How are the players feeling now?
My teammates?
Yeah.
They feel way better. Yeah, yesterday it's definitely bad. We had to go back to the hotel. You know, we were all pretty bummed out, but
now?
Yeah, now we definitely feel better. I had just talked to them and told them, you know, this was a good learning day as well. So we have to look at the bright side.
Good. That's good. That's good. Learn every day. Fate, bro. Good night rest.
Yeah.
Tomorrow again. More wins, more victories, more chicken dinners for North America. Let's go.
NRG Galaxy, Fate letting us know that they were a bit disappointed in their day 1 performance. Tiff, going to day 2, they came in, they rocked it. Great learning experience. That's the big thing I got from that interview.
That's 100% the exact thing that I was looking at. If you're coming out of a LAN performance day on a match win on Miramar, you almost win another match, which would put you up to 2, which is the most that any team has received thus far. And you approach it with, that was a good learning day. Let's look at those exact moments that may have broken down in our performance, and how can we change that going forward? Because granted, it is literally just the beginning of PMSL spring for the Americas. And if you can kind of right those mistakes now and carry on that momentum, you are doing everything correct. And that's not just my NA bias. I swear, Hot Jukes and I, we're kind of in
you
this.
could be here.
We're in the same boat,
USA.
right? Like it's fine.
There's been nothing but NA bias here, especially yesterday with Hot Jukes, okay? He's not scared. He's not scared of the NA bias. If you want to go and be biased, that's all right. Hot Jukes. I do like that, though, from NRG Galaxy, man, because they came in as a team that weren't even supposed to be here. Taco lovers, they give up their spot. Then NRG Galaxy says, absolutely, we want to be there. So lack of experience, no worries. They want to learn each and every day. If it only took them 1 day out of the 15 days of competition to learn and be bummed out, then come into day 2 and get a victory, I'm so excited about the future of this roster.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it reminds me of that old saying that my uncles would tell me when I first started playing poker with them when I was really young. They told me, you got to pay to learn, right?
Ooh.
Pay to learn, right?
Taking your money.
And I will tell you what, I definitely paid. And you know what? I think they're definitely paying as well. But you know what? The other thing is that Fate's been learning for a while now. He's been at quite a few lands, and it's just been a hard time figuring out their roster. J7, Spec, these guys are monster players, but they just keep making these little tiny mistakes that I don't see them really learning from. Some of these odd splits here and there, losing these players early on. I think if they just go back to basics, just play as a group, and just let their gun skill do the talking, they'll do a lot better, especially with this format.
This format is fun.
That's just me, though.
Hey, I love that pay to learn. They were taking your money every single day. Hot Jukes saying, you know what? But you learned a lot and you had to pay for it too. Hey, Tiff, we've got to change though. Influence Rage. They are the returning champions from the previous America's competition. Milo is in place of Law. Law had 10 eliminations. Something to think about, right? As we go into at least game number 1 on Erangel. Will Milo be able to fill in those shoes of Law? That is a question I have for Influence Rage. I'm sure they'll do just fine, but it's double points time, and we got to see, will Team Liquid be able to take it all? Will All Glory, B-Boat, SLR capitalize on their group's double points day? A lot of questions to be answered, and the only ones who can answer it are the players themselves. Without further ado, Hot Juke Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's get it going, baby. In the game number 1, day 3, double points for Group B. Spider Tiff, first time on the cast with you. I'm excited. I know you are as well. Let's get game number 1 started.
Oh, yo, I'm amped. Let's drop it in. We have all those changes. We got double points for Group B. We've been harping on that, and everyone's looking towards Team Liquid. But also, we have Be Bold, Super Lazy Reflex, All Glory Gaming. They have the opportunity to really change the game this early on when it comes to their score lines. But for our drops, a lot of those teams talk about we didn't really have a drop spot in mind, right? We're just kind of flexing and deciding wherever we want to go, well, bring it.
Yeah, and Hyper, I'm kind of shocked because I think I remember them day 1, game 1. They dropped on Team Kessel, and they won that fight in Fairy Pier. But afterwards, they seem to have just given it up. So maybe they just realized that it just wasn't going to work out for them. And you can see them doing that same thing right now. They're trying to hunt down a vehicle. You see FS, he found a buggy. But that is going to force them to drive to a place, kind of scatter loot. And that puts them behind when it comes to rotations against all these other teams that have those dedicated drop spots.
And I think that's a really brilliant thing to bring up, especially if you're already behind from the get-go. And you were talking about how they just often find themselves in the blue zone. And it starts from the very beginning, hitting that loot, hitting it quick. And if you're all disengaged and just popping in a vehicle, trying to find your weapons that you want, like, I almost think it's better for them to just commit to maybe another hot drop. Then you can pick up some well-needed eliminations and just carry on that momentum, specifically if you were already winning those engagements earlier.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And the thing is, Stars did say that this was a, new team. They're looking to learn. They're looking to, make this adjustments here as time goes on. At the same time, though, like, we've seen them have success. We've seen them go crazy and take out some of the top squads. So I do agree. I think it'd be better for them to just challenge a team, kick them out, and then go from there, because this split looting stuff has just not been working for them.
You're right. I mean, we were kind of talking about it, Stars, in that interview, saying he's IGL. So obviously something has to come from him specifically when it comes to making those decisions. But if you're just limit testing with that new roster to see what you're capable of, that's all it is at the end of the day. You just want some growth here. But for now, you've got our teams. They're looting. Obviously, we've got 2 teams in this nearby POY. My question is, though, will we run into each other, especially with David kind of over there split from the rest of the squad? And something that you brought up was, I know we're looting, but kind of sticking very close together, because the moment you get caught off guard and you go down in numbers, that changes the entire direction of your first game of the day.
Yeah, and I think that you want to mix it up a little bit considering with this new format, right? Because now you have double points days. It changes the entire landscape of this tournament, because what happens when it comes to those final days where those double points are going to make or break your team getting into the finals or not, right? You know, so I wonder if your team like Be Bold or Influence Rage, maybe you guys have a soft agreement to loot. Oh, first off, Tonka on the drive over, getting caught on rotation. You know, I think that you would want to mix it up just a little bit every single game. Just kind of keep these other teams guessing, because if you just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, you just leave yourself open to getting caught out. I mean, you don't want to be too predictable.
You gotta say, I don't think there was any agreement there in that engagement, but when you've got the dirt bike and you're vibing, just, you know, look, hear me out. I used to ride dirt bikes, so anytime I see a motorcycle in game, I just go, and you just want to ramp all over the place. That's how you have to. And that's exactly what's happening here. You gotta send that rotation. As soon as you decide where that circle is essentially pulling, it's going to encompass a large majority, but there's still a plenty of teams that have found themselves out of the circle. Military base, that island down there, is going to be inhabiting 2 of our squads. But for Royals of War, my eyes are on them, because I really want to see them start popping off, especially picking teams off on rotation. I just need that information.
Okay.
I'm like, where are we at right now? We're sitting at about 9th place, so we've got a lot of room for improvement, about 39 points to go just to get into that 4th place position, which you're not safe there. Nothing's guaranteed even in 4th.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder just how much these leaderboards are going to change up with these double points at the end of the day, because it's going to be crazy to watch. And yeah, Royals of War, they need to put up consistent points, because we even saw, like, we saw the 2 of the top squads, right? Alpha 7, you got Team Liquid. They're putting up points no matter what. They haven't had their double days, and they're still in 2nd, 3rd place, you know? So if you're a team like Royals of War, you got to do as good as possible. And then when those double point days kick in, you got to go crazy.
100%.
Go crazy.
You do, but we'll see what Alpha 7's able to do, because they're in Group D, so they're going to be on Sunday. That's when their double points are. But granted, they've already found themselves in 3rd place, which is great, because when you look towards kind of last year, everything was a slower start for them. And then they would really heat up towards the end. But if you're already coming in the top 3 and you haven't had double points yet, something's working for you. Something's working indeed. But for Entity 7, this is one of our squads that we were looking at more specifically that needs to have that pop-off moment, because they're kind of down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and we still are not on double points today.
I'm gonna keep it as raw as possible.
Don't do it.
Entity 7, you gotta change something up, man, because that game yesterday where they lost to Alpha 7, so they had just a game handed to them on a silver platter. Right, all they had to do was camp out Alpha 7. They had to walk right out in the open in order to even get them, and they let that happen, and they got taken out. So, Entity 7, after a game like that, I guarantee you have the biggest targets on your back. So you have to go crazy to kind of take that off you.
Well, no better way to kick things off than here right at the beginning. But for 9Z, just kind of vibing. Vehicles across the terrain, trying to regroup up back with the squads. Maybe do a little scouting, kind of reunite. Honestly, my favorite part about all of this is throughout the beginning and mid-game and the looting phase, we all just squad deep in vehicles, moving from building and compound to building. Now, I'm really curious to see who's going to look to set up, or who's going to actively play that edge. There's a lot of teams here that really prefer doing that and grab those eliminations right off the rip. You can see here, 0 so far, but Be Bold. This is the time to live up to that namesake and be bold with those double elims.
Yeah, let's see if they could do it. And you know, one team in particular that was really known for that was Alpha 7. They were always that edge play team when it came to like major tournaments. Now I think they're starting to realize that the meta's, you know, starting to shift more towards that center play. But that's the reason why they're so good at fights. It's because they've trained themselves for years, right? To when all, you know, when everything's against the wall, they can still push their way in. and that's why they're so good. So who knows? Maybe you see some teams putting themselves in that position to get that kind of training, you know, and Hyper's looking to rebuild. Maybe that's why they're playing Edge. I'm not too sure, but at the end of the day, you still want to get top 3. You want to be able to hit those qualifiers and move forward.
That is the goal, but granted, only day 3 in the grand scheme of things for our PMSL America's spring here. And for now, just chilling. It's been relatively calm so far. Considering day 1, we had all of those hot drops and early action. We are just actually in it for the long game here on Erangel to open things up. But I always like to say that no matter what you have in a 6-game series, the first map is always a limit test, especially when you get to see Erangel 3 times in a 6-game series. So we're just kind of seeing where things are going. Still, zone staying relatively central, and a lot of our teams have found themselves dead center of that next circle. So it's only a matter of times once it starts collapsing with that blue zone. A few more, yeah, perfect. Love that map feed, because then we can totally see it. Everyone is really in that dead center area, but for that outer side, kind of on that south side, we should start seeing some teams break out, specifically Team Liquid, and my eyes are on them as they're going to be kind of rotating in towards that northbound towards 9Z.
Yes, let's see. The zone centering right on up. Nothing too crazy. Very particular. The only hard part about this kind of circle is that you have that water splitting it. So you have to decide, right? Where do we want to go? North or south? So it's a pretty much a coin toss. But at this point, you got to be able to, you know, just figure out where you want to be in this position. And Hyper are still outside of it. You got NRG as well on that edge. They're going to have a tough time getting on this one.
Oh, let's see how they're going to approach this. I love that we're kind of balancing off the range here, just kind of head peeking, looking for that information. And, well, to be fair, staying in cover, this is the way. Just kind of relaying that information to your teammates on how you're going to approach this situation is just definitely the game changer. For now.
For sure.
David here.
Ooh,
Just chilling.
David.
David out here planning. Definitely wanting to make a move. Find that tree. I feel a lot more comfortable with the trees.
Yeah, he's got to go pop a couple shots off, you know, make sure that M4 was working. Good to see. You can just see it right now. This is like one of those phases where he's just trying to scout, look, you know, trying to see if there's anybody rotating on in, and he's staying in that buggy to kind of help protect them doing that. But, you know, there's always a risk to that, because if a player happens to be sneaking there, but never mind. Team Kesso saying, we're on the push. Let's go.
Definitely, if you're going to show up and immediately run someone over, that is the way to do it. Pop it on inside the building, but we're going to focus on getting that med in, which is nice. And, well, the reset behind the door. So you've got to play it safe here. Already popping that. We want to isolate this doorway through. Oh, it's going to connect, and it's going to be reciprocated, but it does knock that player. Let's go.
But let's get it going here. Inco Gaming on the stop. So they know that, hey, we don't have double points, but we did great yesterday. We had a lot of fortunate things happen. That Sandhawk game in particular, they got really blessed, and they took full advantage of it. So they're going to have to hold this down. The only part about this split that I don't like is it's very difficult to cover each other. Nenebete doesn't really have a good angle. And yeah, with 7 getting knocked, they're just going to have to sacrifice them.
They really are. And I think if you lose a player this early on, it's going to make that end game a little more difficult. But for Silence here, just trying to get back and maybe find some fools, baton down elsewhere, thanks to the blue zone. But this is what I was talking about earlier in the pre-show. Anytime you open it up, even just trying to connect with the nades, that can help you so much early on. And there goes the full, already up to 2 eliminations. This is a good way to start things off.
Yes, it is. Team Kessel with 2 eliminations. They do lose 1 player. That's going to be a little bit rough. Next zone's about to pop. Where is it going? Spider Tiff is going north or south?
That's hard. We're going northeast.
Northeast? All right, come on. Center. Wow.
Wow,
okay.
Imagine.
Right. Well, actually, it's leaning a little northeast, so we'll take that. We'll take that.
I'll take a small win, let's be real. But for our teams that are still outside in that blue zone, you know, NRG got their first win yesterday, and you see 2 players just in vehicles trying to get on in. But when you have teams that are already sitting on that edge that will be able to gatekeep you, you have to be very precautious about how you're going to approach that. And, well, we kind of pilfer through some of our squads here. Back on over to 9Z. Smokes down and plenty of information, but we've got to get some angles.
Yeah, they have to decide what they're going to do here. Are they going to go ahead and split 2 people warehouse, 2 people in that building? It looks like, yeah, they're trying to figure it out here. Honestly, this is a very difficult building to hold. I would rather see all 4 of them in the house and just give up the warehouse, because it's just so hard because that little ridge right there, it's easy to just push up on into. And Inko, they're holding underneath the bridge, so 9Z doesn't have to worry about anybody on their backs for now. And yeah, I think Inko with 2 players up left, they're just looking to survive.
That's tough. I bet the placement points, they'll make such a big difference. And if you're going to be like a troll under the bridge, then just vibe with the water and maybe look for a fight that would be a smart engagement, such as a 3rd party or potentially a 4th party. You know, just clip a few. But for now, I think this is a really solid spot considering this is dead center of that next zone. You have 9Z and Team Queso and Team Liquid that are all rolling into that compound just south of this bridge. So depends on where Royals of War wants to make their name known.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. Meanwhile, you got Hyper in the blue zone once again, late to the party. They're gonna have to push in through the edge and most likely having to face Alpha 7 of all teams. So that's gonna be a tough one. Zone is starting to close. A minute left on the clock. Death Wolves, another squad who did pretty solid in day 1. They had an 18 elimination game that was absolutely insane. And since then, they've been pretty quiet. You can see them just on the hunt, just trying to find a spot here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, on the hunt, living up to that, they are rolling straight into Hyper, who is rotating into Alpha 7. And if we are gonna have this many big names that collapse on each other right here, even just focusing to get that health back up, especially when you just come in from the blue zone before you start to roll up on those squads, is going to make the biggest difference. And hey, we were asking, would you start getting into the mix of things here under the bridge? Well, it's gonna be NRG on the other side, and Noon's immediately punished from that.
Immediately punished indeed, and Abeta's there on that edge. He's gonna have to keep an eye on Spec, because Spec is swimming up, but I'm pretty sure he can see him. Yep, and oh, a nice little headshot there on Malaz, but his position is completely open, and now he's just completely stuck there. What's he gonna do? Oh, but some nice little crossfire helps him out. So
always gotta watch those crosses.
Yeah, for just a little bit longer.
Dude, they are wreaking havoc under the bridge, but you've got to keep your eyes on Spec, and well, he knows he's there, so at least we're making moves in that regard. But the angle that we're able to get just from this layer of the bridge is pretty crazy.
Oh, yes, it is. And you can see he's trying to catch Spec. Nunez gave away the position, and did he get thirsted? No, he's still there. Oh, this nade could do it, though. Will it get the thirst? Will it do it? Oh, caught him. So not able to get the res. Spec still alive, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind sharing this bridge here for a little while longer.
Let's just call it truce, my guy. You have the other side. I'll take this side. Let's focus on getting our placement points. But, you know, at the end of the day, if you're down to 1, this may not be another match win for NRG. Granted, they just got their first one yesterday. We were hoping, but there is 5 more games after this, and a solo clutch would be wild.
Oh, yes, it would. Let's see right now what Hyper's going to do. They're on the push, getting beat up right now. Only, I think, 2 players up left. Actually, no, just 1. It's up to Caprice. What can he do? With this nade, he's just gonna try to make something happen, but he's completely in a sandwich. Hyper gonna go down here early.
Look, if you're the meat in a sandwich, that's the last thing you want to do. You want to be at least that top bun layer, the 3rd party to that fight that is able to put pressure. But for now, Capri's just kind of anchoring down out in the blue zone, letting those other 2 teams just kind of collapse into each other. But if you're going to throw down, grab the whip, reposition, use it for cover. Aaron Gale is so open, especially in this area of the map. And if you do not have a vehicle to at least maneuver yourself around, then you need a bush. And right now, few and far between.
That would work for sure. And it's gonna be tough in this situation because, I mean, this is stage 4. The zone really just starts to tick on you. And Caprice, you can just see, just trying to survive. He actually held on for a little while longer, but once zone 5 ticks, he's gonna be in big trouble. The zone does kind of center up once again, making things more difficult for these teams on the north. Even Alpha 7's in big trouble, down to 2 players just left. But, you know, there's only a few teams that still have their whole entire squad up.
Down to 2 players, but they were able to walk away with 3 eliminations, and the large majority of that came from that big push on that outer zone where those teams started to collapse on. But Influence Rage here, grouped up, does have all 4 members up for the time being, and now we just have to see where they want to head specifically from this. They have B-Bold just towards their east, the likelihood of them running into each other, but for Furia, oh no, don't do it to him.
Oh, here he goes. Sending it.
Onto Spec. It does connect.
Bit.
It connects a little, but if that's how we're gonna open things up, just leave Spec alone, man. He's just trying to chill.
Survive, Spec. It's not looking too good. Adrian's getting pissed up, though, and it is Team Liquid. double points, and they have their entire squad up. They are on the south side here, and that's not a bad position to be in, but if this zone does go north, they're gonna have to cross that water, and you can see them just get ready. Yeah, they're already popping in the vehicles, ready to go.
Yeah, they've got rotation on their mind. 2 eliminations thus far, and with double points, that's going to be minimum 4 for them, but we want to leave this compound and decide where is going to be that next playing. Now, granted, they can move up just a little bit north, because check out to that left. You have Royals of War just in that building, and you know Ayala has already spotted them, so it's just trying to keep an eye on where they're going to be positioning, put that pressure on them, and maybe they can find them open. Oh, but the cross from the right, that's the issue that you can run into. If you're going to be holding out in the open, there's a chance that someone's going to find you.
Yeah, this is exactly what they were expecting. The zone was going to go north, so they were trying to get this fight done as soon as possible because they got to get moving. So the longer that they wait, the more their demise is going to be impending onto them. So you can see the circle all the way up to the north. Team Queso, Team Liquid, Team Queso just got eliminated with that nade from 9Z. Very well done. And yeah, Nenebete and Spec aren't moving a muscle. They're going to stay right there where they were at.
Spec owes Furia and Team Liquid in general, because Furia was the one that tried to take out Spec, right? And then Team Liquid just comes in with the cross. So you might want to go thank him, dap him up a little bit after this map. But hey, look, you've got to do what you got to do. The crossfire from all different ways. They're immediately going to dive towards the left here. Use the cover of the ridgeline. Ain't no way this is going to go unpunished.
That was so risky. They stand 3 players. Mythic almost gets that player down, but what a play from All Glory Gaming. Fran stayed on the bridge just in case of a team crossed, and they punished Team Liquid. So a very risky play, but Team Liquid had to send it eventually.
They did, but for All Glory Gaming at this point, also on double points today. Those eliminations that they pick up and can deny from Team Liquid here just in the first game is going to go the distance when it comes to that overall leaderboard. And you talked about the stage 5, how badly it's going to hurt. Well, we're popping meds, and then we have to make this push, and this hold is crazy.
Oh, yes, it is. And yeah, and now that All Glory Gaming know that this is Team Liquid, I'm not going to be surprised if they're going to really push this. Yeah, they want to take them out. They don't want this team to be soaking up points like crazy. And now All Glory Gaming with Chief out. It's only Cardozo in there on the other side. Blue Zone's going to get him eventually. So the work is done. All Glory Gaming are now going to start focusing on the next zone.
You can focus on your rotation knowing that job is done. Fran was in the water swimming to get back up to the squad. And when you have the majority of your players up and you just need to focus on hitting that res and the peak. This time, though, it's going to be... Yeah, it's SLR. SLR was able to grab that elimination. So congratulations to them because they're also on double points, finding themselves well inside that next zone. So something to focus on for them because we were asking, we were like, hey, what is this squad going to be able to do coming into this day here? Day 3 in 16th place. They have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Are you kidding me? I think almost every single team, every single team that is in Group B is still alive. Still alive here. They're going to be putting up some solid points on the board.
Team Liquid.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Team Liquid are out of there. Just like that last player. Yep. So 3 teams still up here.
All of those squads, though, going to be trying to make the best of this situation. Be Bold over there on the west side, and you see picking up an eliminations for them, and I'm really loving what we're seeing. Influence Rage Diego just on that ridgeline with a vehicle, just like, you know what? If they don't see me, I'm not here. I'm riding out for the placement points.
Take them. And the thing is that it's so rough to get placement points. I mean, right now, there's still 9 teams remaining.
Yeah.
If you go out right now, you're pulling up a goose egg. So where is this zone going to go? Because it's going to be so huge for these teams. And it looks like it's going to head on over to the right. So this is actually a great zone for teams like All Glory Gaming and SLR.
All Glory Gaming has a lot of space on that eastern side, kind of split up from the north and the south. So if you can control the majority of the space, that's how you want to do it. But for 9Z, this is a squad that's going to have one of the toughest rotations. And if you only have 2 of your players, then you hop in 2 vehicles. Maybe you run over some people, but that's going to be tough. But SLR, I like that we've got a little bit of a building here. Kind of, it's not going to get them too far, but for few and far between cover, this is the way to do it.
That Wizard Tower is just a saving grace at this point in this circle. They have Koi there, a little bit offset, hiding behind a rock. I wonder if that's going to work out for them because it's very risky. That rock is very open to so many different angles. We'll see what happens. Be bold. They have to push. They have no choice. You can see the smoke starting to come out. I think they're going to probably try to take that buggy, but they got to take out Diego. They did. Perfect timing as well. Now they got to get on the move.
All right, so Influence Rage fully eliminated now, and then you hit the rotation straight towards that eastern side. The majority of our squads are going to run into each other. We have Royals of War, 9Z, Be Bold, and even some remnants of Titan Gaming, a solo up north. And well, let's check in how Royals of War are going to make this play. Duo here. And I think they're just going to keep on putting that pressure down, letting them know that you cannot easily walk over here. Now, granted, we still are going to have to move at a point in time from here. But this rock, for now, is our home.
Oh, it's our safe space right now. I'll tell you that, because it is warm and it is safe. But for now, they're going to have to figure out what to do, because they can't go up the hill. SLR is right there waiting for them. Oh, if they can open up with a nade, that would be huge. They threw a double nade and Koi's in trouble. That's why I was saying that rock is not the best spot. Everybody knows that there's somebody going to be there. And now Koi said, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get back with my teammates.
You have to. It's the power of friendship, the power of teammates. You've got to make sure you have the strength in numbers, if you can, towards that end of the game. And well, Be Bold, you have all 4 players alive, which is such a stark difference in comparison. The only other team that's got all 4 up in specifics is All Glory Gaming.
You know what they say, safety first, then teamwork. But it's time to take that safety off. Be Bold are just going to have to push it. They have no choice here with this zone closing. They have 56 seconds on the clock, so they're hunting and opening. If they can get one particular knock, it would be huge. But I think they have no choice but to kind of head where 9Z is in this location. And with smokes on their back, 9Z has opened themselves up for a push.
Gonna be really unfortunate here. SLR still has that cover, but as soon as Be Bold just sends it south onto 9Z, I love that we could rotate through that, but then you have to look at what's next for them. For SLR, it's just making sure that you're keeping pressure towards the west. You can see Royals of War right over there, and if you're kind of throwing nades into an engagement that's already happening between 9Z, this is the way to do it, because you don't have to necessarily overextend. You can see Koi just playing it very conservative. Already 2 eliminations for map number 1, so that is a very strong start.
Be Bold went north. Okay, so Be Bold actually went north, and it was just Rin by himself, but he got caught by All Glory Gaming, so that has opened it up, but they are still getting punished. The zone shifts all the way on over to the west side. All Glory Gaming not missing a beat. They are full sending it on in.
The moment they saw that pull, they were like, no, this is not going to happen. We held down the eastern side, and now we have to rotate. To the vehicles we go and immediately start full sending. And it looks like they haven't necessarily committed on to one specific area. You're sending 2 players towards the south, and Melgar and Pendred are kind of going full on north, looking for that wrap, and that's where going to be Entity 7 is.
Let's see what happens here. Stage 7, we're going to have one more shift in circle. And then that is going to be it. It's going to go down to nothing. So, no, look at that. Globin with the trigger discipline. He sees SLR right there, but he's just trying to survive. With only 5 teams remaining, every single placement here counts.
It really does. And when you're down to a solo and you have eliminations on the board, you want everything that you can get. For Be Bold, though, 2 players up, 1 knocked. Only 3 eliminations, but granted, we are down to the final 5 teams. And for SLR, when they had that rotation, they had that coverage, have just now decided, where do we want to pull from this area? You have All Glory Gaming over towards your right, who are still kind of putting pressure, but that's a solo. So my question is, do they know that they're going to be split? Can we just pick up Fran and just make this easy?
It's totally a possibility right now. It just depends on what SLR is doing. I think they're confused because SLR is an entire squad, but they're playing this so passive right now. Like, yeah, I understand you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, but this is double points. You have the opportunity, get some of those eliminations, and you can see them starting to put some pressure onto All Glory Gaming. But man, they are just running with this. This is crazy. There are 3 teams remaining. 2 of them are in the double points.
To be fair, All Glory Gaming understood the assignment when it came to double points, because they're sitting on 11 eliminations right now. They have so much control of this circle, and even though they're going on this split attack, to be able to whittle down the resources of all the teams. Now, granted, we have Super Lazy Reflex and Entity 7 left in the lobby. It's a 4v4v2. And SLR on your screen is the one that has been the most conservative, often going prone, just kind of looking for that information, but they've been able to really inch up closer onto Entity 7. I'm scared for this fight to break out here because the moment this starts going, All Glory Gaming is going to just come in and clean house.
They're going to go crazy. They're going to go crazy. Perino and Milgar are tied right now with 4 eliminations each. They're going nuts. Entity 7 doing what they do best so far, hiding in a building.
Look, you gotta do it. Someone's gotta do it. It's a duo. Like I said, 2v4v4. So if we can just use the cover to our advantage, you can see that building is clearly on fire thanks to all of those nades that just keep being in an influx. And the fact is, they're still dodging them quite nicely.
Hey, placement points. Placement points. We will take them. So they're going to get them. It's just who's going to get these eliminations. All Glory Gaming or SLR. But man, SLR, they played this very quietly. I want to see them switch that aggression switch. They got to turn it on and start getting some eliminations because you can just see by their playstyle. All Glory Gaming is on the move constantly, and SLR are just completely quiet.
It's very different, and maybe they're just kind of feeling things out given their stance on that overall leaderboard. But All Glory Gaming, they are in 11th place. Now, prior to this, they'd only rigged in about 38 eliminations. If we're in double digits in map number 1 of day 3, we are going to see a completely different roster if they can keep things moving. And this is what I'm here for. You know, days 1, day 2, you're just kind of trying to figure things out. You said earlier on some of those broadcasts, you know, getting that LAN environment underneath your feet, going to breakfast with your competitor, staring them down in the eye, and then you come in here and you assert your dominance.
That's right. You let them know. And I'll tell you what you need to know. All Glory Gaming, prior to this game, they were in 11th place with 56 points. So yeah, they're going to go up in the leaderboards for sure. But you know what? Every point counts, especially today for 2 of these squads right now, SLR and All Glory Gaming. So they got to clutch this out. They need to get all the eliminations and win this game. Uh-oh. SLR on a crazy push. Very, very bold. Full sending it on out. I don't know what they're doing. They're saying, All Glory Gaming, we got some points. Come and get them. But what can they do? All Glory Gaming in the back. It's all up to Koi at this point.
Yo, we were asking what was going to happen. 2 up from All Glory Gaming and Super Lazy Reflex. We were like, who is going to make this happen? This is going to change the nature of this end game, and down goes Koi. And the nades, they just keep flying. This needs to connect. This needs to help you turn that fight around. 2v1. We just need to find one more member, but oh my God, the coverage.
E7, where are you? Run! Get out the building! Yes! Hear my call. It is your chance to win the game. They're getting in a vehicle. They're on the move, Tiff. They're on the move.
They've been waiting since the dawn of time to try and make that push. You cannot let them reset. And Deblim out here cranking the whip throughout, goes prone behind it. Doesn't necessarily allow that full reset, but it could happen because All Glory Gaming now has all 3 members up.
No. You have the Bison. You have the Bison. You can see the player cam's face. You can see the nerves right now on Entity 7. And he gets taken out. That's what I was saying. You gotta move. And now, it's just Jacko. And he is in a world of hurt right now. Oh, he's got a DBS though. He's got the shotgun. Don't peek.
Don't peek! Well, it's too late for that! They peek, and All Glory Gaming take map number 1 on Erangel. A nice winner chicken dinner, and honestly, double points to boost.
They are going to go crazy up the leaderboards. Are you kidding me? Game number 1, Group B showed up. SLR didn't shy away either. They were all the way at the bottom here today, actually going into today. So for them to pull out a nice, solid 3rd place finish is great. But All Glory Gaming, are you kidding me, Taylor?
I'm smiling from ear to ear. That was such a great game for a number of different reasons. So, All Glory Gaming, if you go back to day 1, were very much existent. Like, they were pulling up and showing out, and I was like, wow, okay, this team is going to make an impact. Day 2, non-existent to a certain degree. I mean, like you said, they were started the day off at 57 points. I don't know what they ended day one with, but they weren't that far off. Day two was just not that good. They didn't even get top 3 once in all 6 games. Now they start the day double points. We're talking 16 eliminations, which, mind you, that beats out Hyper's game that we were talking about consistently in pre-show. And mind you, Hyper didn't even get first place when they got the 14 elims or 16 or whatever it was yesterday. So this is a phenomenal game, nearly breaking the 19 elimination record. This is the perfect case scenario. And Tiff, it all started with them camping out bridge, taking down Team Liquid.
That's just what you have to do. Use every bit of your knowledge from where these squads are, especially when you know that Team Liquid has to cross that bridge. That's very vulnerable, knowing that we have to go to the north side. But something that really struck me was prior to this day, their average eliminations per game are 2.17. Damage per game, 560. Do you mean we're really coming out swinging? Is that just how it works? You dangle these double points in front of them and they're just like, all right, that's fine. I'm actually only going to show up to play on Fridays.
It might be, man, well, or their respective day, right? I mean, Hot Jukes. I mean, even let SLR, give them their flowers. They make the aggressive play in the field. And I know you were like, what are they doing? This is crazy. But I love that play because SLR, you can kind of say that they've been a bit timid. And the reason why is because they're playing with the, a roster that they weren't expecting to fully, right? Dragon hasn't competed since 2022. He enters into the mix. That 52 points, that is massive, right? So 52 for AGG. That speaks volumes about what double points is all about.
52. This is what dreams are made of. Are you kidding me? You couldn't ask for a more insane start if you're All Glory Gaming. This is what you were hoping for to do, and to do it in game number 1. I mean, a lot of this, whole experience is believing that you can beat these squads, right? And to do it the way they did on double points day, I mean, I can't wait to see how they just continue on this tournament.
But not even AGG too, right? Like that's 52. First off, that's crazy, right? They might be the ones breaking 300 today, Tiff. But E7, who's been almost non-existent, and SLR getting their points as well. I know 7's not a lot, but compared to what E7's been getting, that's impressive. SLR with 20, that's great.
Oh, it's huge because they had 26 points coming into this match. So they've pretty much doubled their score just from one game in day number 3 from the first 2 days. But then you look on down here, a lot of questions. We were looking specifically to Team Liquid. I threw a random number out there. I was like, look, 300, we're going to see it. Okay, well, here's the deal. Math, when you get double points, 2 times 2 is still 4. It's not a lot, but granted, you were already doing so good. We're into the top 3. We just have to stay there.
Oh, where they at? Looking, 4th place from what? Would you say 11th place? I believe Hot Jukes at the start of the day, up to 4th place. Talk about it. Come on, I'm almost reminiscent of Inco Gaming from yesterday.
Yeah,
this is crazy, right? Come on.
I said it earlier. 116-point jump for Inco based off their bonus points yesterday, so that was really good to see. But All Glory Gaming saw that and was like, nah, hold this, it's my turn. And if you're already going from 11th to 4th place in just one game, we still have 5 more games for our series today of day number 3. Now, look at the points though. Like, what is that? I'm 32. I'm not gonna do that good of math. 34 points outside of first place. We have 5 more games. That is not that many points to overcome.
They could do it in one game.
They could do it in one game, as they just proven with 52 points. But Hot Jukes, I really hope they don't slow down like Hyper did. Remember, they did have that explosive game 1, and then the rest of the games after that, they were non-existent. Now, I don't want to put that curse on them just yet, but it's always possible. Let's look at 9 through 16, and E7 does jump up along with Super Lazy Reflex, but unfortunately that means one has to drop down. That's Titan Gaming.
Yeah, Titan Gaming falling off once again. Hopefully they can have a day like, All Glory Gaming does when it comes to their double points chance. But, Super Lazy Reflex, they were able to double it up right there, which is still really solid considering how they performed so far. At the end of the day, I wish they would have been more aggressive and took more advantage of it. But I will say, when you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, sometimes you're just hesitating. You're like, man, we got to do something. Let's put something on the board. So I'll give them a little excuse punch card pass one time. But, for the rest of the day, you got to go crazy, SLR. Come on.
Gotta go nuts. And honestly, though, 20 points for SLR, like Tiff said, what, they started at 26 or 22, whatever it was, so they've nearly doubled their points. That is impressive. SLR, I'm looking at you, especially Dragon. You haven't competed since 2022, and here you are on the main stage. That is a big deal. And hey, prove all the doubters wrong. SLR, I still believe in you. Plenty of days left. That's game number 1 done, and already we've seen some exciting outcomes. How far can the double point send some of these teams? Well, we're going to find out when we come back from the break. Game number 2 going to be coming your way shortly. It's going to be on Miramar. Don't go anywhere.
Guys, we are Titan Gaming, the champions of PMSL qualifiers North America 2024, and here we have Alim from Russia, me from Germany coming. Here we have Inactive from Dominican Republic and Teres Dorin from Romania. Our expectations are winning at the Americas like we won North America. We feel really confident that we can achieve this goal, and we are happy to hear about it more. So our play style is very aggressive. We played this style in Americas. It's worked really great playing with the zone and also keep the same level of aggression at the same time. So we're looking forward to play this in the finals of Americas as well. After winning the North America qualification, we got really confident, and I think we can bring the same play style in Americas, fighting with Brazilians and Latin teams.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June and is free to unlock. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Today has been incredible already with map 1 done and already a shakeup when it comes to the leaderboards. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Spider Tiff. Hot Jukes, game 1 was great. Game 2 should be even better. I know we've been talking a lot about AGG, rightly so, with the 52 points, but again, I want to harp on SLR. That 20-point game is a massive improvement from what we've seen in the past.
Oh, it's so huge, and it is just, it couldn't have been at a better time, to be honest, right? The fact that they get these double points, and that's what I love about it. It gives teams that are just trying to get, warm or make some mistakes a chance to come back. And for them to start off with, 20 points before, that would have been real hard to get. So hopefully we could see them continue, right? I don't want to see a flash in the pan. I want to see consistency for them, and I want to see them believe in themselves and turn up that aggression because they have some stellar names on their roster.
They definitely do. I think across the board, there's some stellar names on the roster. In fact, Team Liquid, who, granted, only scored 4 points from their first game, granted, cut off by AGG on the bridge, which was a brilliant play that I would love to break down maybe later on. But yeah, Team Liquid, Loops, right? That was one of my favorite teams when I was watching the Titan series. So all around, star-studded roster. Spider Tiff, though. What team didn't do as well as you probably wanted to see? I know for me that stands out as Deathwolves, first eliminated after playing so well in the past.
Yeah, it was tough, right? When you're kind of running into issues on your rotation, a lot of the teams that found success early on, specifically for Erangel, are the ones that were moving into and ahead of all the teams in the lobby. SLR in particular, even Entity 7, granted, they were bunkering down in the building, but if you can just focus on your macro gameplay and the rotations, that's what I think you need to do. And when you come into Miramar and you've just got a different setting and you look towards the teams that have already won and been successful, I'm looking at, Furia, Team Liquid, NRG, All Glory Gaming. Hey, I would love to see All Glory Gaming make it to 3 wins overall from day 3. But if you start off lackluster in game number 1, having those double points, this is where Team Liquid kind of needs to answer back.
Answer back. Well, what do they need to answer back from? Well, let's break it down, right? That bridge play from Team Liquid, because AGG set up so well, Hot Jukes, and I just want to dive a little bit deeper into this, because AGG almost seemed like they were set up specifically to target TL.
Absolutely, absolutely. And unfortunately, Team Liquid didn't have, 4 vehicles, because that's what you kind of hope for, is, maybe 1 gets blown up, but 2 others survive, and you have a little extra coverage. But they had to send 3 players all at once, and All Glory Gaming were just waiting for that. And, Team Liquid, it's only a matter of time before we see them really pop off. Once they get a good position, they'll do that. And that's the hard part with a circle like this, is they have to bet, right? Do we hold north or do we hold south? They held the south, the circle went north, and they only had that real way to get into the circle. At All Glory Gaming, they're like, someone's coming this way, and whoever it is, they're going to get it. And once they realized it was them, they're like, oh yeah, we're taking them out for sure.
That's right. And Tiff, one thing that I love, though, that AGG did that some teams have been lackluster on very quickly is the fact that they pushed Team Liquid. They got 2 down, and they capitalized on getting the finishes when they needed to. I believe that was something E7 failed at yesterday on another bridge play, if I'm not mistaken. I hate to keep pointing them out, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Map number 2, it's Miramar. Who's going to end up on top? Tiff called it. She wants to see AGG go back-to-back-to-back 3 maps in a row. Can they do it? We'll find out. Without further ado, Hot Juke, Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's go. Here we go. First, Miramar of the day. I am so excited for this one. Will we see All Glory Gaming do it? Tiff, you said it. Would you put the percentage at? 100? You feeling? I want to know exactly.
This is going to sound really weird, but I'm going to give it a 50%. Either they do or they don't. That is such a cheap way out.
Safe. That's like saying, who's going to be the winners, and you say the fans. Right?
Us, the people getting to watch the action, let's be real. But no, I love that we're already kind of talking about those things, right? Because that is going to be the biggest issue. There are teams that had already came in and won 2 maps, Team Liquid, Team Queso, Alpha 7, and now All Glory Gaming. No one has broken 3 just yet, but when you come into Miramar, now granted, we only see this map 2 times in the 6-game series, and you have that plane line that is essentially going from southwest all the way up to northeast. For teams that like to land in that northeastern, man, you are getting your boots on the ground very much last. You'll have minimal time to hit that looting, which has been the majority of our team's issues, right? It's finding your loot quick, hitting the rotation, and just playing a good macro game.
For sure. I think that, you know, with the plane pass we've seen so far, they've been really rough. We've seen some southern ones. The fact that now like El Pozo is in play is going to be solid for a team like Alpha 7. They're going to drop there. And, oh, baby, we got a nice Western Circle. And for those of you guys that don't know, if you see that mountainside right there on the left, that is unplayable. That's completely unplayable. So the map has now cut in half. Teams are going to have to move quickly.
That means we're going to have a good time here, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have a fun time. You can see El Pozo immediately. They're rotating straight into that area. Look, I'm going to need you to teach me some accents because I know you were out there rolling your R's, and man, I could never. I sound so ridiculous out here trying to do that.
I was born with it. I was born with it. I had no choice. But look at this. You know what? Everyone is having a good time because we see everybody on bikes and mopeds, you know, just having some fun in the sun here. And SLR, you know, they're just trying to get some loot and get going. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some teams just pick up a couple items and just get to center circle at this point because it's going to be so hard to press in on a zone like this.
And I think that's where we just go back to talking about specifically the macro. The moment they see that circle pop towards that western side, clean up what you're doing. NRG at the very furthest south of Miramar, along with some other teams. So we need to see Deathwolves in particular that's going to have to deal with SLR and NRG en route to even get into that next zone, considering the majority of our squads, at least 8 of them, have found themselves in that western circle.
Yes, yeah, and you know, a team like Alpha 7, El Pozo is the best place for loot on this entire map, and they're the only ones there, so they are going to be looted out the teeth. This is like their game. They hope for a circle like this, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them have a solid position. At the same time, everybody knows that that's their place, so we'll see if some teams are kind of using that research, right, to apply themselves and maybe catch them off guard. Finally, and Hyper get a decent circle too, because we saw them in the last game, again, so late to get into the zone, and they've been playing that edge. It hasn't been working out for them. And oh, before we'll hold that thought, because look, SLR, Koi getting caught out.
You can't do that, not this early on, especially doubling down off a 20-point map number 1. You came in and you understood that you had those double points, but you have to stay alive, grab those eliminations. And when you're this far out of zone, kind of by Deathwolves, by E7, by all of these teams, you will get gate kept because that is what all of our teams are doing. We saw it get broken down with AGG and Team Liquid across the bridge, and you cannot afford to let that happen here. Now, I love that we were already talking about Alpha 7 and them kind of setting things up because now granted, this is a squad that's not going to get double points until Sunday, and they found themselves in the top 3. Now granted, I did say they were a slower starting team in tournaments past, but if you're already kicking things off like this, look, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know, and that's the thing about Alpha 7 is they're so unpredictable when it comes to that kind of play because, you know, in the Global Open, they had the craziest first day we've ever seen from them. I was like, oh my gosh, this is what we've been waiting for, you know, because finally they started off strong. And then Team Reject just passed them up. And they had to deal with second place in their own hometown, Tiff.
You can't do that. You cannot.
The disrespect was crazy. So, you know, they have a chip on their shoulder. I think they're trying to still kind of figure it out at this point. It's just that last second end game. They got to be able to clutch it up, secure these chicken dinners, and make sure that they just prove to everybody the champions that they are.
Well, that's exactly what Royals of War wants to do so far, proving they've decided to forego all of the gatekeeping outside of that zone and have focused on their own game and their rotation. And now, granted, they found themselves just between Team Liquid and Inco Gaming, which can be tough here. But for Team Queso, they also are making that play happen. Just kind of filtering through some of our POVs to see the lay of the land. 9Z actually 1 HP in between 2 rocks and a hard place, but we're still able to get those heals off.
Absolutely. By the way, just to kind of add to my last point, it's so funny that we talk about Alpha 7 like that, because I would be very happy to get second place. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would be going nuts, like, you know, we did great. But those guys, they have such a big weight on their shoulders, and I love it because even though they got second, I guarantee you they were probably the most upset team. Even more upset than the team that got last place. That's how competitive these guys are.
It really is. You second is the first loser, right? Like, I mean, that's
true.
the hard part. You go in, you're like, I got second. Let me improve on that. And then you look back to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. They got third. So they're good at getting into the top 3. We just want to secure ourselves that number 1 spot. And if you can start out the PMSL League Americas in the spring and get yourself through, right? That's what you need to do. Now, granted, we're getting started. Furia, though, I mean, look. They would love to be up in there as well.
I will say, Tiff, you know, it does help to wipe your tears off with $100 bills. You know what I'm saying?
You know, you're not wrong. Do you have any that I could wipe my tears with, or
not right now? You know, that's for sure. You know, maybe 60 days from now we will. But
we love
right
how that
now,
works.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll tell you what, you know, when it comes to teams like Alpha 7, you know that they got, and that's a great advantage of it, is like when you're such a winning team, you know, I don't get to talk about this a lot, but since, you know, we're still waiting for some action, we will. You know, the thing is about these teams that have performed so well, squad like Alpha 7, I've got the chance to witness it myself. These guys play in a team house. They have scheduled fitness therapists. They have scheduled eating. And not to mention, they practice for X amount of hours per day with a coach staring at 4 screens the entire time, you know? So you have that to beat. And it's hard for some teams that are just putting squads together for the first time, and some of them meeting for the first time in person, you know? So it's definitely a big challenge as opposed to a team that, you know, that does this. You know what I'm saying?
It's true. I mean, it makes a big difference. And if you are making your first play here at LAN, and then, well, hold on a second, because Rules of War, that angle, you know where All Glory Gaming is, at least one of them, but you've got the building, you're not in the open, you're just kind of separated out from your teammates. But this is very similar to what we witnessed from All Glory Gaming in map number 1. They kind of start to separate out. Now, granted, it's not as big as it was in map number 1, but it just allows you to watch your teammates back, and it goes back to the cohesion and synergy that we've witnessed from some of our teams that are just more experienced together. You can have someone that's just hanging out, has your back, and you know they're calming to make sure, hey, no one's coming in from this side. That zone moving slightly more towards the north, so they're gonna have to move. But something to note here, Influence Rage hit that full northern wrap and have entered just above Alpha 7. They had to go through Craterfield, Trailer Park, and then straight south.
That's the way to do it. I mean, when you have a hard, you know, a kind of a hard shift in this kind of zone, you always want to head towards that hard shift side. So Influence Rage, using their experience, know that this is most likely going to be wide open, and sure enough, it was. So they got themselves a good spot. You know, Be Bold is using that same strategy, but meanwhile, Team Liquid, attacking Team Kessel right now.
Yeah, I was really curious of what that was going to look like for them. They need to do exactly that. Remember, 4 points from map number 1, and they are just taking control. Chief just driving straight up with the vehicle, trying to call out. But Ayala, who's just been solo, holding different angles in Erangel, really opened this up, grabbing a few of those knocks immediately, 2 of them. So we're just looking to whittle down the rest of them. That angle, Chief, I see you. That's dirty, and I love it.
Yeah, he's peeking through the crack right there. And, oh, lucky he had that roof. That helped him from getting naded. But Chief is getting pieced up. And the problem with this angle is they cannot help. They can't push this. Because if they go outside that broken wall, they're getting shot up from across the map. So you can just see them just trying to use utility. They want every point they can get because it's double point day for Team Liquid. Oh, that nade. Oh, I thought it was going to be good enough, but just short.
But you got to be very careful here. If we extend out and maybe try to full send this, there are other teams that are still focusing on that rotation nearby, and that's that timing that you're talking about, but they still go ahead and grab it, knowing that Silence is going to be that last player from Team Queso. You just can see it in their face, right? It's just kind of like, oh, this happened. This happened.
Yeah, it is not good, the best position to be in for sure. Silence, pretty much what they're doing right now, right? Just a lot of silence on the team, just waiting to see what happens. And it is what it is. I mean, it's tough, especially when you go against Team Liquid and Monte Nuevo. You're going to have a tough time. You know what? Hopefully they can bounce back in the future games here coming up. But meanwhile, I mean, this is starting to get crazy. Stage 2, we're seeing quite a few players go out, and that's just because of this circle, right? It being so cut off, these teams are forced to have to fight each other.
They really are, and it's not going to end here. Now, Silence, he might be able to benefit from that specifically, knowing that other teams are rotating in, might be able to kind of be that saving grace Team Liquid will be occupied. You can see 9Z just over there on that right. They're going to be the team rotating in behind Team Liquid, and Silence, well, starting to hit the move because, granted, you can just focus on that play, and I love that we're just getting in here the storage unit. You just got to.
You got to get the move on, and this zone going more north, and that's going to work out for those teams that rotated to that hardship side, right? Teams like Influence, Rage, and Be Bold, they have a lot of room to work with. Alpha 7, it's no surprise. They are dead center of the circle. They were expecting a zone like this, so they are very well set up. Meanwhile, Silence, yeah, he's just going to be hiding and trying to sneak his way for some more post placement points.
I don't blame him, and I think that pull is going to be such in favor, like you said, Influence, Rage. They're going to hold the majority of it. The biggest thing you have to be wary of when we're looking at that map is Be Bold is essentially mirroring them. They're starting to hit a rotation like that, but for Furia, they've got Team Liquid in their sights, and we are going to go ahead and take some shots, so we're going to give up our position for that. Now, granted, Team Liquid, they're immediately going to reposition that vehicle, hop out, and start saying, all right, cool, what do we need to do in regards to that? Because this will be tough, and honestly, Fury is not going to leave that hill.
No, they are not. And I like what you said when it comes to repositioning that vehicle. They have to protect it because they know that the zone is still so big. It's only stage 3. It feels like end zone, but it's not. It's still very early in the game. So they got to protect their vehicle just in case that zone switches over. They're going to have to drive on in. But meanwhile, Hyper now fighting one of the most aggressive teams in this tournament, and that is Alpha 7, and they are getting punished.
Stars, though, on the second floor of this building, and you can see FS just trying to crawl to him. I wonder if we're going to start to throw down some nades and maybe look to stick that res, but when Alpha 7 has all players up, we've entered the building, and the nades! We said it! We were like, we need you to really anchor off this stairway and focus on that, and if you can bait them in and just whittle down their forces and focus on this res, because now Alpha 7's like, oh no, we've already got one down. Maybe we need to focus on the reset, but
I'm surprised they didn't go. They didn't want to go to that back build, that little back area there, because they knew it was so easily nadeable. But Stars is refusing to go down. And can he get one more shot off? Oh, he is so hurt. One nade's gonna do it, and he's putting himself in the same position where he got naded before. He's got to know what's coming, but gets the first nade off. See what happens. Maybe they're just gonna wait for the reset. He knows it. Yep. Yeah. That's all you can do.
The full send, man, for Stars, albeit that was such a solid try. It's opening things up with a nade, bringing the distance to them, and just really trying to work that stairway. Now Alpha 7, they've got themselves a building. They're retaining all in that center zone, and they still have all 4 players up now with 4 eliminations.
That's what I love about Alpha 7 is like they hated taking that fight because they knew that if it goes on for too long, they're going to get third-partied. At the same time, they just said, you know what, we got to take them out. We're going to full send everybody. They wouldn't mind going out right there if worst came to worst. They sacrificed their entire bodies to make that happen, and that's exactly what they did. But the game is still starting to heat up here. It's Titan. Oh, look at that. Redo. Got his eye. Oh, he caught the toes. You got to watch the toes, Victex.
You always do, but at the end of the day, we need to see some movement out of Titan, right? They've got 1 elimination, but job's not done. Despite this, right? We need to see them moving up the leaderboard in 16th place. We saw SLR find success in game number 1, but this is the time. The time is now, and Royals of War, you're on the opposing end of it. Let that nade sing, and well, when you overextend, you can be caught out in the open, so still keep an eye on that. Granted, though, Tonka goes down.
Rin getting just putting in some work right now against Royals of War. I like the fact that you saw them pre-fire that smoke too, right? Just in case. We're like, yeah, there's one more player. We know he's around here somewhere, but he was not even near that area. So Hyper, the only team out so far. Still 15 teams remaining in stage 4 of this zone. But we're going to see some names go out for sure as we see All Glory Gaming, the team that just popped off in the last match, down to 2 players, only 1 up. And actually, no, they did get the res, so it's just... what can they do here? You can see them trying to get a Molotov there. It's stuck in a routine of rock in a hard place.
And Death Wolves is the one going to be holding them out. They have 3 players, albeit 1 just focused on healing up. And Melgar here. This is a big fight between 2 and a 1v2, and I don't think they're going to be able to do enough. Pedrino, you're going to have to step on in, open things up with that nade, but it doesn't connect.
That is so tough. It looks like it went through the window and wasn't able to stop. Oh, putting himself in a blender. Oh, got a nice knock. Good effort. But Death Wolves just overwhelming All Glory Gaming. So they're not going to have that repeat performance. It looks like we're on the other side of that 50-50, and you hate to see it.
Well, if you're going to fall in 13th, it's okay, because at the end of the day, you did have such a massive performance on
True.
Aaron Gale and drop number 1, and it kind of was enough to bolster you throughout. Like, I'm looking for at least 8 to 10 points a game on average. I feel like that's a solid threshold, and if you're going to go up north of 50 in map number 1, sure, drop a low score in map number 2 here for Miramar. I'm not worried about it, but we'll just have to see, because that circle, man, we have got to see where it's going to eventually move. And Inko has found themselves inside here. You do have good cover for now and plenty of windows, but Ray, you can look through these windows and people can see you though too.
That's right, and that's kind of the hard part about these buildings. Yeah, it's so hard to hold because everybody's staring at those windows, waiting for you to peek. So Inko just, you know, they had a really rough game 1, and they were the leaders going into today. They still are for now. But they know that they're going to get passed up if they're not careful. And Nunez, oh, wow, tried pre-fire and something. He got caught out.
We were curious where B Bold was going to enter that next zone at, and instead of pushing down to influence Rage, they actually doubled back towards that eastern side. So I love what they're doing, but can we just talk about Silence? Can we just talk about that?
Oh,
yeah, he's still in the storage container, living his best life. And, you know, honestly, at this point, I think little boy knows they're there. But what are you going to do? We got to push that issue?
No, yeah, he's like, you know what? I don't want to run out in the open right now. Let's see if we can get him with a nade. Nope, not going to happen. I think, oh, wait, no, is he inside? He might be in between. Oh, wait, oh, I thought that was going to actually drop in between. That was crazy. Oh, he hit him with a headshot. No, he got him with the Molotov. He threaded the needle in between both of those containers. Beautifully done.
Not like that for Team Queso, but our attention goes straight towards NRG from that western side. We've got 9Z on the opposing end, and we're just trying to play this ridgeline. Look for those angles, and you can just see how much damage has been done just from opening it up with the frags. Here comes one, but Spec is going to dodge it here towards the right. We do still have that vehicle for cover, but it looks like maybe we're just going to try to take another angle.
Oh, and that one hurt as well. Spec has to do something here to hold them off. He gets a couple shots. Oh, gets the beautiful knock there. Spec, he's so good at these peaks. When he's really on point, he's tough to beat, especially in a 1v1 situation. Now he has some backup, though. His team is here, so it's a fair fight. What could Spec do? Could he beat another one? Ah, gets caught in that backfire, but oh, they actually get taken out. So NRG getting some much-needed points.
The wrap from the teammates. Now we can see that Milaz is already over there looking to hit that reset, and NRG will not lose any players. The fact that we get this full regain is so nice because you were all the way next up towards the blue, and we just have to focus on that pool that'll come through. But Alpha 7 on your screen here, just trying to put the pressure on to Fury. We already have 5 eliminations, and you know what? They're not going to stop here.
They are not done yet, that's for sure. You can see Revo right there, just keeping an eye on Furia and just putting some pressure. That's all he's trying to do. They're playing a very hardcore split. Revo does not want to get knocked at all. So you can see him now starting to group up with his team, but they are trying to catch Furia off guard because blue zone is coming and it's gonna hurt. So Alpha 7, all eyes on this area. They got to clear their backs.
Really have to, and Fury is going to need to do just that and head on forward, especially when you are on that edge. Artusan, I mean, it's just information gathering and making sure that you have the resources for endgame, because you see so many of these teams expending everything that they have for these mid-map fights, and it makes me worried about what that endgame is going to look like, specifically because B Bold is going to have one of the most solid positions towards that next zone. But for now, still want to keep throwing out those resources. I mean, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think Alpha 7, you know, sacrificed just like crazy position for eliminations. You know, they know where to get them, and they love this edge style play because they can beat teams in a fair fight. So they know that if they fight Furia right here, the odds of them getting third party are so low. So at this point, just, hey, let Blue Zone do the work, throw some nades out, and punish them. Look at the angles they're finding.
You just have to be very careful with this because all of Furia is right here. Alpha 7 has sent 2 members to take down Furia, and you can see right there, Artusan goes down. But that just means we're looking at a 1v4, and I'm nervous for them because you want to get back on up, and we still haven't been able to get the full onto Archers, and you want to make it towards that 3. And if you're only expending 2 members of Alpha 7, because look at the other 2, we're straight up split. We are watching to see what's going to be our next game plan, and do you need assistance? Do we need to kind of send on over there?
Yeah, I mean, Furia, they're in a box right now because with zone to their back, They're going to go down. It's only a matter of time. Alpha 7 have all the sight lines, but it's up to Alpha 7 if they're going to give this up, because the next zone does pop. Okay, since it did send her up, they can spend time on this fight, but they have to also wonder, like, do we just take this position? Do we go to our brothers, or do we wait and use these angles? That's the question.
If I'm them, I focus up. I go right back on up and I join up with the other duo, because you can just see the angles that they have. Granted, their back is relatively clear. The only closest player are going to be 2 solos. So you have strength in numbers. We just really need to work on clearing out Furia.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trying to do a 3-1 split here. So the Revo did join up with this team. Furia is going to have to do a full-fledged wrap, and that's what they're doing right now. So they're going to be sending in vehicles. But, oh, wow, nice little headshot right there. Makes it a much more difficult. And Team Liquid taken out. So Team Liquid not able to get started here in the first 2 matches.
Very interesting performance here from Team Liquid. Granted, maybe just everyone is hyper aware that they are on those double points for today, and they want to make sure that they make their chance nil at moving even further up that leaderboard. They understood the assignment, and maybe the whole lobby's against them. But for Alpha 7, still kind of playing around with Furia, and it looks like we're going to go ahead and connect back on up with our teammates, and Furia is going to hit that full wrap towards that northwestern side.
I love what Magellan did. Oh, and now here come the pressure from every angle. Furia just getting pieced apart, and that's what Alpha 7 does, is they just kind of force you in between a rock and a hard place, and you just see Furia just had no choice. They had to wrap around. They couldn't beat Alpha 7 in a fair fight, 3v4, and they're getting punished by everybody. So yeah, it's just Skyovsky left, and he's in trouble.
Well, you're fighting 2 teams. NRG is already holding that space that you were trying to rotate into. So one gets picked off by NRG, another goes to NRG. So NRG's like, hey, yo, Alpha 7, thank you so much for giving us all these eliminations. We're currently sitting on 7.
Ooh, and that is some eliminations they desperately need. Is he going to get this first aid off? I don't know if it's going to be enough. Nope. Yeah, not in time. And he cannot walk out in the open. So he's just going to go out to blue and deny some points here, because Alpha 7 are long-range experts. This is what they play best. When they have nothing to their backs, all they got to do is shoot at everything in sight.
And that's going to be specifically valid here for Miramar. The desert landscape, all of the open terrain, that is what you need to be good at. So love to see that for them. And NRG will just have to continue on down to a duo. And here is exactly where you were talking about. Alpha 7, that mid to long range, consistently putting that pressure on. Now, if no one's going to be able to challenge Mafioso here, NRG's not going to be able to move.
Yeah, Milaz is completely stuck out in the open, so he's just a free elimination for everybody looking towards him. I mean, there's nothing he can do. That's why they blow up those vehicles. They shoot out one of those tires, you spin out, and if you're wide on the open, yeah, you're stuck. You can see him throwing a smoke. Maybe he's going to try to get to that rock. He's running backwards here, but it is not looking good. Mafioso, once that smoke dissipates, he should have an angle on him.
Oh no, we'll just have to see how will this work, because now granted, that's only one member of Alpha 7 that is out here working towards the duo that is left of NRG. The remaining members of Alpha 7 are still reunited on that southern side, trying to figure out where do we want to go. As you see where that circle is pulling towards, and Influence Rage, albeit only on 3 eliminations, that zone is your best friend.
Yes, it is. And Mafioso finally catches Milaz out in the open. So down he goes. The zone centers up. So how's Alpha 7 going to get into this one now? You can see them trying to soak up some eliminations. But yeah, now they realize zone is in the center. We got to start looking that way.
And similar enough to what we had witnessed maybe a couple stages prior, this is where Alpha 7 will, granted now, they will get that full on Milaz. Knowing that Spec is last standing, you can choose to maybe full send that solo, or you start looking for that priority of your positioning towards that next circle. So they're going to group back up. Now, do you take Influence Rage's building? Do you full send Titan Gaming? Now, granted, they're both 4 stacks, and we've got a 4-man here. You just have to figure out where do we want to head first.
They're going to need a big initial knock for sure to help them out. But at the same time, there's so much action happening here that you might not even be looking there. And Revo did get that initial knock onto an active from Titan. So now they have to start focusing on their backs, because they're going to get pushed up here if they're not careful. Nobody's looking in that direction. So if Alpha 7 wanted to push that warehouse, they could.
For now, we'll just have to keep an eye on it because they have so much high ground out here in the open. I'm worried about it, but it doesn't seem like anyone's actually occupied with it. And it looks like both Alpha 7 is just angling two different teams, deciding which one can we decide to force the issue on. And if you're going to lose out on one from Titan Gaming, now they're down to a trio. And well, NRG Galaxy, we were curious what Spec was going to do. And I believe he just decides to go down towards the blue. Like you say, keep denying those additional eliminations to other players.
Yeah, Alpha 7 made way too much noise now, so everybody started to get keep eyes on them. Next zone is about to pop, and this will be the last shift so far of this Miramar match. We'll see where it goes. Meanwhile, I mean, we got some urban action here. Look at this. Be Bold, still alive, but no elimination so far.
No, but it's Inko that's pushing it straight in towards Titan, and it's allowing Alpha 7 to also collapse around them. So Redox on your screen, just kind of trying to use any cover, maybe deny any nades. Don't want to give up information, but also focus on healing because it's going to take some time. And well, you can see where that zone is pulling to. Titan Gaming is going to have to move straight into Inko. So you're going to have to deal with not only that, but Alpha 7 who has to move.
Yeah, and they're going to have to move quick because this is the last shift. This zone will now go into nothing in just about a minute right now. So you can see, yeah, Carrillo with a nice knock there on a limb. And I don't think Rido is in a position to res him. So that's going to be tough.
It is. Titan Gaming then will be down to a solo if we're not going to be able to get that res off. Now, albeit they've grabbed 4 eliminations, but if you're on 9 as Alpha 7 is doing exactly what All Glory Gaming was doing in map number 1, this is, oh, I think they're in the res. They're getting it.
They got it. So they got the res off, but at this point, what are you going to do? You're going to have to move, but they can't because all eyes are on them. You can see Federal with a nice nade there. That opens things up, and that's perfect timing because now this zone, 53 seconds on the clock. It is going to start closing.
And this is the team that rotated in so early, focused on that rotation and the playable space. And look, you've just got to be able to do that. I know people were talking and they said they wanted more gun power in these games. And well, 3 eliminations is a start. Once you kind of iron out your macro for a game and start picking up eliminations, that is a good way. Now, granted, not double points for them, but still can make a move and be consistent. And just like you said, look at that blue zone starting to wrap in. All of our teams getting pushed even closer together.
This is what I was talking about you earlier, Tiff, right? Alpha 7, they've trained so much on playing on this outer edge. And you can see just how dominant they are when they're in that position. 11 eliminations so far. A lot of teams would have been taken out already. But these guys, they don't need much cover. They cover themselves with the weapons they have in their hand. And Mafioso, you can see, look at this, looking at every single angle. They need a big knock here if they want to push.
Honestly, if they keep up this pace, they might be your overall elim leader so far for day number 3. You think of Team Liquid had 88 elimination points, and Alpha 7 prior to this game sitting at 79. So there's a really good chance. And well, we just have to figure out what that next move is. You got Influence Rage ahead of them, Death Wolves and Be Bold. So Death Wolves will fall because they're caught up in the area, but at least they go out with 6 eliminations. It's still some bit of a consolation.
Yes, it is indeed. Nades are starting to come out. That was McGrellin's last one, and it hits. He waited to the last second with that knock. Now they're going to start pushing. Here they go. Be Bold now on the move as well against Inko. The zone closing down to nothing. David with that nade, not able to hit it, Tiff.
Oh, but Titan Gaming, we're starting to move up. They're going to fall. We're down to our final 3, and Inko, they make an exit. Only 2 eliminations, and Alpha 7 still picking up more, down to a duo with 12. What can we do here? Let's get into that building, peek it, but we get punished immediately from that.
Carrillo with the M4 and UMP. He doesn't have a DBS, but his peaks are no joke. That Molly coming out, though, definitely hurt. Carrillo's going to go for that res, but he's got to watch out because that player from Be Bold is going to peek this. He's going to take the shots, though. When is he going to do it?
McGrellin just trying to take different angles, maybe put that suppression fire in. Honestly, Be Bold moving in onto Influence Rage. You get that knock straight onto David. We are going to have collapsing a 3v3v1. Influence Rage, 1 up, 1 down. And it almost seems like it's time to focus on healing before we straight up push in. Fran, though, you got to keep your eyes on them.
This zone hurts so much. They can't afford to heal inside of it. They have to make a play. Fran going out, and Alpha 7 holding it down. How is this possible? These guys came from the edge. It's Alpha 7 now versus Be Bold. Last player alive. What can he do?
Oh, they're full sending. I don't care what it is. When you're in a 3v1, you just full send, open fire. Yes, Be Bold's able to take it down to a 1v2, but it doesn't matter there. Can you believe it? Alpha 7, game number 2. The question is, how many eliminations, Hotchukes, were they able to grab right there in that end game?
Oh, they got a whole bunch. I cannot believe they won that game. That final player of Be Bold, I'm surprised he didn't peek out there a little bit earlier. I thought he saw those 2 players of Alpha 7 sitting there outside healing. I'm not sure what happened, but man, for Alpha 7 to win a game like that, that is impressive.
It really is. They were in 3rd place leading into this map of Miramar. So knowing what they did there in double-digit eliminations, a massive game, you have to feel so solid. We got to get you back in here, Taylor, because let me just tell you, I know you're excited about that one.
I am. Well, I am for a number of reasons, but the way that Alpha 7 wins that, I'm with Hotchukes there. I mean, I don't think they should have. You know, a solid placing, yes. When I saw them doing their typical gatekeeper play style, okay, which is what they typically do, ride the edge of blue, their long-range game is phenomenal. Hotchukes, you shout that out, and rightly so, right? I'm like, oh, things are looking good, but slowly but surely the zones start going towards those hardcover POIs, where Be Bold is set up, where Influence Rage is set up, where Titan Gaming is set up. So I'm like, oh, this is going to be a bit tough, right, to kind of break in to those hardcover POIs at this caliber of gameplay, Hotchukes. But slowly but surely they do. That God Nade connects. Influence Rage drops a player. They push, but then their job's not done with, is it, Hotchukes? They start losing players, but it was that res, right, where Be Bold should have capitalized. They did not.
Oh, they couldn't. And again, I would love to see like what that final player of Be Bold on the outside was doing, because I thought he had all the angles in the world to really just third-party Alpha 7 in this position. But I don't know, you just waited a little bit too long, or maybe he didn't have the vision I thought he did. And I mean, yeah, it's still good for them because they got some double points, right, Tiff? But at the same time, I mean, it would have been better if they got the chicken dinner.
True. It's always better if you get the chicken dinner, let's be real. But at the end of the day, it's very similar to what we saw from Entity 7 in game number 1, right? It's just a mere timing issue. And even if you would have had more frag grenades going into that last fight instead of just kind of going in with your weapon, if you could unleash a slew of frags right into Alpha 7, maybe that does a lot of the work for you and you can just kind of sit back and clean things up.
I think it was just the most chaotic end zone you could have had. I mean, you had so much open area. When you think of Miramar, you think of the desert, and you pointed that out, Spider Tip, right? It's just there's so much land, and that really benefits teams such as, you know, Alpha 7 with their long-range game. But again, that POI, that building there was the curse for so many rosters, but surprisingly not for Alpha 7, who should have been at a big disadvantage trying to break into that hardcover, but ultimately a phenomenal game for them. 15 eliminations that will match All Glory Gaming from game number 1 on Aaron Gale. Granted, no double points for them, but still an impressive finish nonetheless. But the big story, too, to follow up, Hotchukes, Be Bold sitting at 24, their strongest game yet.
That is so sad. I'm not gonna lie. It is so sad that Be Bold have double points and still didn't get the most points in this game. How crazy is that? Right? Double
it's wild.
points.
I mean,
second place, and Alpha 7 still outscored them by 1 point. That's crazy.
you could say that about Team Liquid, SLR, they get double points too. I mean, you really could, but now, granted, 24, that is still solid. You look at SLR, who didn't really have a strong in game number 1. They still went with 20 points. So I guess if you're north of 20 on a double point game, I'm okay with it. And you jump back on over to this other half. SLR walk away with a 0. Even if you get double points, you can't double point a 0. It just doesn't work like that.
You can't. Although you could try, you absolutely cannot. It would always equal 0. Team Liquid, 10 points total today. 4 from game number 1, 6 from game number 2. That's not what they were looking for today. That's not what anyone was expecting. Another point to make on that in just a bit, to quote Spider Tiff from the game itself, just game number 2. But here's the overall rankings. Alpha 7, though, through their good effort, Spider Tiff will jump up to 156, overtaking the previous first place winners of Inco Gaming. So good on them. We've got a new victor.
We do have a new victor, and we also have our first team that's encompassed 3 winner chicken dinners now. And if you find yourself in first place already, knowing that you're in Group D and you don't get your double point day until Sunday, this is how you have to kind of kick things off. This is asserting your dominance in every bit of the way that we were talking about in that top of show. You're just feeling good, knowing that teams like Team Liquid, All Glory Gaming, yes, they've got everything that they want to do with those double points today, and you are just staving Team Liquid off for being able to acquire anything at this point.
That's
hot
insane.
juice. 9-16.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that is wild. You know, we're not really seeing a crazy move except for Be Bold putting up some good solid points right there. It was just crazy to me to watch on page number 1 the fact that Alpha 7 was in first place, and it wasn't all the way until 7th, right, that there was another team that hasn't had double points yet. So that just goes to show just how impressive their performance has been so far.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Well, I mean, it also makes sense. I mean, you look at them from day one, we think of Alpha 7 in general as a team. I mean, they were one of the most hyped teams coming into this event, representing an entire region themselves. Granted, Alpha 7 didn't have the strongest day 2, but day 1, coupled now with their performance here in day number 3, I mean, you got to give them their flowers where the flowers are due. We talk about Team Liquid and Hyper, Inco, on their double point days, but Alpha 7's going to be a terror, and I don't think there's anything stopping them because it's their consistency. Nobody's been able to match A7's consistency so far. 2 maps down, and again, a lot of jumping around. I think that's going to be the theme throughout the entirety of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. Every team is up for grabs when it comes to first place. It's been truly phenomenal. We've got map number 3 coming your way very shortly. We're going back to Erangel. Will we see a repeat victory from All Glory Gaming? Maybe they'll take first place. We'll find out after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Spider. Tiff, 2 games down, about to hop into game number 3. We're going back to Erangel, where All Glory Gaming started off, I believe, with a 52-point game. Very impressive, putting them in first place. But can they hold on to it? That's the question, because Alpha 7 are out for blood. And Spider, Tiff, I'm going to go straight to you. There was a great quote that you had. We hyped up Team Liquid, and I think everybody realized and respected the double points day for Team Liquid and how deadly they can truly be. But you did say maybe that put everybody on high alert to really focus in on Team Liquid. Maybe not where they're landing, but where they are. Do you think teams, when they see Team Liquid, they are honing in on them and wanting to take them out immediately?
Yeah, I think so. Also, they're also focusing on the macro in a way with their rotations that they are just leading themselves into really unfortunate pushes. And something that Hot Jukes had mentioned was, despite not having zone, we would go back to that first Erangel. You know, they're rotating with 2 vehicles over that bridge, and you've just got the wrap by All Glory Gaming. Teams, once they get that first initial knock and they're like, oh my God, this is Team Liquid, this is a team that we need to focus on, that just seems to be the case for them. And now, granted, they've already won maps on Erangel and Miramar in the first 2 days, right? So they've got experience and can exceed on both of those. And then we see the first 2 maps of the day and you're like, oh, that did not go well. So now you have 4 more games on your double points day to kind of reroute what everything is going to happen. And can they do that?
That's the question. Can they do that? They've got the experience, Hot Jukes, right? Team Liquid isn't a team that, gets down on themselves. At least if they do, they don't get down on themselves for long. A recovery has to be there. But I will say, this is probably the longest dry spell I've seen from Team Liquid over the past 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, we still have 4 more matches to go, so they can rocket launch up the leaderboard still. So it's not over yet for sure. I think right here and now they need to make a statement, though. They need to just go ahead and say, hey, all right, here we are. We're ready to go. I do think that it is a factor, though, what you said, Taylor, right? What teams realize that it may be more worth it to shut down Team Liquid than necessarily get points today if you're not a double points day team, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if a team, either loses a player to Team Liquid, or once they finish out and realize it's them, they'll stay back and say, you know what, we just got to flush them out here and now and just slow them down somehow.
So back at you, Hot Jukes, because you brought up a great point during pre-show, and that was about Hyper. And I believe you said, quote me if I'm wrong, that they don't necessarily have a specific landing spot. They kind of just fill it out, right? So I think we're seeing the effects of that, specifically today. Game number 1, 16th place. Game number 2, 15th place. They have been non-existent today. In fact, they've been non-existent since game number 1, Erangel, yesterday, where they had that massive double-point game, 40+, I think 16 eliminations. It was phenomenal. But where have they been the past, now 6 maps? They've been gone. Do they need to change that up? Because clearly just being free-flowing isn't working.
Yeah, you can see the difference from a team that enters in late, like Alpha 7, how they did in the last game. They're so used to that strategy. They are seasoned with it, and they executed it to perfection. And Hyper don't have that down yet. I mean, once and Hyper is a full squad, and they're in a similar position where they know what to do. The play is obvious. They are very, very good. It's getting to there. That's the problem. They're losing players on the way in. They're getting beat up by the blue zone, and it's just hard to deal with.
Yeah, Blue Zone's been quite brutal. We've seen several teams lose their lives to Blue Zone. Be Bold was one of them, I believe. Death Wolves also stayed alive, and they had a great game, too. I was actually very happy with them to see them get that first early initial elimination onto SLR, who ultimately ended up surviving much longer than I thought they would with just 3. But after Death Wolves lost 2, they just couldn't do much. And that final zone, I think Blue is what ended up taking them out. But going into game 3, you got to be on high alert if you're anybody for Alpha 7. Alpha 7's just been absolutely insane. In fact, when it comes to the 5 overall elimination leaders so far, well, it's Alpha 7 who hold 3 of those 5 spots, 2 through 4, Revo, Carrillo, as well as McGrellin, all of them holding it down. I can't, let's see, 89 total eliminations, I believe, split between the 3 of them, which is quite spectacular. Revo leading with 30. The rest of the 2 who's on there is Team Liquid, Chief, and Mythic, which no surprise there, especially after the performance from day number 1 and day 2. Spider Tiff, calling it out real quick. Team, who you looking out for to be the strongest, and who you looking out for to step it up going into Erangel game number 3?
You need to throw it down right now. Now, granted, Erangel is that map that you are seeing in this 6-game series the most, 50% of the way, and we only have one team that has found themselves with 3 wins overall on 3 days, Alpha 7 being one of them. Now, Alpha 7, over the course of the past 2 days, have won the final map on Erangel each day. So
that's true.
Coming off that map win on Miramar, their first of the PMSL Spring America Series, I think you have to be on lookout for them, because the moment you start heating up, you feel that confidence and fight. The way they just deathballed B-balled in that end game, they are on top of the world right now.
I agree. I think they showed probably, honestly, the best. That's Hot Jukes. I don't know. Is that the best play that we've seen yet? Because, I mean, they genuinely, they should have been dead to rights in that final zone.
It was disgusting. I know that there's a little bit of a language barrier between all these teams in Sao Paulo, but I kid you not, Alpha 7 is just walking around just doing this, just going more, pow, pow. Huh? More pow pow? You want more? Because I mean, it's crazy. They're just a wrecking ball. Once they have their backs to the zone, they just destroy everybody, and they did that because they shouldn't have won that game. They should not have won.
Should not have won that game. You can make the argument if they had more utility, maybe nades, does he play a little bit differently? But no, Alpha 7, they alpha up, moving into those hardcover POYs. Incredible job. Well, it looks like game 3 is about to be underway. We're going back to Erangel. Exciting times, chat. Let us know who's taking game 3. I want to see your predictions in the chat. Will it be Alpha 7, HEG? Will they return to glory? Well, the possibility is there. It is in their name after all. And for all of you out there in the chat, just to let you know, the PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June and is free to unlock. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. You can redeem that code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arch Gentleman set and the Dark Legend UMP 45 skins. Make sure you check it out. Like I said, pinned in the link or pinned in the comment above. Get in there, get in, and get active. Without further ado, game number 3, Erangel, Hot Juke, Spider Tip, take it away.
Hey, Tiff, Taylor pre-recorded that, right?
No, he's just that good. Let's be real. I'm gonna record it, and I'm gonna sit there, and that's gonna be my ASMR to fall asleep to.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. My ASMR is gonna be a suppressed M24. That's all I want to hear in this game. Hopefully, we can see a snipe one of these days. It's like a knife in the heart. The fact that we don't see bolt action snipers more relevant, but that's just the way it is right now. These guys with that M466, they are straight up laser beams with the spray.
It's been really beautiful to see. Let's just talk about that. One thing that's not necessarily that great to see is this plane line that we are working with. If we're staying so far over onto that western side, you can see NRG is making their way all the way down by military base. That's very respectful of them. Now, we saw so many teams get gate kept on these bridges toward the outside when that zone pulled towards northern last time. So I'm nervous, but also very nervous to see where N Hyper is potentially going to be rolling on out of.
Yeah, let's see what they decide. I mean, it's kind of hard, especially with a zone like this. And you can see, yep, they are going to go ahead and challenge Be Bold. And they already have a player down. He has to win this 1v1. Can he do it? And Hyper need to survive here. They can't afford losing a player early on. Oh, but it's SKS versus Pump Shotgun. That's going to be hard to beat.
I know, but Stars was working the staircase in map number 1, but if you've got a shoddy just waiting out for you, at least Brunson there just giving that information away. As soon as Stars knows, hey, that opposing enemy has a shotgun, let's kind of back it off, bait him through, and make it work. But the wrap from David catches him on the outside. There goes the fool, and just like that, everything falls apart.
FS in the air, and about to go down. You can see him. Look at that. We haven't even seen this in quite a while. The glider, and it is on fire. FS has to play this very, very carefully as Ed Hyper, oh my gosh, going down in flames once again.
Quite literally going down in flames. But for Be Bold, they've got a vehicle. They want to go ahead and say, we're just going to put the finishing nail into Ed Hyper. And you can see, even though despite switching vehicles, we are just going to throw down. There goes the chow, and David cleans it up.
See ya later, man. Ed Hyper just can't get it going here. I think that they need to do what you said earlier. They just have to hot drop on somebody. Land at a place that you know really well, challenge them and force them out, because this is just not working. It's just not at all.
No, you need to do something that feels really comfortable for you. Now, granted, they could just be testing some things out. I'm sure we'll hear for some of the players like Stars earlier, and just some of the interviews we've heard from them. Yes, newer team. Yes, they're kind of ironing out some things, but they still come in with an air of confidence about them that I'm just not actually witnessing in the gameplay here today. More specifically, I'm seeing it from Stars. I just want to see it from the rest of the team.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the hard part is, you know, nerves are always a big thing. And you know, even when Kindness and Koi were on in Hyper, I think one of their biggest struggles was nerves. You know, Kindness was a really, really shy person, and it's tough to break out of that shell, especially when you're at LAN. And, you know, unfortunately, we don't see him here. I think they would have done a lot better if you know, Kindness was on SLR. But, you know, now that they're gone, and Hyper, new team, have so much potential, but you can't even get practice like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to work stuff off, and you get taken out this early. You're having to wait for like 45 minutes before you even get to work again.
I mean, you're not wrong, and that is tough, right? Especially if you want to kind of iron out a lot of those things that you're working on. But one thing that I will say that they achieved was they took down a member of Be Bold. They will now be a trio, and that makes things a little tough for them when it comes to getting those double points. Now, granted, they're already sitting on 8 for this game because they wiped up 4 eliminations. So in a way, that's a good, solid game for me to witness out of Be Bold, and they're sitting in 10th place overall after 2 games with 74 points. A lot of room to move up that leaderboard. About 29 will take them into the top 5, which job's not done there, but they're just getting warmed up here.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a thing. It's like, especially with double points, I don't think losing a player is going to hurt that bad. I'd rather have the 4 points because that's 8 already. You know what I'm saying? So it definitely helps hedge their bets a little bit, especially if they get a bad zone. But if they were in a really good position, then losing that player is going to hurt big time. So it's one of those 50-50s, you know? You have to figure out, you know, do the best with what you got. So I want to see Be Bold, not give up for sure. They need to utilize this day the best way they possibly can. And also, I want to see how All Glory Gaming bounces back, Tiff, right? Because they had a ridiculous game 1, game 2, a little bit of quiet, but now they're back on Erangel.
Hey, look, if you feel comfortable here, and we know that you did, you look back to all the success that they had previously, and I'm talking like in the qualifiers, right? To get to here, 5 of the last 6 games that were played were inside the top 5, and the wins that you achieved were all on Erangel. So you should feel the most comfortable when it comes to playing Erangel here today, and it just really hasn't kind of it hasn't looked good for them. And I hate saying that, because if you come in with such confidence and your average placement per game across all maps is sitting at 9.64 out of 16, you're going to have to make those changes. And I know we've talked about them kind of missing out on their key player, but how do you adapt without them?
That's a good point. Yeah, how do you adapt? That's always the question. And right now, you know, we're not seeing too much adaptation happen from some of these squads. You know, SLR started off strong, so we saw them, okay, maybe a little bit of a bounce back, but dead silence since then. So now that we're, you know, in match number 3, it's still early. Still a lot of gameplay to be happening here and a lot of opportunity, but you can't waste it because you only get one double points day per week, and that's really your chance to shine.
It is, and I'm looking at teams like Team Liquid that haven't had a chance to shine just yet, despite being in the top 3. And, well, look at this. We're crossing the bridge early. We know we're going towards the northern side, and we've got to get towards the center. So to cross early, not allow themselves to be gate-kept, and are kind of mirroring SLR in that rotation. And, well, Team Queso also in the mix. Wanted to take some shots at that rotation. But from now, Silence here. This is going to be a better game for them here than Miramar, right? Because they got whittled down so crazy right off the rip. And they're not just going out into the open despite seeing Team Liquid rotate. They're just showing presence, letting them know, hey, you can't stop here.
Yeah, I wonder... Yeah, every time I see this place, I just think about game 1, day 1. You know, N-Hyper landed in the same spot, and they beat Team Queso out, like, completely.
Yeah.
But then gave them spot. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. You know, maybe they know something we don't. But at this point, I think it'd be worth it for them to just try and take that back. But meanwhile, the team, another North American team we're keeping an eye on is SLR. You know, trying to maybe shoot some shots, say, hey, get away from us. And that's exactly what NZ did.
It's true. It's true. We're just looking around here. It's tough. You think back to that map one on Aaron Gale. The end game ended up being Team Queso versus Team Liquid, right? And the 2v4 with Team Liquid having all 4 up. So rather interesting that they're already showing presence there in that early map. But for Titan Gaming, a team that needs to show presence in general, tied for 16th place overall with SLR at 46 points. At that rate, you can do so much when you hit the fact that, well, SLR has double points, but you can still jump on over them. And I would love to see them move above even Entity 7, but we're just kind of waiting for them to find that rhythm. And a lot of our teams, well, finding their rotations.
Yeah, let's see what ends up happening here. Is Titan Gaming. Look at that. Find one of the players from E7. So
wow,
they'll take that point and run with it for sure over here in Gatka.
Manifestation. Did I not just say I wanted to see them jump on over Entity 7 and then we just start seeing them go straight up against each other? It's crazy how that works.
That's how it works sometimes. You just never know what happens. And Entity 7, yeah, they just have had a lot of trouble getting their feet off the ground here, but they're getting some placement points. SLR finding Rolls of War, and they're going to fight this out, but they want to do it pretty quickly here because there are going to be some teams in the vicinity coming soon. So Tonka, completely stuck out in the open. He's in a really bad spot here. He needs a huge knock on a white LG.
Yeah, in ROW, right, at this point, they've got one down. I don't think they're going to be able to get that res. You can see just where that positioning looks like in Victix here from the inside. We'll just see what they are going through, just focusing up, getting that boost in line before the peak comes through. But you have to look at the positioning from SLR and how they're looking to kind of take down ROW. Ooh. Other teams making their place known. You know they're going to be calming that. If we full send onto this and look for that positioning, this could cost us. We will likely get thirded.
Yeah, that's why you can just see SLR is just kind of holding down right now. I mean, it would have been nice for them to, you know, push this out and fight here. But with Tonka on this off angle, I think they're opting to just kind of hang out for now because there's another team right behind them. And I believe, yeah, that's going to be Titan Gaming. And, actually, 9Z. Yeah, 9Z is right behind them. So if this fight goes off, they're getting third-partied 100%.
You've got 9Z behind ROW, and you have Team Queso spread out in buildings just behind SLR. They're just kind of biding their time, waiting to see what's going to happen within this compound and who is going to make a play. Because at that end of the day, SLR is holding those 2 different buildings, but you can see from the distance that we are running into some potential issues. One of the members of SLR finally getting back up to health, took a lot of damage. And Koi here, prone, gonna potentially look for an angle onto Tonka.
Let's see what he can do here. Koi trying to shoot some shots, maybe catch somebody in the grass. Yeah, and he's just peeking out little by little. Nobody there, but Tonka is in that vicinity. But he's got to be careful not to fully peek this. And Tonka doesn't want to risk getting knocked either, because that is a critical offing. That nade might be a little far. I know that he's been working on them throws, but yeah, just a little too short.
No hide elegy here is just like, maybe I can have an angle. But at the end of the day, is it worth it? Is it worth making all this noise? Well, when you look towards where that circle is pulling, All Glory Gaming, this is very similar to the same rotation that they had. Granted, they're holding less space. So they're going to have to filter on in behind Team Queso and Inko. So I'm a little worried about them. And then you look towards the north with B-Bolt. Granted, double point day for them. They are on that further northern side and will have to wrap on in straight into Influence Rage.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. So Hawaii Elegy going to go ahead and hold down this spot for now. And I will say, like, Super Lazy Reflex, when it comes to, like, decision-making, you know, rotations, they seem to put themselves in a really good spot. It's just that fighting ability, you know, just turning on that aggression. That seems to be their biggest struggle. So I'm hoping they find that switch, because they definitely got it in them, but it just might take some time to warm up. You know what I'm saying?
It does take time to warm up, and I think that's very interesting about how all of our players being on LAN, needing to take that time to warm up. But at what point is it just like, okay, it's do or die? We have to warm up now,
exactly,
or else we are just gonna fall so far behind as well. Warning shots on that rotation. Just, you know, hey, maybe you should probably not rotate here. They're not going to have a lot of places to decide to go. If you go all the way down towards that eastern side, you'll run into All Glory Gaming. So Influence Rage, if they go towards the west, Furia is right there. And, well, we'll just have to see where they decide to go. Little boy, though, on your screen here, working with the topography of Erangel and some cover here. But they're split up, just looking for maybe some picks to maybe send a little bit later.
Yeah, totally possible. But yeah, they're just right now just waiting it out, waiting for this next zone, trying to figure out what to do. And yeah, hopefully we could see even a team like Influence Rage just show their teeth a little bit more. You know, in this PUBG Mobile competitive world, it is dog eat dog, and if you don't show your fangs, you know, teams are just gonna run all over you. And that's why I want to see, you know, Influence Rage step up a little bit more. I know they had a huge sub out. You know, we're not seeing Law in the mix here, so that is definitely something that I'm keeping my eye on. And I will say this, if you're a player that is subbed out for any reason, what do you think, Tiff? Do you want your team to do really good?
Yeah, of course.
You think so?
Yeah, I would, but I mean, maybe I'm just a positive person, and I'm like, of course I want them to do really good.
Right. That's the hard thing, especially at LAN, though, because if your team does really good and you're not there, you're sitting. You know what I'm saying? You're not moving a muscle.
I mean, yeah, you don't want to get benched. You really don't, but you also want what's good for the organization and the squad as a whole, because it just, you think about the momentum gaining, and everyone has off days. Yeah. You can have an off day, get swapped out, and then maybe play again, because no one is perfect. And being on LAN, shaking things out, maybe they're just testing the limits here. We talk about that a lot, especially in the early games of the series, the earlier days of it. I mean, this is a marathon, 15 total days across 3 weeks. We've got the longevity here. And, well, a lot of teams have a long way to go as we pull straight towards the west.
Here we go. Chopsticks, dead center of the map. And we're starting to see teams flood towards that direction right now. Looking on the outskirts, Be Bold and All Glory Gaming, two teams in the double points, are all the way at that edge, and that's the fight that we're looking at right now. All Glory Gaming need to avoid this fight. Yeah, they just need to just completely avoid it, get in the vehicles, get into zone, and fight later.
And what we're seeing is Team Liquid grabbing some knocks, and Cardozen, though, already down, and well, Chief. Yeah, you go immediately down. It's Chief last standing, Ayala down, and, well, Team Liquid once again throwing down here in the early game, and we do not want to see them go out with only one elimination.
Ugh, I'm not even going to say throwing down. I'm just going to say just throwing. That hurts. I mean, losing two players like that, yeah. They had the whole squad there. It was 2v1. They lost to Rado Boy, and now they are in a desperate situation. Sometimes these splits are just not worth it. Stick the whole team, ensure you get that finish, and then play from there. Because it's hard to hold those buildings as a two-man. I don't even think you can, because if a full squad rolls up, there's nothing you can do.
That's true, but at least Ayala is up, and, well, now you have to defend your area with the duo. Yes, you got the rotation early on, but you found yourself centered between not only DW, but also NRG. And NRG is reeling off of that Miramar, right? They did not have a good showing. They got gate kept, and now they want to capitalize on the eliminations. And, well, Entity 7 going to be eliminated here. That's going to open the door for SLR wanting to bolster their points and maybe leapfrog up, maybe even over 9Z.
They can rocket launch themselves in the leaderboards. They can throw themselves up to 7th place with a good, crazy game here. But it's going to be hard to do if you're playing it passive. Furia going up against Alpha 7 now. Teams are going to want to go ahead and stop them. And, oh, Alpha 7's actually in a really terrible spot. They're completely sandwiched. It's going to be hard to survive this.
Look, there's 4 squads here. Alpha 7 already having one down. The trade comes through, but it's Furia that's letting it rip straight through all of these squads. You can see that Inko is just towards the north, and Furia has the split here. Multiple coverage options and putting pressure both on not only Alpha 7, but Inko. Now Inko hopping in the vehicle saying, okay, look, we've already lost one. We don't want any part of this.
Yeah, and that's Alpha 7's greatest weakness. Is like when they thought they had their backs to the wall. They thought they could just push Furia and not have to worry about it. But Inko made it that much more difficult. But Rebel with a nice knock there at FPP. Alpha 7's not done yet.
Alpha 7 just said, look here, Furia, I'm going to make it your problem to go ahead and chow me. But Furia answers back. And, well, Adrian, on your screen, just healing up on the edge of this, just playing audio cube. Look, the peaks. There's another one. And now the collapse is real. Man, if I'm Titan Gaming, I want to get in on this, but it doesn't matter. Alpha 7, they go out with 6 eliminations, and Furia have to deal with the third party.
Man, but Alpha 7 still putting up 6, regardless of the situation, is insane. That's what you want to do when you don't have the best game. Still put up something, and 6 is definitely good. But be bold. Yeah, now's your chance. Go ahead and try to get some of these eliminations. They do catch Adrian out. That's going to be hard. Augustus going to throw some smokes, try to buy some time, try to stop this push the best he can. But Be Bold are coming in hot.
Inko decided to play zone and Be Bold. This allows them to hit that wrap. The frag connects, and look at that. We are just taking out multiple areas of Furia, and it's only a matter of time, and there we go. The finishing touch. Furia do get eliminated in 12, albeit 5 eliminations, but then you immediately look to our double point team of Be Bold on 8. That's 16 for now.
This is their game. Now, then again, they are still outside of the zone. They're going to have to push their way in and find a way in. Rata Boy again, just punishing Team Liquid here. And now with that Molotov, Ayala, oh, actually, it was a little bit short. He mollied his own team. That hurts.
Yeah. It's a little chaotic, I'm not going to lie. It's going to allow for Rata Boy here to pop the medis and let it work. But let's see. Ayala there. Just on the inside, and Rataboy is just playing the time. The nade, I'm not sure it does. The ricochet, the bounce, and now the reset comes in. Love that cleanness there. Liquid, 1 elimination done and out. 1 times 2, man. That's only 2.
That is insane. That was a complete 1v4 by Rataboy. Rataboy took out the entire squad of Team Liquid by himself. That is insane. Meanwhile, oh, Be Bold. Yeah, just picked apart. They tried to get into the zone, but they just unfortunately weren't able to do so.
That's tough. Be Bold have fallen. SLR also with the double points have fallen, which means All Glory Gaming still the only team up for the double points. And Inko Gaming choosing not to third party up on Furia. And they have rotated in, they've got cover, and they're doing some gatekeeping action for themselves. Now, Titan Gaming, we were asking, could they warm up on Erangel? And they're sitting on 7.
Ooh, now they're starting to heat up, that's for sure. They're not, well, they're out in the open field, so they're just going to have to work, use those vehicles as cover. A couple of them hay bells as well. Rin's trying to catch an angle. Great little shots there from Nanabete with that mini. And he's just driving around, trying to get some more intel. But this is going to be hard, especially where's this next zone going to go? And Rin finally gets popped out the vehicle.
Ooh. All right, let's see. Focus on that healing right behind cover. Still need to hit a res, but when the explosions come through, we got a full send. We're just running on foot. Prone, here we go. Look at all the names surrounding you right here on Edge, the top of the world. You've got to get through this. And, well, Titan Gaming, they are just split here. You've got 2 that are down on that western side, and we're just looking to see if we can pick anything up. A little solo run, a little solo shenanigans up here.
Oh, just thank goodness the landscaper didn't come in and this grass is tall. That's the only thing that's saving them. And you can see right now they just dropped their level 3 backpack just to kind of minimize that height. So that way they can just survive a little bit longer. The snake play is in full effect on this side of the map. But the zone shifts away from this. And spotted. Team Kessel. 2 players left. Catching these players out. Man, that's a big loss for Titan.
The moment they stand up, just deleted. And that's unfortunate. Elsewhere, All Glory Gaming, who has shown such promise on Erangel in drop number 1, currently going under fire. And 9Z, this team is in 15th place with 51 points. They have all 4 members up. Now, if they can make it towards endgame and have that player advantage, it's really nice to see because Team Queso, yes, top of the zone, have a long way to rotate, want to get down towards Inko. You've got a duo elsewhere. Energy falling with 0 eliminations.
Just like that. I mean, NRG, we thought we were going to see some more signs of life, but unfortunately not. Still 6 teams remaining. Finally, some placement points are going to be had from these squads, and they're going to be really, really beneficial, especially for All Glory Gaming. Reminded, this is the only team right now that do have those double points. And Inko Nunez, applying that pressure to Team Castle. There's not much they can do.
No, but they don't have any eliminations yet. Now, mind you, they're the ones, I said it earlier, they forewent that third party. They played zone. They have solid positioning between the tractor and the hay bale, but we've got to make it worth it, right? We need to pick up eliminations. Other teams left in the lobby, Deathwolves on 7, Titan Gaming, a duo with 7 eliminations, both having a really solid game. But for Team Queso, the question is, how are they going to hit this rotation? They have to move on in. And 9Z, they don't have a lot of space, but they're working between Inko and All Glory Gaming.
Let's see what happens here. Is Nunez is, just kind of stuck trying to get points. They're dead center of the zone, so they can't move. And this is kind of a tough spot to hold, especially from the other side of that hill. But right now, nobody can take it because it is just wide open to everybody else. And all eyes are on this player of Team Kessel. They're just like, we want this point bad.
I mean, do you blame them? On 2, 1, 3. I would sit here all day. You have the upper advantage. Now, the grand scheme of things, no one's going to be able to rotate out and punish where you're at. Even All Glory Gaming, they don't want to move. They've got cover here. It all depends on where that next circle is popping. But at the end of the day, you still have to keep an eye on Team Titan. Titan Gaming over there on that western side on 7 eliminations, which is a stark difference considering they were sitting on a 2.29 average eliminations per game. Their average placement, 9.64. So this is a game where they've improved, and look who's pushed on in.
Nenabeth, they're trying to survive. Oh, an inactive there. Steals that point away. Very, very nice. Eco Gaming going down. That spot, not the safest. Inactive again. Inactive putting in work. It's about time. Titan Gaming, 9 eliminations. 1 player left, but not going out without a fight.
Look,
or 2 players left.
Yeah, a duo, but they're kind of split, right? They're putting that pressure on multiple areas, which is a stark differential. We were asking, when would they wake up? And if they're going to wake up here as a duo, still being able to take those smart engagements, the question is, when that circle starts to pull in, 9Z has found themselves with some nice cover. They've already sent 2 to do recon out, so you've got to keep an eye on those 2 players. Connor and Elite on the outside looking in, but we'll need to get there for All Glory Gaming. The smoke, it's dissipating, but we are just going to pop in the whip, focus on healing, and maybe kind of reunite with the squad.
Yes, indeed. All Glory Gaming, kind of quiet right now, but they're forced to. They're literally just playing out in the open. They don't want to give away too much information. They want to make too much noise because 9Z and Deathwolves are just staring right at them. Unfortunately, Connor has no ammunition. I think I saw only 8 shots of 5.56 and less than 40 of 7.62. So he is in a really, really bad spot here. He has the angles, but he has no ammo. Look,
you got to be conservative.
40 shots.
This is the cost. We always talk about what is the cost of getting into a solid position. Well, it's this. It's not being able to leave this and go ahead and get that loot back up for the end game. So conservative it is. And Melger here peeks out, loses a couple HP for it, is going to have to force that heal, but it's going to be Deathwolves on 7 eliminations, holding that center of circle, and they are able to just apply all the damage to multiple squads.
Chopsticks is so strong right now, and you know Team Liquid is kicking themselves because if they would have just taken out Rado Boy, this would have been their game. So that it's those little plays that can make or break your team, and we'll see what ends up happening at the end of this right here. But 9Z now starting to move out the way, finding that position that we just saw Inko in, so they're gonna take that spot, and All Glory Gaming are just forced to just hit the deck, move little by little here.
Ooh, but keep your eyes on Connor here. Yes, he's able to wrap and get back up with the squad, but there's still, this is like the calm before the storm with the 4 remaining squads. 9Z, All Glory Gaming, Deathwolves, Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming, a duo, Deathwolves, a 3-stack. So look at that position. You say, yes, that's a great position that they were able to take from Team Liquid in that engagement, but they do lose a player, and 9Z already putting the damage straight on to AGG. Your winners of drop number 1 back on Erangel was a 52-point game. Even if they could come close to that, that would be magnificent.
Oh, that would be insane. And, you know, this is a tight one. Right now, it is really all about timing. You know, if anybody could win this game, literally any one of these teams can. It just depends on how this works out. If 9Z fights Deathwolves, then both teams can third party it. It's all about picking your fights perfectly and getting those knocks. A limb, oh, almost got naded there, but he had to peek out, and he gets taken down. That is critical. Now it is just an active void on the open, caught and gone. So that is a huge angle that is now opened up, a big one for 9Z.
They're going to fall with 9 eliminations, albeit one of the best performances in eliminations that we've seen in All Glory Gaming. You talk about those open ending zones, and 9Z are just playing this hill line with the tree, excelling in that mid to long range. Now for our final 3, players are going to go the way of 9Z. This is their game to lose.
Oh, yes, it is. What is going to happen here? The thing is that Deathwolves are not even in the best spot either. 9Z have it. That hill is the best one if you can actually hold it. And now they can, since they eliminated Titan. Now you can see Simple. Oh, yeah. Let's get that level 3 gear. Finds an MG3 as well. 9Z is so ready to win this game.
And that's what I'm saying. They have everything going their way. So as long as they just play it out and don't overextend and just make sure that it's smart. We have 4 nades going the way. You can see that they're just lining it up, wanting to unleash it onto Deathwolves. And look at Simple here. I'm excited to see how we make that work, because you have the advantage. You have the numbers. Knowing that All Glory Gaming has been whittled down to a solo with 3 eliminations.
Deathwolves need to focus on trying to take out that player from All Glory Gaming. If they can finally stand up, but they are trapped. 9Z have all the angles in the world, but they don't have the blue zone to their advantage. Yeah, and Guizao gets a huge knock there. That is critical. Another one. These nades are destroying 9Z.
And that is exactly what I was worried about. If you're holding position, you've got the utility to make advantage, and you're letting Deathwolves just kind of yeet those nades over and just start tearing them apart. 9Z now down to a duo. Deathwolves has the most players alive left in this circle.
Fran is now taken out. That angle is gone. So now it is just 2 teams remaining. It is Deathwolves. Oh, that knock on to Connor, though, was critical. 1 player left. It is a Deathwolves chicken dinner. Beautifully done. And, man, I got to give it up to that one single player from Deathwolves. And you know who it is. It's Rattle Boy.
Yes!
Oh, absolutely.
That is everything that you need to do. You're clutching up early game against Team Liquid, defending that zone. And if you're Team Liquid at this point, you lose that engagement against Deathwolves and they go on to win. That's when you're kicking yourself, knowing that you are fighting for the priority, the game-winning position to go on. And now, granted, Hot Jukes, I was on 9Z's team right there, knowing that they had resources, knowing that it was looking good. And I was like, look, this is your game to lose. If you overextend, if you fall to nades early on, that can cost you. And well, Reflections, I'm sure you've got something to say about it.
Yeah, I was just about to compliment 9Z and their open game and kind of relate it to Alpha 7. I was like, oh, we talked about Alpha 7 and their open game and how well they can, kind of penetrate, whether it be the competition across. But it's like 9Z had that moment, but Deathwolves just had the utility, and the utility connects. And one thing that I've noticed, and I've really started to see, these teams will capitalize off that first down, and you have to at a BR. You absolutely do. And once that first nade hit and we see 9Z, one player gets knocked, Deathwolf says, okay, this is our opportunity to strike. And they did exactly that, okay? Living up to their name and providing death onto 9Z. 9 eliminations. Very, very impressive from them. And honestly, Hot Jukes, I'm happy to see that because Deathwolves had been pretty quiet. You know, I've been like, where have they been, right? Day 1 was incredible. Day 2, okay. But now they're back and they showcased that they can get a winner-winner chicken dinner. So Deathwolves, another threat again.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy, especially to be able to take out a team like Team Liquid by just one player all by yourself. That was the play. That was the play that even made that happen in the first place. And it just goes to show you that in this game, one little mistake could be the difference. And who knows, right? If Team Liquid won that game, they would have been in first place probably with these double points, with how many eliminations they would have got, because they would have not messed around in that position. So, man, you know they're kicking themselves. They can't make that mistake again.
No, cannot. 1v4, Team Liquid? Like, Team Liquid has had just such a lackluster day, which is so surprising. We built this entire narrative yesterday, Spider, to Team Liquid. Today is their day, and it just simply hasn't been. You can make the excuse that we kind of were trying to make a little bit, even before we went into this game, like, oh, well, teams, you know, they see Team Liquid, they push them, and maybe that's still true, but Tiff, to get 1v4'd, come on, that simply cannot happen, especially to the caliber of a team that Team Liquid is.
And I'm sure that Team Liquid understands that, yes, that can't happen, but what's going to be more important is how they shake that off and just keep moving forward. Because yes, maybe you're having a string of bad luck despite having bonus points, but albeit you'll get bonus points next Friday. You've already performed so well without them that honestly, I'm really not worried about it. Something to be said though, is Deathwolf's ability to move on from that and take all of those fights. And I'm looking at stats, and something to be said here, Hot Jukes. Most grenades used, Deathwolf's 57.
Oh, yeah.
By
yeah,
Ratto Boy in particular, 26.
Wow, that is crazy. And that was the big difference maker, because honestly, it was that nade that just opened it up on a 9Z and secured it. And let's not talk about this, Taylor. Let's just skip all over this completely, you know? So great points from B-Bold as well. This is the play right here, though.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. That's what started it all, wasn't it? I mean, Be Bold, though, you did talk about, you mentioned, and I think it is worth mentioning Be Bold. Double points today, plus 8 eliminations. Okay, so at least getting 16. And I think Be Bold could definitely be appreciative of that. After all, they did, in fact, on Miramar, they did get 6 points, plus the second place finish. So they are on the up and up. And I do believe they're trying to break into the top 8, if I'm not mistaken. So I can't wait to see where they're going to be at on the final standings. So great game from Be Bold. And also Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming waking up a bit. 4th place, 9 eliminations. That's one of the better finishes that we have seen as of yet. But now I've got to bring them up again. And I'm going to continue to bring them up because they continually let me down in Hyper. I have Hot Jukes. First game, 16th place. Second game, 15th place. Third game, 16th place. Seriously, this is now going on what? How many games at this point? 8 games now where they haven't made an impact.
It's a no good. It is not good at all. I don't know what else to say. I mean, this is rough. I mean, I think that they need to secure a location. I don't care. I'd rather see them work a hot drop and deal with that RNG rather than the RNG of trying to find loot, being late to zone, and then, you know, having to make the best of it. Because like in Miramar, they actually made it to a decent spot, but guess who they ran into? Alpha 7. And then Alpha 7 just did Alpha 7 things.
And they won.
You know?
I mean, they won with 15 eliminations, right? I mean, enough said, period. I'm hard on them because I know they can be better. And I know they can be better because we have seen them do better. They were invited here after all because they were so dominant. The confidence. They were the first team to trash talk another on LAN with E7, right? So I know they can do better. We'll see if they can continually do so. Alpha 7 staying in first place with 162 points. We see Team Liquid still in third, despite maybe a bit of a lackluster day. Tiff, you said it best. They're keeping up, though, with the scoreboard. Still plenty of days to go. They're going to be just fine. Eco Gaming still in second place. Deathwolves, though. Tiff, we start there. Now in 5th place after a wonderful game.
Yeah, that was a massive performance out of them. And honestly, I always say, like, if you win a game, I'd like to see you kind of carry through that momentum going into your next map. But the way the map pool is, and we just kind of keep shifting gears and trying different things, no one's really been able to kind of go with the flow. We just keep seeing different winners throughout all of this. So even with that is wrapping up in 5th place, we're getting closer to the top 3, but teams that need to kind of carry on momentum, bonus points in play, be bold. Very impressed with the way that they've been navigating throughout this. Granted, 90 points on the table. They've got a large jump to be able to get into that top 3. They still have 3 games to do it, and another squad that needs to, Hot Jukes, Entity 7.
Yeah, good. Okay, I'm Entity 7. Yeah, they need a lot. They need a lot of stuff to happen. I will give B-Bold some props, though, considering that it's only been 3 matches, right? Yep. They've jumped to 10th, 90 points. At the start of the day, they were in 14th with only 36.
That's right.
So because of their, bad days, Taylor, it really doesn't really show just how well they've done so far today, but they still have a lot of opportunity, right?
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And that's why I wanted to point them out. Be bold. 2 games in a row have managed to accelerate up the leaderboard, which is very special. And every day we've seen this theme of a team that comes out of nowhere. Death Wolves, right, for example, was a very, very impressive team from day 1. Day 2 was Eco Gaming, right? And now we're seeing, I think obviously today has been All Glory Gaming. That's been the biggest shakeup overall. But Be Bold is another secondary, like, wow, here they are. They've been quiet, but now we have to pay attention to them. And that's been the theme throughout all 3 days of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America spring season. And I like that. I do. It keeps the narrative fresh, and it just keeps us on our toes, and the viewers at home as well, but also the fans. There's plenty of fans of every single organization playing, and they get their time to shine, which is a great thing. Well, that's game 3 done. That's Erangel. We still have Sandhawk, the outlier, right? We only see Sandhawk once a day, and it's always special when we get to see it played out. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Sandhawk, map 4, coming your way.
Everything alright?
PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June and is free to unlock. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legends UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Spider Tiff. 3 maps down, about to hop in the map 4 at the Outlier. We're going into Sandhawk. It's always a fun one. Only 3 teams, though, have won Sandhawk so far. Who will be our 4th? I personally can't wait to see it. Actually, I guess we're already hopping into it. It's the beautiful thing. Hey, shout out to the tournament organizers and everybody out there in Sao Paulo who is running the event. These games are snappy, and chat, I know you love listening to us talk, but you love the gameplay even more. Without further ado, let's hop into it. Hot Jukes, Tiff, take it away.
Let's get
Hello
it
guys,
going.
Hyper. Today is day 3. Batan was smashed today.
Huh? Oh,
Yeah,
very
I thought we were getting a little bit of potential. Let's see what's going on. Sandhawk, you're right. Taylor said it earlier, that Outlier, and we're kind of sending it into the back half of our series. Inco Gaming, Team Queso so far have been the winners in day 1, day 2, both with about 20 points. One being 18, one being 20. So there's a lot of points on the table for some of our squads here.
Yes, there is indeed. And I think that was, we got to hear a couple of words here from some of our players. That's going to be interesting to hear. My eyes right now are on N-Hyper versus E7. N-Hyper looks like they've left the main spot of Ruins and are looking to challenge E7 on this edge because E7 have not been doing too hot. And like I said, when you don't perform well, you can start getting considered free points. And if you want to avoid that, you got to take out N-Hyper here and now, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, granted, both of these teams are not in that double points round 4 today, but there's just kind of this big 1v1 that's occurring between N-Hyper and E7. And it's almost like one of them from E7 is trying to provide backup so they can full send onto FS, and they're extending out a lot with FS trying essentially to rotate back on in. Well, honestly, hear me out. I'm gonna get you in here, Reflections, because we didn't get to really talk enough before the game, and I think it's time that we do.
I think it's time. No, Hot, just put them back on. It's a cute look,
No,
man.
you know what? My old self is just gonna go back with my raw eyes. You know what I'm saying?
Were you glassing it out? Because don't feel bad. Look,
Raw
me and
eyes,
Reflections got you.
Hey, there you go. There we go. Let's do it. There we go. We're in the game.
And there's nothing wrong. Well, there is something wrong with that. I'm wearing contacts right now too, so like my vision is like I could see everything.
You're
if there
seeing
was a
the
player,
future.
I could see every Tiff. If there was a player right now sitting in a haystack, I'm seeing through that haystack. I could see everything. You're in that POI across the map. Doesn't matter. I know exactly where you are. Give me a piece. Give me a phone check, right? Because something's going on. No, seriously. Hey, it's all right. We're going to be hopping into Sandhawk very shortly. And like you said, I didn't have enough time to talk, so we're back at it once again. It's going to be a fun time, though, for Sandhawk. As I've said, there's only been 2 teams to win on Sandhawk, and that's Inco, which would be incredible if they're able to win this time around, given the fact that they've been relatively quiet. And then on day number 1, it was Team Queso. Now, Team Queso is a team that I personally have been enjoying watching. As an organization, their fan base is massive. And as a team, they've been relatively in the conversation, I would say, for the majority of the maps. Team Queso, a team that, well, can provide a lot of great action, and I think can be quite stiff competition, especially whenever you think about them running into teams such as Alpha 7 or Team Liquid. They take them down quite consistently, but still the big questions remain about other organizations. E7, where are they? How well can they continue to do? N-Hyper, will they step it up? N-Hyper has dropped from, I believe, the starting point 4th place today all the way down to 7th because they haven't been able to perform. And I'm really hoping Sandhawk is going to be where they perform well, but You never know. We take a look at our standings because there's still a lot to break down here for all of you at home. I mean, Alpha 7 has just been absolutely dominating today, kind of reminiscent of what they did on day 1, where I believe they got 3 back-to-back-to-back games in 3rd place, finished off the day in 1st on Erangel. So you talk about that performance on day 1, we're kind of seeing it again here on day number 3. And I know there's a lot of Alpha 7 fans out there, and anytime that I say Alpha 7's been non-existent, I always get checked in chat by one of you. And you're always like, who's this
Real
guy?
quick.
Real quick.
Like,
Dude,
this guy knows
that.
nothing.
100%. Who is this guy? Alpha 7's always been here.
bias. Oh, we have an Alpha 7 hater here. You know, it's so funny to watch.
And see, that's the thing. How can I be biased when Hot Jukes is literally screaming NA and USA?
That's
I don't
true.
do that.
Shots fired.
I have to.
Oh, you love to see it. And by the way, I know what my favorite thing is the second, you know, the last segment was so fast, you know, so quick, so snappy. You talked about it, and still there's always someone in the chat that said, hey, stop talk. Stop chat. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
true.
Hey,
We
get
control it. We control
right.
it. Don't the chat. Just so you guys know at home, it is true. The commentators, we press the start. No, we don't. We do not. Just so you know.
No,
You
Tiff does
do.
though. Tiff does. You should definitely
Tiff
let her
does.
know how you feel about that.
Tiff does. Why do you think she's here? Because she starts the game, and when she wants to talk, she's going to talk. So if you guys want to send your complaints over to her, feel free, okay? Because it's not on me or Hot Jukes, okay? It's not me or Hot Jukes. By the way, I think there was a narrative brought up, or at least a couple days ago. This is where we saw, or at least on Sandhawk, it was E7 and in Hyper, right, on Ruins. And Hot Jukes, if you remember, E7 did not want the smoke last time on Ruins. They landed just on the outside. They allowed In Hyper to take over Ruins for themselves. With how In Hyper's been playing as of recently, I think they're in their heads, and I don't think they're able to get out of their heads at this point. This is where I would love to see E7 throw it back, right, and get that LAN trash talk started up once again, because if I'm looking at In Hyper right now, even if I'm E7, I'm going at their throats.
You need to. Like, you really have to, because, like I said, at this point, you have to stiff arm everybody and let them know, hey, guys, we're not free points here. Because it's a really bad thing to happen. I can't stress it enough, because if one player gets an elimination on your team and they're like, oh, this is the team that's been underperforming all tournament long, let's just push them. Let's take them out. Why not? But as opposed to a team, you know, like Alpha 7, you get a finish on them and they're like, oh, it's Alpha 7. Let's think about this. And that little hesitation gives you such an advantage, right? So if you are a squad, and I'm going to be honest with you, after watching their play, I'm watching it. You guarantee all their coaches are watching it everywhere. They're like, yo, if you happen to even get a whiff of this squad, full send it on them.
Full send it on them. And you know what? Who's another team that should have got full sent on was Alpha 7. Tiff, yesterday we had this epic battle on a bridge. All right, it was between Alpha 7 and Furia, if I'm not mistaken. Make sure I'm getting there. Yes, Alpha 7 and Furia. Furia gets 2 knocks on Alpha 7, right? Kind of reminiscent of that Team Liquid fight we saw a little bit earlier with AGG, right? What do you do in that moment? You got 2 knocks on Alpha 7, one of the best teams out there. Do you think Furia should have pushed, or do you think they should have stayed there? Not even knowing the situation. What do you think was the right call, and what do you think they did?
Depends on your positioning. You can take 2 eliminations and play the long game and just go on to get more placement points. Because if you lose your position to wrap up 2 eliminations, in my opinion, it's not worth it.
Well, guess what they did? They tried to play for placement points. They didn't get the finish on A7. A7 got the revives, and A7 got the placement points, and Furia did not.
Well,
they did not. No,
this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here, looking at people that know what they're doing and focus on it. Honestly, at the end of the day, it's just Alpha 7, like Hot Juke said, doing Alpha 7 things. Imagine what it's going to look like when they start throwing down with even more bonus points, because
oh my gosh,
it's what we thought we were going to get with Team Liquid, but maybe it's Alpha 7.
It is what we thought we were going to get with Team Liquid. Alpha 7's scary because there was I think somebody mentioned 300 points today. at the beginning of the broadcast, right? So
I'll take my leave.
Probably not going to see, Tip, I don't think we're going to see 300, but I tell you what, you might be a little bit early. I think Alpha 7 was the team that was going to get 300 on their double points day. Anything is possible. Here we go. Going into map number 4, back into Sandhawk. Who's going to take it? Well, we're going to find out very shortly. For the second time, Hot Juke, Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh boy, it's Sandhawk time. Thank you guys so much. We had to make sure Taylor got his talk time in his contract. You know, he has to have a certain amount. He put that in there. So thank you for that. And of course, thank you, Tiff, for starting the game.
You're very welcome. And to you, those in chat, we'll just have to keep our eyes specifically on Ruins, because with that plane line, you know, what's going to happen here in Sandhawk? We already talked about, you know, we had Inco Gaming, we've had Team Queso take a map win, but in one of those games, it was Entity 7 that fell early on, 0 eliminations, and walked in with that big old donut. We don't want to see that happen today, considering where they are on that overall leaderboard. This is a team that has everything to gain. So keep your eyes specifically on E7 and NHyper right off the rip.
Let's go. And it looks like NHyper lost the element of surprise, right? I think they actually wanted to drop on E7 specifically. But now, you know, we got this little reset. They said, you know what, let's go ahead and land back in Ruins and not mess around here. So, yep, they are fully looted. Good to go. We are seeing some action. Oh, and we get the Furia zone. This is the best circle that you can hope for if you're a team like Furia. You want that zone to go all the way to that island, and you are going to be very well set up. But NHyper hopping in the Ronnie, Tiff. What do you think about that?
I think they're full sending and perfectly respectable elsewhere. You know, we had some issues going on with Team Queso and Titan Gaming. Team Queso down to a solo, Titan Gaming a duo. So for now, it's just not done. A lot of those squads looking to find early action, NRG in specifics here. But the thing about this is they've been working through some things, and I was curious what was happening with this fight here. Titan Gaming on the outside. There we go. Team Queso. You might have won a map on Sandhawk prior, but it's not going to be again today.
See ya later. Just like that. Now E7 getting hunted down by NHyper. They said, oh no, we want some more. And this is the worst case scenario. E7, you saw them drop on you just a few seconds ago. You gotta group up together. You gotta know that they were coming. And now, yeah, they're on the hunt. NHyper's gonna check every single building. I wouldn't be shocked.
This is dirty, and I'll say why. Because you mentioned it early on that they lost the element of surprise. So what do? They land Ruins, they pop in the vehicle, and they just full send. At a given point in time, 2 members of E7 have already rotated straight up north. So Entity 7 has obtained that split, and well, if they check every building, will they be able to find Joaco? I'm not sure, but for Be Bold on double points today, need to kick things off strong, and well, we've already down to half HP and need to find some cover and find some hits.
Oh, they need to find everything right now. You can see Be Bold up against NRG, and I think we've seen this battle before, and I know it's had some pretty back and forth from both squads. I think the last time we saw this, NRG lost, so you know they want a little bit of revenge. Meanwhile, NHyper still on the run. I think they maybe think that is E7, but it is not. That is 9Z. Yeah, they say, you know what, that looked a little different. Let's go ahead and get back to Ruins.
This looks like more people than I was expecting, that's for sure. But hey, focusing on your own game, despite having that early, you've only been able to pick up 1 elimination. So it's probably not as many as they were hoping for, but it's still shaking up that gameplay of E7.
Yes, it is. So let's take a gander here at what is going on. And you can see NHyper just continuing to loot out. They left super early. They just got a couple weapons and they hunted down E7. And then now they're just like, all right, yeah, let's go back, loot up, and wait for the rest of the game here. And you can see Alpha 7 just looting up as well. Ooh, getting in their rides. Good to go. Oh, but the fight has now started, Tiff, between Be Bold and NRG.
Heck, they took a pause, and you can see Spec here, down and out, and well, NRG a 3. So is Be Bold, so it's still relatively consistent. Actually, it's a 4 here, and we've got 1 elimination, so you have the player advantage. Galaxy just looking for another opening. Can we make this work? Molly in tow. Same with J7 here, has that available. And we are just going to be a little cautious here. Need to check and clean out every angle. You can see Fran just prone outside, underneath the stairs, waiting.
He's waiting indeed. He's got the UMP and the DBS, the two best CQC weapons around right now. And he's waiting. I'm surprised he doesn't have that DBS in his hand. Okay, he did a gun switch, but that does make an audio cue. So that lets a player know that, oh, I heard something.
But you can see J7 has the same thing. He's ready. He's like, all right, cool. But the question is, who is going to have that better reaction time? And the members of Be Bold just kind of anchored back on the rooftop below. Now J7 inching ever so closer. Wants to open things up potentially with a frag. And hear me out, Brand doesn't have that option.
Yeah, no, he does not. Brand, where's the rest of his team, though? They're going to have to find a way through this. This is all the way near Sanmi. And this fight needs to finish eventually because this is really, really holding these teams back. This is so far south.
And it's quick play.
Yeah, and with Sandhawk, the zones are so ridiculously fast. You don't have time to be behind at all. You got to get in that zone as fast as possible.
It's super dynamic, and you're right, very fast. Typically, you'll see about maybe 1 to 2 minutes of looting, and most teams focusing on where they need to go in that circle. But for NRG, Be Bold, even SLR is around there as well, looking to maybe capitalize on that late rotation. But for Team Liquid, hey, right here on Sandhawk would be the perfect start to really take advantage of those double points that you really haven't been able to do so. There goes the res, get all the way back up on 4.
NRG on the push. Here they go. Start to send it. Fate gets him. Oh, nice little shot from across the room, but he's able to get that thirst. David coming in quick with that knock. And that is going to be it for NRG. Oh, and the pop-off on the bottom of the screen. You can see that they're saying something because NRG loses it once again.
That is unfortunate, but Be Bold is going to really amplify those 4 eliminations with the double points. Now they have to focus on getting out of blue, but I love that they took that, right? You were like, we're looking at Fran all through that opening moment. We're like, where are the teammates? They had the back. The timing on that push was so impeccable because had they waited any bit longer, that could have changed the name of the game. Now, Influence Rage here on the screen and a bit of update on that circle rotation. You've got Death Wolves over there on the east northern side, kind of rotating in towards All Glory Gaming. But then look at E7 and Hyper still in that mirroring zone, and they have to keep going north.
Oh, and now Team Liquid are going to probably try to get that bridge as well. So there's going to be tons of congestion down there. But also, again, got to give a huge shout out to David from Be Bold because he got a 1v4 right there. He got that entire squad wipe all by himself. So beautifully done. But you know what? Now that we're looking at Influence Rage, as you can tell, Law is not in the game. So I do hear that we got some words from INF. Let's go ahead and take it on over to an interview.
All right, guys, here we are with Law from Influence Rage. So we noticed that Law isn't playing, so I wanted to ask you, what's the reason behind the change in the roster today? Por que es que vocês fizeram aquela troca de time?
Eu conversei com o Vitu e a gente achou melhor eu ficar de fora hoje para analisar um pouco melhor o jogo taticamente, que estava faltando pra gente. E acredito que vai ser bem melhor pro time. É uma troca pensada, então é isso.
Yeah, he says that he spoke with Vitu, the coach, and they thought that it would be better for him to stay out and analyze what the players are doing, and so they think that this way they can get a better view of what's happening in the team and improve. Law, thank you very much. Do you want to say hi to the North American fans?
Hi, North American fans.
There we go. Back to you guys.
Oh, he said hi to us. Let's go. Let's go. So what do you, very interesting. What's your take on that, Tim?
You took that out of it. I'm over here like, that is actually such a strategic move, right? To be able to analyze what's potentially going wrong, what areas they can improve on, and then kind of step back in and try to amplify and correct all of those things, especially if you're looking this early on. Mind you, I keep saying it. Marathon, not a sprint. They're playing the long game. And when you're sitting in 8th overall, and that's about that halfway mark, right? But you need to find yourself in the top 3. So knowing that you've got about 50 or so points that you need to cover over the next few game days, I think it's smart to take those corrective actions now and then focus for the future.
I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy what he's selling right there, you know, because, anytime you have a player swap out, there's so much that goes into it. So that's what he said, and I'm sticking with it. Meanwhile, Hyper losing players. They lost stars to the play zone? That's got to hurt.
You can't do that because now all the gatekeeping's about to occur, and E7, well, they've got Hyper's name and they want to make a play for it. And well, SLR looks like they want a piece of them too. Mind you, double points if they can make that happen. And Capri's out here swimming like a dolphin in the water, trying to hide on out. It's Baton here. Opening back, answering through. Dragon hasn't been on land in some time and well get caught out there. But Huashan out here looking to make a play.
Baton on the move, just full setting it through this blue zone. He is in such big trouble here. Back in the day, there was a really cool strategy from Hyper. Well, a lot of people hated it. They would do the heal strat. They would pick up like 30 meds and just heal in the zone, go all the way to the end. But the game changed and said, nope, we're not allowing that anymore. So that strategy is gone. They're gonna have to fight their way in, and again, just always on the back foot. Oh, he does end up he just catches a knock. He gets caught real hard, and now it is just this final player from Hyper. It is not looking good for this team.
Yeah, I did say he was looking to make a play, and also, Influence Rage finding some success against Team Liquid. We talk about making plays. Maybe it's the interview buff, because at this point in time, Hyper, you lose stars to the blue, and the rest of the team crumbles below. But for our other teams here on Sandhawk trying to get to that northern area where Titan Gaming has found them, I'm really curious, because you're talking about being so far out of zone. Be Bold was all the way down south and have lost out on multiple members, still trying to hit a reset similar to what we're witnessing from Deathwolves.
Oh boy, and you can see Deathwolves right now just trying to take out Inko. They want to get this fight secured as fast as possible because this zone is insane. We have a northern shift up here, and half the zone is in the water, so they got to get moving quickly. You can see 7 on the move, trying to get some jump shots here, missing the mark. Team Liquid eliminated, but 7 catches. 1 catches, 2, 7 on a roll, but gets shot all the way from across the map. That's got to hurt.
It hurts, and now Deathwolves trying to go ahead and put the finishing blow right onto that. I don't care, that window jump peak was nasty, but at the end of the day, you really have to start throwing down. This is the squad that has won a Sandhawk with 18 total points. And if you go out here, that's not what you want to do. And unfortunately, it just happens. Super Lazy Reflex do fall with 5 elsewhere. Man, look, they got caught out. They are a victim to the move in blue. Yeah, E7.
Wow, that hurts.
A little retribution there.
Wow, look at that. So you can see he go up on the couch right now. The floor is lava, and he survives. Goes for that reset. Actually does get the res here. Actually, no, he doesn't. Vitaly's going to push. Jump shot. He misses. Both of them miss. Whiff, whiff. Oh, what is happening? That took way too long. But, Vitaly got the thirst. He got the thirst on accident and misses Higo. So Deathwolves hang on for just a little while longer. More CQC action, and Alpha 7, yeah, they definitely don't miss those shots.
All Glory Gaming has fallen, but I didn't realize it was a windy day in Sandhawk. Jukes, very windy indeed, so much that the shots just don't seem to connect sometimes.
Let's take a look at the replay. What happened to SLR? Oh, it was the whole squad versus one player, and they just got straight deleted on the cross. This is all the way in the blue zone right here. Dragon trying to throw a nade, but yeah, blues I think is just too powerful here.
Look, I mean, you think back to the Team Liquid rotation from Bridge on Erangel and map number 1. Maybe they hit the VODs, hit the replay, and just hit a copy pasta here on Sandhawk.
Oh, it didn't matter though. The blue zone just took Dragon out right after. Well, at least he secured 1 point right then and there, but that has to hurt. Titan Gaming now on the back foot, on the move. We're seeing teams and players go down like crazy. This zone is so much smaller due to so much of its size being in the water. And man, he didn't even look back at all. He just said, nope, I'm running all the way to safety.
Speaking of safety, I understand that we're focusing on health here for Titan Gaming. I'm still very much concerned with B-Bold. They're on 4. They hit a Hail Mary rotation, just finding themselves out of the blue through the north. I love the picture-in-picture because you can see right there, they're focusing on the water in particular. E7 will have to move. Influence Rage kind of holding down that southeastern side. But for the teams that have found themselves dead center, Furia, Titan started to wake up in map number 3. And if they carry on this momentum over to here, I'll be very impressed.
Oh, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Titan, they've needed to wake up. I know this roster has what it takes. That's for sure. It's just getting that confidence, right? Getting some of them reps in, getting warmed up. And I think we're finally starting to see that. And it's not too late. This is a large tournament. We're going to be here for a while. So they have plenty of opportunity. And it's good that they have not wasted their double points day either. Now, on the other hand, right?
Don't say
Team
it.
Liquid.
Nope.
Team Liquid. They are not. They did everything they were supposed to, right? Do great when it's not double points day. And when double points day come, you got to pop off. And we haven't seen that yet. And we're almost done with the day.
Nah, I have faith. 2 more games to go. But for now, down to the final 6. All squads not here. Granted, we are missing out on 5 players. And Titan Gaming, Furia, and Alpha 7. The teams that are all complete here. And that's crazy, because Alpha 7's on 5 eliminations. They would love to hit a Soundhawk win.
They would. I mean, they're just going to keep on keeping on at this point. When Alpha 7 get in a position like this, they're just so tough to beat. So they're in Hot 10 all the way up north. They love it when their back's up against the wall. And all they got to do is just look straight and shoot at everything in sight. But where's the zone going to go? Are we going to get another crazy northern shift?
Please. That would be
toxic.
I mean... it does pull north. It does. And now look at all the space that Alpha 7 has. Be bold. Really, once they wrap through the water, they don't have a good playable space. They're going to be out in the open just using whatever natural terrain they can acquire. And Furia, so split down in the actual cluster of buildings, has to deal with ROW and Titan. But now, Influence Rage on the move. 3 players left standing in 6 eliminations. So regardless of what they do, it's solid. And Furia doubles back, turns around, starts putting their attention straight onto B-Bold, finds one. Can they wrap up the other?
And they know that this is the double points team, so I'm not going to be surprised if they're just going to try and press this just a little extra hard. But at the same time, they don't want to give away their position just yet. They're focusing on their backs, looking to see if any stragglers are going to push on in. Tiff, got a question for you.
Yep.
Alpha 7, percentage chance of winning. What would you put it at right now?
I mean, if you're going to go ahead and get a knock and full onto Diego, really punishing teams for hitting that rotation and trying to challenge for your space in the zone, I would give it about an 83%.
Woo, 83%. Taylor, I know you're listening. I want to hear in the chat what you think. I'm going to go with 99.9.
Oh,
I don't think
you're
Alpha
certain.
7 lose this.
All right. All right. I mean, the positioning is impeccable. They have Little Boy in shambles on the cliffside. Furia and Titan are likely going to take each other out, and B-Bold's down to a solo, so.
Very interesting. Taylor does put in his prediction. He says 69%. Very interesting.
Wow. Imagine.
Very interesting. Nice. Very nice indeed. Let's see if they're going to be able to prove us all right. What do you guys think in the chat right now? Alpha 7, all 4 players up. Mafioso with 3, Carrillo with 2, and nothing. No, 1 player behind them. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens indeed. But meanwhile, we still have the last player of Be Bold still up. I mean, it is double points. He's in the water, swimming away with the fishes right now, just trying to hang on.
Ooh, Influence Rage. After trying to put pressure onto Alpha 7, we peak Titan, and there we go. Redox just hits another window, grabs the full. Another elimination going the way of Titan Gaming, finding 5. So we asked where they were prior. Now, granted, their stats are just getting boosted now almost to an average of 3 eliminations per game. And a lot of that is due to that nice game they just came off of on Erangel. And you carry that momentum to Sanok. We're warming up. It's a slow burn here.
Slow burn indeed, and all these teams are about to burn here on the south side because the zone goes even more north. So I'm going to update my percentage from 99.9 to 100. I mean, Alpha 7, all they got to do is just shoot at anything that moves, and that is what they do best. Who's going to get second place at this point?
That's tough. I'm not gonna lie, because Alpha 7 has so much of the space. Fury has amped up and they decided to rotate through the water. Might be looking for that last player of Be Bold. And it's going to come down here to Royals of War and Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming has all 4 players standing, just like Fury and Alpha 7. But they need to clear out the duo that's going to be right alongside of them, sharing the last remnants of the edge of zone. Now, the granted is, Furia could also pull back south and try to get into that fight, maybe a third party, and that would make things really tough. And, well, goodbye, little boy. Goodbye.
Little boy. Out of there. But you know what? Some more points there for Influence Rage. Doing their job when they don't get the best zone in particular. Carrillo now got his eyes on Furia. That's going to be their biggest threat right now. Furia on that edge could be a problem. Let's see how they handle it. Mafioso takes down a limb from Titan Gaming. Good to at least see them there towards the end. Rin going to have to make a press on the Royals of War, and Rin's going to go down to the blue zone. This Papa Blue is eating everybody alive.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a problem, and we knew ROW in the same space as Titan Gaming, and, well, you just get outnumbered. Not only from that, but Furia has ROW's name on them. They hit the rotation early on towards the water, but now that they're in the open with just this natural terrain of the northern side to play with and some cover of a vehicle, what are you going to do about it? Because I'm looking at you right now, and I see just few nades to be had, and it's Adrian with them, and we're gonna open it up. You grab the first knock, and there goes Royals of War, not gonna be able to continue their journey on Sandhawk any further.
Done, and now it's just Alpha 7 versus Furia, but guess what? Lawrence still alive for Be Bold, getting them very, very crucial placement points. He's not moving the muscle. He's saying, Alpha 7, y'all guys do y'all's things. I'm just gonna sit back in the water and watch.
Just treading water so nicely. Eventually, they will be sussed out, but for the time being, the placement points that we're acquiring, alongside the 4 eliminations already acquired, I love what I see, but this is what we were worried about. Would it come down to Furia and Alpha 7? Alpha 7 has the space in the next circle, has every advantage, and when you kind of have your opening line, there goes the last nade. Does it connect? Does it do what you need it to do? You cannot allow Adrian to wrap you.
You cannot, and Alpha 7 are not going to allow it. These guys are going to just put so much pressure on. The blue zone's going to do all the work for them. They got to watch out for those nades, though. That is the one thing that could definitely hurt them here. One well-placed nade from Furia can open up this fight and allow them to push. And meanwhile, Lorenzen with the best seat in the house, just sitting back and watching. He is not going to enter this fight until the absolute last second. Molotov's coming out. Adrian barely surviving this. He is in Molly and nade range. So he can definitely open this up for his team. Alpha 7 now in a little bit of trouble here. This is stage 9. This zone's about to go to nothing.
And they backed off, but as soon as Adrian starts to move, gets cut on down, now it's all going to fall on the hands of the players. There we go. We trade, but still 3v3. And now 3v2, and it's whittled down. Here's where Be Bold decides, I'm going to come on out of my hidey hole, start putting all the damage straight into Furia. They did what they needed to do. Now up to 6 eliminations, turning it on to Alpha 7, but we know the numbers are not in your advantage because the percentage was 99.9, then 100 hot jukes, and well, they convert.
Woo, that is how you do it. I mean, Alpha 7, you can just see it from a mile away. When they get in a position like that, they refuse to lose. And I think at a certain point, you got to realize, hey, all right, we're not winning this game. Let's just try to get second place. And guess what? Be Bold got that out the water like a shark, just coming out, making his jaws show, and clutching it up was just the cherry on top of that game.
I love someone with trigger discipline and just every bit of understanding of the timing that needs to happen, reflections. That was perfect, right?
Yes, I was watching the map too, and I'm like, when is he going to come out of the water? When is he going to go on the attack? And like you said, trigger discipline was there, and I love seeing that myself, Tiff. I mean, that was so nice. Second place. And you got to think about how many teams he outlasted. I want to say at least going down to the final zones, at least 3 teams. So to get that second place is pretty spectacular. The fact that he stayed in the water as long as he did and was so successful, he gets the placement points. Be Bold. That's what I'm talking about. And also, what's impactful about that placement? It's double points, all right? So he just got his team. His team actually might break into top 8 because of that performance. Be Bold have been on fire today. But also, this game, Hot Jukes, it's the first day that we have seen a team get 2 wins in the same day. Alpha 7, not only do they win Sandhog, but they also won Miramar earlier. They are on fire.
Oh, it's even worse is that it's been 2 days of bonus points and they're in first place and it's not hasn't been their day yet. So I can only imagine just how crazy they're going to rocket launch leaderboards coming up soon, because they've been so dominating. Every single team is going to hesitate now when they see them. The second they realize it's Alpha 7, they're going to second guess themselves, and Alpha 7 is going to take care of that every single time. If you realize that you're going against this squad, you have to just full send, take them out on the first push. Because, you know, Taylor, we've seen it so many times, right? When they actually try to get pushed and they get a couple players knocked, once they get those reses on, it's like they're unstoppable.
Unstoppable. You have to finish them off when you get the first knocks. Tiff, I want to ask you a question, and Hot Chicks, you can interject. I don't know, because this might be a really dumb question, but you know me as a host. Sometimes I ask some dumb questions, and I'm not scared to ask them. Okay, so there's this moment on the bridge. Bridge plays, by the way, today have been abundant, and I guess that's going to be a reoccurring theme, and to be expected. A bridge is a main chokehold, right? A main choke point that you want to lock down, a main transitional point, after all. So I'm looking at this play from E7, and they're on bridge, and they're holding down bridge. We watched the replay. And SLR, they're pushing through with their car, with their buggy. Why doesn't SLR just continue on through? Why do they have to stop and funnel themselves out in the open to that singular E7 player? Tiff, why couldn't they just continue to drive through, then get behind them, and now they've got the other team, E7, locked on the bridge?
Why not Ego Chow? Why not?
I guess that's what it is.
Like, seriously, if you think you have the confidence to make that push, that's great. But E7 at that point in time was just on guard, especially because of what was happening at the early of that game with N Hyper. You're already trying to hold down that section of the map. You're waiting for anyone to cross that bridge. And if SLR thinks they can stick it to you, well, they can't.
Well, it's the same thing with Team Liquid. Like, they see a team in front of them, like, going maps back, and they're like, team in front of us? We have to hop out now. Don't care if there's no cover. Hop out now and challenge. And I'm like, but you could just keep driving and then challenge later. I don't know. Hot Juke's a little bit about that later on. Be bold. 24 total points, though. They don't get the victory, but, I mean, again, you gotta give it to the Lorenz at the very end there. Staying alive as long as he did. They get the most points out of Game 4.
24 points. I mean, that was just so unbelievably clutch. I love the fact that he had the heads up play of being like, hey, I'm a solo player. Let me just hop in this water. Let's hide behind them. And the trigger discipline is what made it happen. He was so quiet. Alpha 7 had no clue that he was back there at all. No. And he just waited with the best seats in the house, you know, in the water, sipping on some lemonade, soaking up some points for his team. But guess what? He showed them fangs at the last second, baby. He secured that second place.
He did, Tiff, didn't he? Super Lazy Reflex, though, walking away with 10 from a 9 through 16. Not bad. Super Lazy Reflex, they're there. Sometimes they're not existent, but I tell you what, they're slowly but surely, they're moving themselves up.
They are, and I still think a 10-point game in the grand scheme of things is above average. Now, granted, this is with double points, though, so thinking of this being on a normal day would only be 5 for them, so I would look for more, but you know what? We'll work with what we've got, because at this point in time, you're currently sitting in 15th overall. So we've got a long way to go. Let's go ahead and pull up the overall leaderboard, because maybe it shifted them up, or maybe it's just Alpha 7's world and we're just living in it. Because you think about it, yesterday, they won Game 6 on Erangel. Day 1, Game 6 on Erangel. Come into Day 3. Not only do we not win an Erangel yet, but we've proved we can do it on Sandhawk, and we proved that we can do it on Miramar. And now we're just dangerous.
Yeah, highly consistent on Miramar. Third place, and now first place. Or it should be on Sandhawk. So Alpha 7, they know their Sandhawk like the back of their hand, but the big move is be bold. They finally do it, Hot Jukes. They break into the first overall rankings page at number 7.
I mean, this was just a ridiculous performance. I mean, if you think about it, you know, going into today, Be Bold had 36 total points. That's in 2 days, guys. 2 days, they did 36 points. Today, they've done 39, and it's double, right? So they went all the way from 14th place to now 7th with 114 points. That is just a ridiculous performance. They've averaged almost 10 points a game today.
which is huge, and that's massive. And actually, Tiff, you just said that right about SLR, right? Getting 10 is above average, like that's the place you want to be. And also on that page, they were above In Hyper, who has now dropped down to 8. That is tough to see. Influence Rage also make a roster change just for today. We had an interview with them a little bit earlier. Milo coming in place of Law kind of sitting it out, right, Tiff, to, scout the competition. Smart play to see what the competition's all about, but it hasn't worked for the roster today.
No, but what they're gearing up for is those double points tomorrow. That has to be it. There's no way they're going to let those points go by the wayside, and Group B benefits from it today. It's Group C tomorrow. It's going to be Influence Rage's day. So it makes sense to sit out today and just try to kind of mitigate any real damage on the overall standings, and then just throw down, amp up for those double points, and hopefully do more than what Team Liquid was able to do with it. Because when you look across the board, because those double points kicked off yesterday, right? And everyone was getting north of 20 or so of those bonus points. Team Liquid only has 6 right now. And I hate to kind of keep harping on that, but we have 2 maps left in our game series here for their first shot at those bonus points. And I would love to see them at least hit double digits with those.
Holy, I'm double checking that. They're at 6. That's insane. You're right. I was like 6. That doesn't sound right. No, 6 points for Team Liquid for double points. That's crazy to say the least. They got to step it up. 2 more games for them to go. Team Liquid, I know they can be consistent. Can they do it for the last 2? We'll find out. Super Laser Reflex, big conversation about them. Can they continue to step it up? They've been hit or miss, right? But let's listen in. What does SLR have to say? Well, Sarpak had a chance to sit down with them. Let's listen to Super Laser Reflex.
All right, guys, match 1 has come and gone. Here we are with Dragon K from SLR. A good match. How you guys feeling? 3rd place?
Yeah, it's good, but we want more. We want more. Yeah.
Awesome. Tell me a bit about the match. How you guys felt with this first match of the day?
Yeah. So goes to yesterday. We have a very horrible day, and yeah, on the first match we have a good position and a good zoom. So yeah, we play on our position and we do our work. And keep trying to rush, keep trying to get a gun, to get more kills on the outside the zone. And yeah, but we want more on the next game. Yeah.
We want more too. We want SLR to win. So good luck to you guys. Let's hope you guys get a victory today.
Thanks.
Let's get it.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Spider Tit. That is 4 games down, about to hop into game number 5. Only 2 games left to get the double points. If you are Group B today, things are starting to get a bit tense, right? Especially in the camp of Team Liquid and, well, Super Lazy Reflex. Although, we did just have a chance to hear from SLR. It was nice to hear, and I think they are on the up and up. And Dragon K, by the way, who hasn't played since 2022, is filling in for that roster. And I gotta say, he's actually been not doing too bad today, slaying out. I think he's one of the top slayers on the roster when it comes to day number 3 today. So good on him for doing so. It's never easy to take that long of a break, come back to competition. And Hot Jukes do it on LAN.
Oof. The pressure's on. The pressure's on for sure. And he's showing up now. It's good to see that he is warmed up. He's good to go. My question is, if Crow, were to show up, or no, I'm sorry, not Crow, Kindness were to show up, right? Is he getting kicked out? Is somebody else getting kicked out? I mean, that's always the question, right?
That is a question, and that's a hard question to answer, especially like if you think you're the coach or the players, because I think you do create this bond. Who knows? Kindness, though, is definitely, I would say, needed. Kindness is just a great player, and if he can join the roster again, it'll be incredible. Here it is, game number 5, Miramar. Who's gonna take it this time around? We're about to find out. Hot Juke, Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh boy, let's get into Miramar. And when it comes to this, right, with Kindness not being able to make it here, there's a big opportunity for a player, right? It reminds me, I don't know how familiar you are with football, Tiff, right? But there was once a little player called Tom Brady, right? Who filled in for an injured Drew Bledsoe. And guess what? Drew Bledsoe never played for that team again, because he took off and ran with it. So if you're a player like Dragon, hey, show up. Now's your time.
That sounds so crazy. I know nothing about football. I do know the name Tom Brady, and I don't know the other players. So that is enough for me to know everything that I need to know about that. But you think back to Miramar, this is our second showing of day number 3. That winner from drop number 2, Alpha 7. It was a 25 total point game with 15 of those being the eliminations. It's Be Bold that had the chance to maybe make a strong showing. It was a 12-point game for them times 2. Now the question is, we had that northern zone last time. I heard the chuckle. Well, the PUBG Mobile gods are against us today as we are going south.
This zone is disgusting. These southern zones are toxic. The terrain here on the south is so brutal. It's difficult to drive through. It's annoying to rotate on. I know all these players right now are just like, are you kidding me? And one team is Alpha 7, because this is not the zone that they're really hoping for, since they land so far north. SLR is in the same boat as well.
Yeah, that's a great shout, because we had that northern zone on that first showing of Miramar, and Alpha 7, that was a zone for them to win, and they converted, right? So now if we're going towards the south, is this a zone for maybe Influence, Rage, or even NRG to convert on that win? Because they're going to have boots on the ground first on that southern side and be able to try and take position early on.
Yeah, I'm not saying Alpha 7 can't do it. They definitely can. Their biggest weakness, though, is losing players early on in rotation. And this is like the perfect opportunity for teams to take them out on rotation. So we'll see. If they're able to make it and set themselves up as a full 4-man, they're going to be a problem, especially coming off that last match. They are so like red hot right now. But if they lose a couple players out of a vehicle, then we'll see them slowly dwindle. But it's a big opportunity, though, for teams that land south.
That it really is. And you start looking at teams in Group B and kind of seeing where they find themselves on Miramar. All Glory Gaming, yes, they opened things up on Erangel early on with a 52-point game total. Be Bold, SLR, and Team Liquid, teams that need to really capitalize on the rest of this. Well, still very on. Love a good little zipline. Gotta get back to Fate.
Oh, yeah. With a taco sign. Let's go. Oh, extra spicy. That's what I'm talking about.
You're talking my game right there.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's turn up the heat, because we're in Miramar. It's time for some fun in the sun. I want to see a Los Higos finish. Wouldn't that be fun? Let's take it all the way down here.
It would. If we're going all the way down, we might as well. Dude, I need a good taco right now.
Oh,
cilantro, onion, carne asada. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. We're both in the same boat. PUBG Mobile, airdrop us some tacos right now, please. And it might as well be from that place, because There was a lot of competition there. It was all over the place down there near NRG. But you know what? This team could use some tacos too. Entity 7, you know, I think they need to refuel a little bit. I'm sure they're probably getting some down in Sao Paulo right now.
Hey, maybe. Probably some fire ones, honestly. You're right. 51 points on the board. The closest team to them is going to be 11 points up, and that's SLR. And the majority of Entity 7 and SLR's points have kind of really bolstered from their chance at getting the bonus points. Entity 7 grabbed 19, but that was, you know, yesterday's. SLR so far on the day, 28. Oh, I lied. These are their eliminations. My bad. I'm joshing y'all. They haven't even encompassed 20 yet, but they won it, and so does Team Queso.
Yes, they do. And speaking of Team Queso, they got to get on the move, and Choco taking them out. And this is like that struggle with a zone like this. Getting knocked out of your vehicle, the odds are so high. So 9Z taking down Silent. Uh-oh. M2M's in big trouble. He's going to lose his vehicle. And now he's stuck wide on the open. Got to hit these shots. Oh, he's down to 1 HP, Elite. Barely able to hang on.
Using the tree. 9Z. Oh, come on. Are we going to be able to get this off? 1.5 seconds to go, and we do. But the job's not finished yet. You still have to realize that we're so far separated from the remainder of the team, and you can just see, I love that we're going to grab that picture-in-picture there of the players on land trying to get the ice in their veins, clutch it up. But Team Queso, look, they want to capitalize on any bit of eliminations that they can grab here, sitting in 10th place overall coming into this game.
Yeah, you got to get warmed up. You got to get ready to go for your double points, Dan. You got to still put up something regardless. And M2M, you know, refusing to go a little bit further right here. Just doesn't want to give up his spot. Yeah, he's getting pressured from that side, so he's just forced to stay behind that monster truck. But can he catch a toe? Can he catch anything? Oh, doesn't look like it.
I'm looking at the resources. We don't have any more meds. We're kind of just isolated here. The best you could hope for is maybe some reinforcements from your team.
Uh-oh, and that's what happened. Yep, Connor just circled around, and he's got eyes on M2M now. 9Z trying to help out their teammate. If they're able to take out M2M, they can save their teammate.
But at what cost, right? This is all time that will be eaten up. We need to focus on everything else. But for the time being, look at this. Team Liquid is just going to thread the needle between. They're just like, all right, look, this is my time to move throughout an Elite. 5 HP and a dream.
They are out of there just like that. Team Liquid saying, I don't want to mess with none of that. Let me get into zone, and then we'll deal with y'all later. Actually, they're already in zone, so they're looking for a more central position. Elite's just going to have to watch as, yeah, they drive by. He's still alive. I'm so surprised. He is in a very terrible position. And look at that. Even Chief is just like, man, what are you doing out there?
It's fine. Just you just keep minding your own business.
Dude, how is Team Liquid still going through this? Because usually what happens is they'll have one scout like go through this and be like, guys, go around. This is too much stuff. But nah, they're so confident. Team Liquid's like, nah, we're just going to keep on coming, guys.
Honestly, at this point in the game, do you blame them with only granting 6 bonus points over the course of the first 4 games, moving into the last 2? They're just like, I'm not even going to try. Maybe on a normal day, I would want to take this, but right now, I don't want to focus up. But they are looking for a position that's going to allow them to put pressure, and they'll look straight at Team Queso. Elsewhere, Alpha 7 and Hyper getting mixy early on.
There we go. That's the Team Liquid I know. Finally started to turn things up a little bit. And that's the hard part, is when you have a couple bad games, right? How do you bounce back? This could be their opportunity here. Chief on the move. Ayala as well. Getting the thirst with that Molotov. Beautifully done. And now Chief hopping in the Lambo. And he's on the move.
Gotta do it. Got a Chief on up. And plus, you gotta heal up. Maybe reposition. If you're just opening the door, grabbing 1 eliminations, it turns into 2, and it's just saying, hey, I'm taking down numbers, focusing on positioning, playing around my teammates, because knowing that they've moved relatively central towards zone, and NRG, well, this is looking straight out of a movie at this point. Yeah, look at that. It's
back
fine.
on the roll. Yeah, no problem.
Wound.
His insurance could take that, but can they take this next circle? Are you kidding me? All the way down south. It is a party on the beach, baby. Look at this. The zone has cut in half. Teams need to move instantly. And Hyper, Alpha 7, SLR, they are screwed. This is the worst case scenario for them.
It's fine. They'll show up eventually, or they might not. But for teams that have already tried to capitalize on the positioning with that further south zone, you'll see Influence Rage, NRG. Other squads included Death Wolves, but you've got to maintain your player advantage and be bold on that opposing side from that northeastern side, kind of rotating throughout Los Leones. We've got to hit that rotation and hit it now because everyone's going to beat you.
Yes, they are. You can see, oh, Team Kessel trying to get some revenge here, but NRG on the push. Oh, I saw a nice little headshot there. And who was that on to? That's the question. Nunez still up. Silent taking out Furia, but this is a big battle between NRG and Inko. Inko has been so quiet since yesterday, but they're still currently in second place, so not in a bad position to be in. NRG has got to shut him down. Nunez getting thirsted. That's going to start it off. They now know who they're facing. Oh, but Team Liquid's coming in from the other side. Inko's in trouble.
That's tough considering they got 4th place overall in the first Miramar showing of the day with 6 total points and have now found themselves sandwiched between. But some things to be said about what we're witnessing is if you can just double down and keep tabs on what Influence Rage is also doing in the same vicinity, I really do think that's going to be smart there. Team Liquid, though, Frag Grenade connects straight onto more of Inko, and NRG starts focusing Furia. With this zone and the playable space and all of the good positions being taken up early, we're about to see such a massive collapse. The fact that all 16 teams are still alive here in stage 2, come stage 3, even stage 4, this is going to be down to mere relics of this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a stage 5 circle at this point, you know, and it's only stage 2. So yeah, you can see Fate, you can see J7 there on the cam, moving like crazy. Oh, trying to do some shots with the water. Caught him. Here, fishy. NRG taking those points. They need every single one they can get because they are currently in 12th place with, hey, the same amount of points as Taylor predicted in the last game.
Right, you know what? It's fine. Only up from here. Breaking into the 70s, grabs 1 elimination. Maybe they can find another. But when you just have to navigate this mountainside, it's very tough. And I'm saying a mountainside, it's just a hillside, but it feels like a mountain, especially when you've got a player kind of separated out and Inko Gaming down to a duo. Yes, they have coverage. Yes, they have a building. But once teams realize this is a duo, they might look for opportunities to try and seize this positioning.
Don't go south. Let's go all the way to the ocean. Let's get a full-on water circle. Wouldn't that be fun? Let's see.
That would be tragic.
Do it. It's still not great. It didn't shift all the way north, so this zone is now still cut in half. And yeah, so many teams have to push their way in. Be bold. All Glory Gaming. This is their double points. They SLR, and you can just see, like, so far out, having to push from that north side, it's going to be difficult.
Doesn't get any better, honestly, but good thing Be Bold likes to swim. We learned that on Sandhawk because, you know, they ratted it out to the 2nd place, made sure that they came in for the cleanup crew and made the best of a bad situation. Alpha 7, though, started out early on, losing out on Carrillo, and, well, from now on, we have to focus forward. Granted, this team has won 2 drops on the day already. First one of the day was that initial Miramar. Even if they don't get themselves a win here, I will still call their series a very, very powerful performance.
Oh, man, they are just running away with this. I mean, there's obvious. I mean, if we just kept on, we would talk about them all day long, you know, because that's how well they're doing. 182 points so far with no double point day yet.
It's fine.
It's just, it is crazy to watch. So at this point, which teams can catch them, you know, and Team Liquid should have. They should be in the lead right now, but they have had an abysmal day. I know that you did some of the math. It's crazy to see just how bad they've done.
Yeah, you know what? Like I said earlier, we're not perfect here. We can still have those days where maybe if they're going to go ahead and have a lackluster day but still remain in the top 3, at the end of the day, they got 92 eliminations throughout all of gameplay that we've witnessed. Alpha 7 in first with 109. The thing that they haven't even done, they don't have their bonus points either. So we're still in about 2nd place in terms of eliminations overall, and they can still maintain that. They can always answer back quite quickly.
Yeah, the problem is that Alpha 7 will have their day coming up, and how will they do? That's going to be the problem. So we want to see Team Liquid just get some points on the board here and now. They still have their entire squad up with 2 eliminations, so not a bad start. Meanwhile, we got Influence Rage up there on top of Church. Keeping eyes on everything down south. And Hyper late to the party once again, stuck in the blue zone. And man, and Hyper before this game. 4 points on the day. 14th place being their best spot. They need to bounce back as well, and this is not a great looking zone for them to do so.
That's really tough considering they were 4th place overall on the day. And now they're just kind of slipping down to 8th. Granted, we're still in triple digits on that point score line. And All Glory Gaming, they kicked things off really hot today on Erangel with 52 points. And now found themselves with 2 players down and out, 1 full dead, and Melgar last standing.
Yeah, you can see them trying to be sneaky and pull off a crazy like rotation to center like blindly, and it just doesn't work out. It very rarely does in these kind of at this point in time. So the zone is starting to close, and we're gonna see what happens here. Is All Glory Gaming's forced to just heal on up. Super Lazy Reflex still alive. Need to get this fight done quickly because the zone is starting to close here in the next 38 seconds. And that is All Glory Gaming done for. So they are going to be the first team eliminated. There's still 15 teams alive here, Tiff.
Definitely is. And look, it's going to be one powerful end game. SLR over here needing to pop off, find those eliminations. Mind you, double points. They found a lot of success with 2 20-plus point games, and now we'll see what's going to happen here. Royals of War, you can see the pressure on their faces, knowing what's at stake here against this. Yes, you grab that knock straight onto White Elegy, and Koi, last standing, has to lock it in.
Be bold, getting taken out. That's rough. But what could Koi do? Koi with that nade, nice and short, barely missing it up. Oh, he tries to get the 1v1, couldn't do it. Oh, God, just on point right there. And Royals of War, this is a very, I mean, I'm telling you, this team is very, very vigilant. In positions like this, they could definitely hold it down. 6 eliminations so far. They are looking really good.
That was N87 there. We got a good look at them in the background, just popped in the van, just on a joyride at this point, being like,
they found
all right,
a building!
Cool. Hey, that's what you want to do, especially with this zone being as atrocious as it is. You want to have coverage. You want to know where all the other players are in the game and nearby Serenity. Yeah, ROW, a duo now. Straight over there. I lied. They're a 4-piece, but 2 of them were just in front of them. So maybe they're playing a little split. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. You know, just the one thing I don't like is, you know, seeing Entity in a building. I'm surprised they actually got on the roof there, because normally they just kind of go into a building, stare at the corner for a while, you know? But it looks like they're looking to try to get a couple eliminations. Oh, Milos caught one of the players. That is not good. Well, luckily it's just a knock. If there was a thirst, I'm sure they would have probably pushed it. But instead they wait. And Hyper actually made it into this zone. And that is not a bad position to be in right now. They're on the edge. They have all 4 players up. This could be a chance for Hyper to make something happen. It's going to be tough, but they can do it.
That's true. I'm looking at our Group B points, looking for anything they can grab. SLR, Be Bold, All Glory Gaming, all in Group B, all eliminated first. Team Liquid, you're our only hope here when it comes to getting those bonus points for this. You have all 4 players up. Granted, 2 eliminations thus far, and you've got that western side of the zone. Titan Gaming have been heating up, but we're going to have one go down. A limb fully eliminated. Now another joins. Duo left standing.
Oh, and inactive, trying to get that thirst. He's going to get it here on that reload. Actually, no, he's focused on the rest of Worlds of War. Oh, doesn't get that player docked. And that is going to hurt. Rin on the angle, though. Gets one. Blue zone's coming, though. He has to get this thirst.
We've seen 1v4s. We've seen things get crazy. Now, we're just consistently taking angles, and it's not going to be enough. Gets caught out. Titan Gaming eliminated with 4 eliminations, so at least they're not going out empty-handed, and you did a lot of damage straight into ROW, opening the door for Entity 7 to leave their shelter and start capitalizing on that engagement.
And if they leave their shelter, I'm going to be shocked. Oh, and they are. Jocko at least is. So he is outside the building putting in work. Let's go. Where's the rest? Where are the rest of Entity 7? They got to get out here and start getting some eliminations. They're on the edge. They're not in a bad position. But getting into this next circle is going to be difficult. So if you're Entity 7, definitely start pressing the issue here and now.
Really tough. Inco Gaming has fallen. Coming into day number 3 overall, they were in first place, and they've slipped to second place to Alpha 7. But job's not done for 9Z and Hyper on the opposing side of the building. And look at the way we're just trying to find any coverage here, utilizing our nades to perfection, isolating the doors. but Hyper is just waiting for a moment to seize.
Yes, they are. You can see in Hyper, they got to win this fight. This is a hard door to press because there's so many angles. You can see 9Z is just holding it, waiting for them to push in. Maybe Baton can get a nice little nade in here, and that'll open things up. They're looking for that big initial knock. Uh-oh. Yeah, and Hyper going to try to find this door. You can see Elite pre-firing it, just saying, hey, stay away. But this next knock's going to be crucial. Stars catches Choco. That's big. You got to watch out with the run-in. Oh, FS with the tight peak. That is how you do it. It's about time we see Hyper put some points on the board, and this is how you do it.
Simple, though, on the opposing side. Not feeling too good, especially knowing that blue is going to start trickling in, and we've got a long way to go, and it looks like Hyper has made peace with that, backed on up, knowing they already had the upper advantage, and maybe you're going to wait for Simple to try and rotate the leave one to look for the cleanup. Entity 7 here with the space. Team Queso here on the south.
Oh! I was like, don't leave one.
They did.
I was like, don't leave one. It's not worth it because the chances that you get taken out is going to be so quick, and that's what happens. So Stars, they lose a huge player, and now here comes Alpha 7 on the push. They're down to 3, actually down to 2 now. What can you do? FS on the jump shot. Oh, trying to make something happen. They're so low. Where's the remaining teammate? Here he is. Caprice needs to push now. They're so lit.
But he wants that close range. He wanted the close range engagement. He wanted them to push. That is so tough. But here we go. What's going to happen here?
You got to push. You have no choice. Just run. I know it's terrible, but you got to run out in the open here. They're going to get you anyway.
He tried. He tried, but look at the angles. You've already got one that's entered the building. They're looking on the reset, and Alpha 7, they're just looking for the opening. If they're going to swing 3 together, Caprice will be down and out, and that's so unfortunate. Hyper have fallen in 11th, 4 eliminations on the board, but what this does, it allows Simple from 9Z to make a rotation, maybe make a game and try to play for their life. And NRG's been holding this area of the map since the very beginning. Mind you, they drop in the southern area of Miramar, rotating in as soon as they saw where they needed to go, and are just playing on that western side. Take a look. Team Liquid, Ayala, they're going.
I'm looking. Let's see what they could do. Team Liquid up on top. NRG right there down south. Now you got Entity 7. None of them thirsted yet, so Team Queso doesn't really know this is them. It's just Potro by himself trying to make something happen. Can he do it? Not gonna. Nice little finish there from Entity 7. And you can see the frustration there on the faces of Team Queso. Meanwhile, we're looking at the player cams. We see the focus right now. Rules of War, putting in some work on Influence Rage. But Alpha 7 are still alive. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to Miramar, at least today, they have been the Grim Reapers of Hyper. They've taken them out twice already.
That is so unfortunate, but Influence Rage, I love the shouts to them. They're in such a solid position towards that end game. They got 3rd place in that first match of the day on Miramar with 10 total points, and honestly, they're looking to increase that score line and be better than that, and Furia down to a duo. Tough that they've gotten whittled away over here on the mountainside.
Oh boy, yeah, and that's the hard part about this zone in particular. I mean, there's so many different angles you have to watch out for. You can see Alpha 7 hitting the deck right now, but they're still putting in some shots. Revo getting a nice knock all the way down, but now they got to focus on their backs because Furia is right there. McGrellin gonna throw a nade, and that's the nade from NRG. It looks real good. Oh, it pieces up Ayala just a little bit. These are really hard to throw. They gotta be like, oh, that was way too close. You can see NRG instantly backing off after that one.
I would. Team Liquid over here has got some arms on them. Better stretch out those shoulders, and we'll answer back with a frag of our own straight towards Mizga. And, well, great. Love that you tried that. A7 decided they wanted to come into play and take out Furia elsewhere. But this bout between NRG and Team Liquid, time is of the essence. We're looking to rotate straight on through, and Fate, well, that's going to connect.
J7 trying to throw a Molotov, but none of it's connecting right now. None of the utility from NRG is working. They're going to have to get it done with their weapons because Team Liquid on the push. They do not have the advantage, but Milas is unable to get the knock, and that is a big knock from there. Chief on the angle, piecing up NRG. That is how you do it. Team Liquid have finally woken up.
look, hey, we knew they had what it took to make happen. And we talked about the 6 bonus points that they acquired through the first 4 drops. And knowing there's only 2 left, they're just like, it's all or nothing. We're just going to have to go in with confidence. And Alpha 7 over here, down to 3. Such a dynamic showing from them today, already looking towards where Entity 7 has positioned themselves. It is such an appealing building that Entity has found themselves.
They love those buildings, man. When they find one, they hold on to it. And they're going to try to hold on to it for as long as they can. But the next zone is about to pop. Where are we going? Are we going to see another southern shift? That would be tough for these teams holding these hilltops. Let's see. Simple. He's found a bush, though. He's very comfortable where he's at for now. Let's see where the zone's going to go.
3, 2, 1. Okay.
Standard up.
Yeah, you know, it's respectable. Everyone has to move. It's like no one's getting a necessary advantage from this. But Team Liquid, after having clearing out NRG on their side, their biggest threat is going to be making sure that Alpha 7 doesn't drop down to take that space.
Yeah, Team Liquid need to try to shut down Alpha 7 at this point because they want to be able to pass them up on the leaderboards. And with the double points day that they're having right now, this could definitely help them out. 7 eliminations is huge. But Alpha 7 are still putting up points, and that is problematic for them. So let's see how these teams decide to play it. Simple playing this very simple indeed. Not moving a muscle. Giving a lot of false confidence. They are so close. The trigger discipline is huge.
No way.
Just hit the army girl and just keep on going pro.
You got to. You have to. He waltzes right in, says no way, no more trigger disciplines, finds 1, finds 2, and that's enough for me at that point. Holy, because there goes the trade and 9Z out.
Just like that. Hate able to clutch it up, but they lose 2 players in the process. And Alpha 7, I mean, it always looks like when they have a little bit of problem, somebody comes to their saving grace. But Mythic, with that knock, they're in huge trouble. Alpha 7 forced a full send, and they are gone. That is a big obstacle and the perfect timing for Team Liquid to take out a team like Alpha 7, who's right above them on the leaderboards.
I told you it was going to be their biggest threat was that northern side. Would they be able to clean out Alpha 7? Considering how powerful Alpha 7 has been performing, this lets you know that Team Liquid has truly shown up, truly woken, currently on 10 eliminations. Ooh. Think of those double points. Think of the long game, knowing that there's 4 teams left. Entity 7, Influence, Rage, and then you look on over, you got Death Wolves and Team Liquid. Now, granted, Team Liquid and Entity 7 both down to duos. Death Wolves and Influence, Rage still on full 4.
Who's going to win this game? Is it going to be Team Liquid to clutch it up? Will it be Influence, Rage, or will it be Death Wolves? That is the question. The problem is that Team Liquid only have 2 players. The zone, though, does shift towards them. Ooh. Do they have this hill coverage still? I think they're going to have to push up a little bit. That is an advantage for them. And Team Liquid might just win this.
I mean, you're the one that called Sanhawk, so what are you feeling here percentage-wise for the team here?
Ooh, I would put it at a good 60%. Because they're down to 2 players, but Papa Blue is in their favor. And that's huge, because we're going to see right now, we're going to see Death Wolves and Influence Rage fight each other. They have no choice, right? And if they really hurt each other bad, then Team Liquid can just clean them up. But if one team, like Influence Rage, takes out Death Wolves without losing a player, then Influence Rage is going to have the advantage. But let's see what happens.
I'm curious if Entity 7 is going to double down and try to be a third party to this engagement, knowing that this is looking to clean up. They've got a vehicle. They need space. But all eyes for them are currently on Team Liquid. But this fight is still happening, and time is of the essence. Diego already down for Influence Rage, but peep the high ground that Federal's got. Able to heal and keep that opposing side. If we can make a surprise attack, and we drop on down, drop Gaza, and now we just keep on moving from the outside looking in.
Federal like an eagle from the sky, but now there's Team Liquid. This is what exactly they needed. They needed this fight to be chaotic, and Team Liquid is piecing up everybody. And meanwhile, Influence Rage just trying to survive. Rado Boy's down to very low health, and the blue zone's coming. Influence Rage is gone, and Death Wolves are down to 1.
That's what they wanted. They needed the numbers stacked against Entity 7 2, Team Liquid 2, and now look at that. Death Wolves down with 7 eliminations. What is Entity 7 going to do? Think back towards the first map on Erangel. They didn't move in time, and now they've already lost 1 to the blue. Oh no, this is a Team Liquid game. That 60% is looking like it's scaling upward.
I will say, I have been a little bit of an Entity 7 hater for quite a while because I just don't see them having the aggression. I don't think their team has what it takes for what they've shown so far. But Hate is the one player that has been able to put in some work. If there's any team, any player that could do it from this squad, it would be him. So it's a 1v2. It's going to be hard to beat, though, because he's going against Cardozen and Mythic, 2 legends in the PUBG Mobile game.
We got Molotovs to work with. We've got a frag grenade, and we're going to have to use everything that we've got, but we're looking for coverage. If you open up, you can look at the peak over there.
He has to. He has no choice.
Yes,
no smokes. No. Oh, he has a smoke? Oh, wait, no, he doesn't. He has just a stun. It's over. Go out to the blue zone. Yep, just like that. Team Liquid with a massive chicken dinner. We've been waiting for this all day long. We expected to see this in game 1. It took all the way until game 5, Tim.
But at least they did it. At least they made something from those bonus points, and they did it in style on land. You just gotta heat up. We were talking about them being so close in the overall eliminations across the first 3 days, and well, that has to feel good.
Oh, it's gotta feel amazing. You can see the smiles on their face, Taylor. We expected this all the way from the start, and bam, they get it done in Miramar.
Finally get it done, right? Which is so big. Team Liquid has struggled all day today. Even though their struggles have been there, they have still managed to hold on to a quite impressive position in the standings, right? At least top 3. This should surely put them back in first place where they started the day off, and I know they're going to be very happy for that. Knock All Glory Gaming down a couple of pegs, right? And good job from Team Liquid as a whole. They finally get the victory, 13 eliminations, plus to winner chicken dinner. But let's talk about how they got to that point, because this was a crazy game, Hot Jukes, a wild game, and it started with that 50-50 split, right, going all the way down south. That then went to a 50-50 split once again, right, half in land, half in water. What was miraculous, though, is 16 teams stayed alive in both of those 50-50 splits up until zone 3.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It shrunk down so quickly, you know, and that's the problem is when you have a zone like that, it cuts it in half. So it feels like zone 5, even though it's only circle 1 or 2. And it was crazy to watch. And it was unfortunate for those teams on the edge, you know, that landed super north, teams like Alpha 7, but they still put in work. We saw them, right? I mean, we didn't know who was going to be able to pull it out there to the last second.
No, we really didn't. And I was quite impressed with a lot of our squads, despite all of the circles kind of going between hitting that 50-50, NRG on the hillside, making that stand, but Team Liquid just besting them, and then realizing that Alpha 7 is that next threat to their game, and then turning their attention to clear out the northern side. The moment they did that, and you talked about it, they are typically losing players on rotation, but they took smart fights despite being a duo, and to be able to come through towards the end and net themselves a win, that is every bit of the momentum shifting that we needed from them today. And I'm curious, 142 points coming into that match. What are they going to end up with?
Oh my lord, 46 points from this map alone. You can't argue with success. Have they been consistent today? Absolutely not. But this is definitely going to be the win that they were looking for really their fans as well, all day long. Big news from them. But let's give the flowers to E7, right? E7 finally getting some much needed points at 14, and Death Wolves also showing some life. From there, though, where everybody else kind of, trickles down, falls off a little bit. We take a look at 9 through 16. I think Titan Gaming was also there too, getting a couple of points just for Royals of War, though, at 8. Overall, though, I mean, it's Team Liquid, E7, Tiff, right back at you, who really take the victory here.
They really do, and it's something to be said that Entity 7 is able to make it towards the end game, find valuable cover, and once you can work on your timing and grab eliminations alongside with that, because it's just connecting your macro and your micro gameplay, right? So it's just ironing things out, and I hear you chuckle over there, Hot Jukes, because you're just waiting for that to happen.
I'm just like, just shoot! Just shoot! Right? I mean, they have this. Whoa! Team Liquid. 1 point difference.
Yeah.
Just like that.
I'm astounded, actually, that they still don't lead after that game. I thought surely they were going to take it off of 7, though. It's not. There's no bonus points. There's no double points today, and they still lead by 1 point. That comes to show the dominance that is Alpha 7. Incredible, Hot Jukes.
Unreal. You know, also, I want to give some shout-outs to Death Wolves as well,
That's right.
They move up to 4th place. They're the other team that's really up here that doesn't have any bonus points as well. So when they get their day, and if they do well, they're going to rocket launch themselves up the leaderboard big time. So there's still one more game left. This is the last chance for Team Liquid, I think, to save face.
Tiff, there's been a big shift. Look at who's in number 9 in Hyper. They started the day in 4th place, and now they have dropped down 5 positions onto the 2nd page.
It's tough, but it's to be expected. I know that sounds kind of harsh. You got their average placement sitting at 10.41, which is not stellar, and a large majority of your points do come from the bonus points that you were able to secure yesterday, being Group A. You get first dibs on that. You grab 30, so you're only really at 71 points in general without that. So when a lot of the teams below, Team Queso, Royal Support, a lot of these C and D groups, they're going to get their chances with the bonus points tomorrow, and I think that's going to shift even more.
You know, I will say 12 through 16, though, is very, very close in the points. Literally only 10 points separating 16 up to 12. Now, the gap, though, from 12 up to 11 is starting to grow, and I think those gaps are going to start to increase as we continue throughout the days, right? We're only on day 3. Come day 15, final day, I'm curious what that gap is going to be, especially from the top 3 who have already started to separate themselves from the pack. Although we are seeing some shifts in the top 3 because of double points, the top 3 nonetheless continue to shift and, like I said, separate from the pack, which is to be expected. Hey, the competition, we still have a little bit more to go. One more final game. We're going to Erangel, and the final game of Erangel has been dominated by A7. Will they be able to do that again today? Well, before we get into Game 7, though, we've got an interview with Titan, of course, inactive. He's going to give us his viewpoint. Sarpak, what did Titan have to say?
All right, guys, we're back with Inactive from Titan Gaming. How you feeling, bro? It was a good match. You got some points there. How you guys feeling? You got a long face. We good?
Yes, we actually doing good. Just try to keep improving ourselves to find a way to make some points.
That's the smile I know. We gotta keep our heads up. Have you guys said anything about, internally? Because getting a 4th place now, last match was good too. Do you feel things are improving? Do you think you guys are going ahead?
Yeah, that's actually something that is a fact. We are working on our communication, our decisions, and it's something that you can say that is been working so far. We just need to keep working on it to make it work in a better way for us to do better.
And it'll keep getting better. Inactive for North America. Let's go.
Who will be the champion of PMSL Americas?
In my opinion, in terms of the current performance, Alpha 7 should be the champions.
Alpha 7 will...
For me, us will be the champions from PMSL. I really believe in our work, the job that we are doing all these months. We are pushing very hard, so I believe in us to win this tournament.
For me, also, we should be the champions of PMSL, but if you don't include us, it should be Alpha 7.
Who will be the 4 teams that qualify to the PMWC?
I would say Alpha 7, Influence Rage, maybe Team Liquid, maybe B-Bolt, maybe us. I give 5, but I give a bunch of maybes.
I would say Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and yeah, maybe us and Team Liquid.
Who will be the best NA team?
Us. You're talking to them right now.
Yeah, us.
Who will be the best LATAM team?
In my opinion, be bold.
Maybe RW, I'll say.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Chooks and Spider Tiff. 5 games down, 1 more to go. We're going back to the bread and butter, a map that is played 3 times every single night, and that's Erangel, which we have seen already. Who will take the victory? Tiff, I go to you immediately. Alpha 7's been on a tear. They've been on fire. In fact, they lead the charge by 1 point over Team Liquid, who had double points today, and they're going back into a map that they haven't lost yet, at least for Game 6.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they have a 100% win rate on Erangel game number 6. So simply built different, but granted, they've already won 2 maps today. They've won Miramar, they've won Sandhawk, which is kind of wild to me because they're starting to change the game. We knew they could win Erangel, and then they go on to win the opposing 2 matches. And now if they come through and keep the 100% win rate for game number 6, I am just going to walk away at this point in time. I don't know where I'm gonna go, but it's gonna be very far away from Alpha 7.
Just a long walk. Where's she going? I don't know, but just let her be. Okay, yeah. Just let her be. Alpha 7.
It's fine.
You know, she'll be alright. She just got to process this, okay? Because Alpha 7 is just they're doing their Alpha 7 things. They lead by 1 point. I mean, that is honestly amazing. In fact, 75 placement points and 114 elims. Hot Chooks, that speaks volumes about how dominant they have been. Where I've been complimenting every team really by saying, well, no team's really dominating. I think Alpha 7 truly is starting to become that dominant team.
Oh, I mean, they've been it at this point. It's stupid, honestly. It's so crazy how well they perform. At this point, if teams continue to play as they have, Alpha 7 are winning this. I'm calling it already, right? That's if they continue to play as they are. Because Alpha 7's the only team that has proven that even if they don't get the zone, they get a bad position, they're going to put points on the board no matter what.
That's fair.
Know? And when they do get the spot, they are destroying everybody. And that's what other teams should strive to do. And there's a couple that have seemed to do it. We thought Team Liquid was right there, but we saw some hiccups today, right?
Yeah.
So other teams need to level up. And I think we're going to see that. But I'm saying as teams continue to play as it is, Alpha 7 are clearing this lobby like it's no tomorrow.
Alpha 7 they've showed today that they are the best. And I'll tell you why. It really is based off that Miramar that I saw a little bit earlier, right? That game number 2, where Alpha 7 had no business winning from the positioning that they had, yet they were able to do so. And what I'm talking about, right, they were out in the open. They were playing the long game, which were like, hey, they're the long game experts. But then they had to break into only just 2 hardcover POIs, which were absolutely dominated at that point in time. Yet they managed to do that. And they did so, I believe, with only, 2 or 3 players. It was spectacular. Something that I have not seen yet. And it really, in my mind, put Alpha 7 on a different level. I do think there are teams that can challenge them. I think there's plenty of teams here that can take them out individualistically, on certain maps. However, A7 as a whole, I can't sing their praises enough. I'm truly becoming a big fan.
Alpha 7 is going to lose this next match.
Because I said that?
7 is going to lose this next match.
Was it the
100%.
curse?
Why?
Taylor's candle behind him has gone out.
What do
It
you
was
mean?
out. It was out last game.
No, that's it.
No,
And
we got
what?
candles. We
They
can light
didn't
them.
win last game. They didn't win last game. That's
Do
right.
I need to light the candle, or do we want to test the
Light
theory?
it. Or do I need to light
you really
this
want me to
one?
light it right now?
I don't know.
perhaps?
It's out. It's out, and I think it's already done. I think it's already done.
I'm going to take my leave, light the candle, because we can't let this average placement go any further down. They're at 4.76. The eliminations per game, top of class, 6.71. Light that candle, Reflections. There it is. The hope is real. Okay.
It's been lit.
Okay, so that means that Alpha 7 will have a slow start, right?
Slow
They're
burn,
gonna have
baby.
a slow start, but then go crazy towards the end, baby.
But
That's
if
what
they don't, Hot Jukes, what do we do? Because we just did the whole theatrical, man. What do we do?
I
They
don't
gotta
think it's
win
even-
now.
Yeah,
We
I
all
think
just
they
walk
have
away.
to. Yeah, I think we all just retire at this point.
Although
Because,
the candle was not lit when they won the past 2 times because I put it out because it was burning too long. Yes, so this is new. I want you to know that. The candle was not lit when they won last time. We're changing the system.
Maybe it's just like the whole the groundhog shadow thing. Maybe I only noticed it now.
That's
so
right.
That's what
Tawani
happens.
Phil.
Yeah,
Maybe
exactly.
so. But listen, I don't get paid enough to stand up a second time to blow it out. So it's staying lit. It's staying lit until this game is over with, okay? I've done my cardio for the day. So
Dude, I can't believe you had legs. I was shocked.
What?
I was like,
what you mean?
Taylor's got legs?
Oh yeah, you only see this part. Hey, funny stuff. Alpha 7, let's see if they can do it. Will the candle come in clutch? Chat, let us know. We're gonna find out shortly. But chat, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June and is free to unlock. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Get involved! Pinned up in the top of chat. I want you to start earning that PMSL Pass. Without further ado, let's hop into the final game. We're going back into Aaron Gale. Hot Juke, Spider Diff, take it away.
Here we go. Last match of the day. And let's see if Team Liquid is going to be able to make it happen. We got a northern plane path right here. And let's see if these teams are going to be able to utilize it. Will we get another toxic circle tip as well?
Maybe. That just seems to be the theme of the day, but the beacon has been lit by Taylor himself, and now all people will be keeping their eyes out for Team Liquid and Alpha 7. Now, granted, they are just leading the charge in statistics across the board, and at the point in time, if they are the only team with 4 winner chicken dinners, if they double down, keep this 100% win rate, and walk away with another one, put themselves on 5, man, that is just the start that you need, especially to the PMSL America Spring Series. But for now, that plane line is nothing less than atrocious. So now I want to see where the zone pulls. We've seen north, we've seen south, and I want to go somewhere in between.
Yeah, one thing I do like to see is that Team Castle obviously did their homework because they landed in Severny. A few games ago yesterday, Arigales, nobody landed there on a northern plane path. So I think they did their homework and said, ooh, Severny's wide open. We're going to take that. And we also saw some nice little shots at some parachutes. But, man, there's a lot to talk about. What has caught your eye, Tiff?
Well, the fact that they've got that open, but also that the zone is pulling towards the western side, relatively central, and Alpha 7, they will be in a very solid position so long as no one challenges them early on. It'll give them vital time to hit the ground, start looting up, and decide where do they want to approach from this. Because noted that they'll have to cross another bridge, potentially, and we know how that worked in map number 1 for them.
Yeah, Yeah, that is tough. I mean, if you're gonna try to do that, do it as early as possible. Get to zone, and Team Liquid, they know what's at stake right here. I mean, just not even passing Alpha 7 on the leaderboards. You have to do something here and now, because Alpha 7 come Sunday, they're probably gonna go crazy. So come on, Team Liquid, make something happen. Make it a show.
Is this a warm-up for what they're gonna see on Sunday? Like that. Okay, look, I don't want to get too excited, but for now, Team Liquid just out here vibing, hitting the loot. But we're gonna bring it on back.
Bring it back.
We've got more to chat about. And now that we've learned that Taylor has lit the candle, we understand.
Candle.
We understand.
The candle.
Map reset. I'm
You might have to go blow the candle out. I'm sorry. You might.
He's
That's
already
such
done
a
his one
long
stand.
journey over there, though. It's an arduous
Maybe you can make it from here. Maybe you can make it from here.
You think I got? You think I got it?
You got the, you got the shout.
Alpha 7, Team Liquid, they're hitting arduous journeys all over the day.
Tell you what, that one breath got me lightheaded, though.
That's impressive.
That was good, though. That was good. That was
Are
good.
you wearing life alert? Should we be worried?
That's a Woodwick. That's not going out that easy.
Hey,
okay?
that's how hot Alpha 7 is right now, right?
Oh,
Even if you
symbolism.
try,
Okay.
you can't blow out their candle.
Okay. No, I don't think Alpha 7, they're burning bright. But if they were bright, would they be as hot and as bright as Beetlejuice? As the sun? That's the only two stars that I know in our universe, and it's a big universe. That's all I got for you.
Star?
Stars. I'm telling you, that's the only stars that I know. Unless Pluto is a star. See, Pluto is no longer a planet. What is Pluto? We don't even know anymore.
I hate to see it, dude. Pluto, I don't even want to talk. That's the first loss I think I've ever taken. I've had that argument before, and it was just, it's like a dagger in the heart. But, hopefully, right now, I'm going to say this.
Okay.
87 is the Pluto of this tournament. You know what I'm saying? Right now, they are gone, but they need to make a comeback. And it's still possible.
A7?
Still possible. No, Entity 7.
Oh, Entity. Yes. I would say they were like, okay, they're a team that's here. Then they're a team that's not. Now they're a team that's coming back into the mix. By the way, fun fact, Pluto was a planet when I was back in grade school. I think in 1963.
Stop.
Well,
stop.
Tiff, come on. Hey, I'm getting old for this industry, but I still love it. No one knows
You're
that.
doing fine. No one
Doing
knows.
fine.
You are young at heart. You are living your best life. Let it happen. You know who also lives their best life? All Glory Gaming. Kicking things off on that map 1 win with Erangel, right? A 52-point game, the best game of our day that we've seen thus far with those bonus points. Now, it has tapered off through the rest of the series, but if there's one thing to be said, why don't we just full circle this series of the day and return to where it began?
So this is what I actually want to maybe start a storyline here. Is there a curse on double points day for a dominant win for game number 1? Because In Hyper did that, and then In Hyper's been absolutely silent, right? All Glory Gaming, they start off strong, 52 points. And they've kind of had, I think they had one more moment. It was a little bit, I think, game number 3, 3 eliminations, 3rd place. Aside from that, haven't seen them. 10th place. You go back to the last map that we just witnessed, All Glory Gaming, a little bit further. 16th place. Seriously. Is that? I mean, come on, Hot Jukes. There has to be a curse at this point for winning game number 1 with double points.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's already happened twice in a row, and if it happens a 3rd time, it is solidified. So, yeah, hopefully we can see All Glory Gaming break it right here and now in this next game. They got a little extra time to do that. But another team I want to see really kind of break that curse here is honestly NRG. NRG, we see some signs of life here and there, but then they just, fizzle out. I hate to see it.
NRG, huh? Well, you want to hear from NRG? Because we actually have J7 from NRG Galaxy. Of course, Sarpak down there doing all the interviews. Sarpak, what did J7 from NRG Galaxy have to say?
How are you feeling? How's the team feeling today?
Today we had a rough start, but we're still improving. We're learning a lot. I think we're taking it day by day. We know it's a long tournament, and we just really want to improve every day. That's our mindset.
How about this match? How do you guys feel with this match?
With this recent match in Sanok, BBD, we're still in a fight with them. We've been dropping hot drop on a lot of our drops today, like INF, but we took INF out already, so we're still working on improving on Sanhok, so we still want to drop there.
Would you say Sanhok is like your weakest map, or is that what you're trying to say?
So far, yeah, just because we only played like 3 of them and we've died pretty early on all of them, so we're still trying to work around that and see how we can exploit BBD's they're very active team, so we're still trying to do counters and hopefully we can kill them back.
You want to say something to the fans back home?
Even though we have a big name with NRG, we're still like a new team coming together. Not a lot of time, practice on the phones and everything, so we're still improving every day. So hopefully you guys still support us, and we will do better.
And we have faith with that, bro. Yep. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Well, J7, I want you to know I do support you, brother, and I do want you to continue to improve. And I think a lot of teams, that's the same sentiment, right? Whether it's J7, whether it's SLR, whether it's Titan Gaming, we've been hearing consistently teams just want to get better. After all, for some of these guys, it's their first ever LAN, which hits different. And on top of that first time, maybe meeting each other in person. I know Hot Jukes, and Dave yesterday's, been saying that consistently, and it's tough to get out there and play, but I think it's invaluable the fact that they get 15 days to do it, 6 games per day, 90 drops. Tiff, by the end of this spring season, whether they win or lose, they're going to have such good experience.
I mean, they're leveling up across the board in terms of in-person XP. And honestly, I don't envy them. I just left a LAN maybe a couple weeks ago and just listening to the players and kind of how they approach it, it is so different because their job's not done the moment they leave that stage, right? They're going to go back, they're going to hit VOD reviews, they're going to have dinner and kind of work with all the different levels of their team, whether it's their coaches, their analysts. There's so much more to improve on. And like you said, 5 days a week, it's a gauntlet of a marathon, but there's always something that you can improve on each and every day. And if you better yourself maybe 5 to 10% or just show up a better version of yourself, that's good enough for me. Because at the end of the day, maybe even if the Spring Americas doesn't go necessarily your way, there's always next time. But for the teams that end up in 3rd place and kind of advance on and keep going further, even better.
Even better indeed. I like that, though. Your job doesn't end right when you leave the stage. In fact, it just gets amplified even more because now you have to go and do your homework, and it's not easy. I mean, esports, PUBG Mobile, it's not easy being a competitor, and I think a lot of people lose track of that, especially sitting at home. It's not like, playing pubs. Like, you boot up your system, you boot up your phone, and now you're playing in a pub, and you play maybe 3 games, you take a break, right? You go for a walk, you do. No, you have to dedicate considerable amount of time. And Hotchik's, the reality is, for some players, they dedicate a ton of time, and they still don't make it to the top level because it's so grueling and tough to be a professional, right? And then you get to a level where you are a professional and then you make it to LAN, right? And then you have varying tiers from there. Team Liquid, for example, Alpha 7, okay? They're the best, right? And then there's a large separation between them and a newer team that's just learning, like we just heard from J7 from NRG Galaxy. We're a newer team, we're learning, but we want to continue to improve. There are some teams that are already there. There are varying degrees to this competitiveness, right? When it comes to PUBG Mobile competitive, it's not an easy thing. You got to have respect for the competitors.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I've been so blessed to be in this industry, in PUBG Mobile for so long. And, I've had the privilege of being able to talk to a lot of these players' parents, right? Because a lot of them are like, nah, I'm not going to go send my baby across the world for this mobile game, And I've talked to them, and I will say, I said this once and I'll say it again, right? These players are athletes. They are treated as such. And, in North America, that is still taking hold when it comes to mobile gaming. I'll tell you, though, in Brazil, in SEA, even in Europe, they are considered athletes. They are treated as such. Like I said, these guys have fitness regimens. They get eating schedules. They have personal chefs that
I didn't know all that.
Dad, I'm dead serious. Yeah, they are paid like athletes. They are traded like athletes. I mean, I've seen SEE players transfer from one team to another for over $1 million. I mean, it's no joke. I am not in PUBG Mobile, baby. That's right. The fire is lit. That is what I'm talking about. So it is serious business here. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. Do you know how many candles you can get with that kind of cheddar?
Quite a few, probably 3. Seriously, probably
At least.
3 really good ones.
Inflation's rough.
Probably 3 really good. Come on. See, I know the producer. I've known the producer for a long time. He loves to mess with me, and now this is where it starts again. You know, it's a revolving. So I love him to death. I really do.
Put your candles up.
But
I was like, mine's not lit, but I have it. At least it smells good. The wick's not as cool as yours, but I tried.
It looks nice. It looks nice. Game sending, which that is great to see. By the way, just want to say one thing about Mythic from Team Liquid that I didn't have a chance to bring up a little bit earlier when it came to Miramar. Shout out to him for absolutely annihilating. I believe it was it was Alpha 7 at the time who was looking good. Takes all 4 out in the car by himself. Wonderful job. Let's go into it. Aaron Gale, map number 6 to finish off the day. Hot Juke Spider Tip, take it away.
Here we go. Final match of the day. Now we got a Southern playing path here. We'll see how it works out for these teams. Honestly, I want to see Hyper just fight against another squad. You know, just get it done. Secure that location, but it looks like they're out early and looking to do that stretch that they've done many times. Maybe this could be that one that changes it for them. At the end of the day, though, Tit, there's a lot of storylines that we have to cover here for the last game of the day.
There really is, but for now, all of our teams that are going to be hitting their feet on the ground, looking to loot up. You can see NRG just landing in the building straight alongside Influence Rage. This is very similar to what they were talking, J7 in that interview, talking about landing on Influence Rage and just taking hot fights to them. And, well, sometimes you just got to assert your dominance. Like I said early on, find a really solid weapon off drop and just take the issue towards them. So keep your eyes specifically on Fate here. They're relatively split up, so I'm imagining they're just going to loot their respective buildings, group up, and then maybe press the issue.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Oh, one fight that I want to see, though, right now is down in Primorsk. We saw NRG face Influence Rage before in this spot, so you can tell both of these guys are going to be fighting it out. I think NRG ended up winning last time, yeah, from what I recall. So let's see if they can do that once again. Is Fate trying to get looted up and ready to go for the rest of the fight?
Gotta do. All right, keeping our eyes on it. J7 here, you just saw them on the interview, and well, Influence Rage, very spread out, very similar, making sure they're getting kitted up, whether that's the AK or whatever the mains for them. I see a shotty in the hands, a little boy, but look at J7 and Milaz over there.
Oh boy, trying to find some angles. It's all going to be about that initial knock here at this point. Let's see if they're going to be able to do so. Meanwhile, we're going to look at Furia looting it up all around the corner. And just getting set up for the rest of the batch. That battle, though, at Primorsk is going to be really telling to see which one of these teams are going to be better off, because if we get a lot of Southern Plain Pass, we're going to see that fight pretty often.
It's true. Southern Plain Pass. Now, granted, where is that zone going to pull to? At the prior to this, you know, Alpha 7 looked like they would have had the premier destination for that zone, but for now, the battle of the century here. Mind you, you want to walk away with as many points as humanly possible from day number 3. And Influence Rage currently sitting in 8th place overall, Furia in 6th. So we've kind of got 2 mid-pack teams here wanting to bolster their scores the best that they can, and Influence Rage just sitting 12 points away from Fury. If you wipe them, go on to get double-digit points in general. This is a solid showing, but patience is a virtue, and, well, they've got a lot more than I do.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that. I'll tell you what. You know what? They're doing their best they possibly can at this point with what they got, and one thing that 4 of these teams have, right, is they have these double points, and it's just what are they doing with them here? And one in particular I'm looking at, I think SLR could have a big opportunity to make a big bounce back. One good game here could rocket launch them, I mean, all the way up to like 8th place. And meanwhile, Fate opens it up against Federal, catches Influence Rage off guard, and now they're going to go on the hunt for the rest of these players.
Yeah, but it's a good wrap here by Fate, right? We were last on board with Federal in particular, jumping out of the building, and I was saying, you know, patience, you've got a lot of it. He starts to rotate out, but Fate had already hit that wrap early on, and you can see his player coming in for the full. So now we know it's a 4v3. You can kind of regroup back up and maybe look for some scouting angles, spec on your screen here, just kind of looking around, just making sure we've got angles, we've got cover. But what is the rest of Influence Rage going to be able to do? Little boy kind of back into the compound of buildings, through the fence line, and inside we go.
Yes, sir, indeed. Inside, just try and hide and run. So they're going to try to find a way out of here. The problem is that there's not a ton of vehicles available in Primorsk, and you can tell that NRG was real smart to prioritize them. They try to secure all the vehicles they can and kind of leaves Influence Rage stuck here. So now we can see them rotate. NRG is just going to keep hunting them down little by little.
You can see right there, Fate kind of doubling on back. Titan Gaming on your screen here, just as close as to you before they just run out of the area. Curious to see how they go. Kind of an interesting start for them. We start seeing, like, not necessarily signs of life, but even strokes of brilliance. They've put up a couple games where they found some nice eliminations, but we're still trying to bolster that average. Those elims per game are almost to 3. We're sitting at 2.94, which is really on par with a lot of our other squads. The only issue with that is that their average placement per game is still outside of a good average to allow them to couple maybe even a win, right? Because that's what we need for them. And Erangel was where they had found so much success in the qualifiers. And I'm just looking for even maybe that. Maybe we take that Alpha 7 100% Game 6 win rate away from them.
Yeah, well, oof. Let's see what happens here, because things are ramping up. And what's going to happen here in these couple days, Tim? I know that you're going to be on tomorrow's cast. What are you thinking about that, huh?
You know, based off what I've seen today, it's been very interesting, right? I got a chance to watch day 1, day 2, and then kind of just see everything in granular details here. I'm just going in with, you know, what based off the performances I saw today. I came in with an open mind, right? I like to show up at the beginning of a series and assume it's new day, new them, new teams, same teams, but just new versions of themselves. But it just seems like we've gotten a whole lot of the same with Alpha 7 domination, but all Glory Gaming, man, to kick things off in such a very strong way. I thought that they were going to be able to kind of do more of that, but returning back to Erangel another time, you know, it just wasn't the same. We get to see it 3 times.
Right?
I want to say it's here, it's now.
Oh,
please do it.
Yeah, please, dude, please. Come on. Now is the time. Oh boy. I mean, we still got so much action here in these future days. And that's what I love about long form tournaments like this, is because you really give the opportunity for these players to develop, and especially a long form LAN, right? It just really just gives these players a time to gel, get together, fix mistakes, and grow as a squad. Meanwhile, Team Kessel is taking out E7, but it's also SLR against Titan, and SLR, this is their last chance. Oh, down to 2 players. It's not looking good. They should just send it. They should just send it. Staying alive as 2 is just not worth it.
Exactly, especially when you've already forced Boy to go out. We got the full on Dragon. We're leaving White Elegy. We're focusing on our placement as a whole. They've cut their losses and know that this is just not a fight that they're going to be able to turn around and take advantage of, which is awesome to see, because in a way, Titan, they just won that fight and they pick up 2 eliminations. If you're forcing a team to rotate and not finish that engagement, good on you. You've retained your players, you've grabbed elimination points, you're doing what needs to be done.
Yeah, yep, that's how you do it. You just gotta make, and this is what I was talking about. Hold on, sorry, hold that thought, because you look at, you know, SLR just taking off, trying to survive, and it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work at this level. If you notice teams, like you've seen it, right? You've seen Alpha 7 and these squads, they full commit everybody. They're like, we either go out now or we take you out and we're gonna try to win this game. If you are okay with just hedging your bets and losing a player, it's just not worth it. If the placement points were worth like 30 for first place, that's a totally different story. But with eliminations being so heavy, you just can't do that.
You're not wrong. Death Wolves on your screen in a bout of an engagement there, but where all Glory Gaming has found themselves, it's very similar to what we witnessed on that map number 1, right? They were holding out by farm, holding control of the bridge, but then they moved in towards the western side and set up shop. But for Death Wolves, let's jump on board with them, because we were talking about the signs of life that Titan was showing, and he's going big.
That was insane. He just wiped out Titan right there with that Bison, that Bison. putting in work, putting a couple shots on the Scar. You can tell he's in that state right now. He's in that flow state, just peeking, ready to go. And it's just Rin left for Titan. Man, this team has not had the showing that they've been hoping for. That nade just a little short. Deathwolf should just kind of calm down, wait for the rest of the squad, and then send everybody.
But it's okay. That just goes to show you they know exactly where Rin is and knowing that advantage. My question is, though, can we get an angle on that lone Deathwolves player while we're waiting on Higo and Guizao? Because, I mean, if you can whittle down the forces, that's great. But at the end of the day, they know where you are. They've got your number.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you've got 4 frags, but you've just got to try and make use of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're watching the feed go crazy. Hate taking down McGrellin from Alpha 7, taking down Carrillo as well. What is going on? Entity 7 trying to make a name for themselves, and they do take out a couple players from Alpha 7. So, wow. E7 versus A7. It's all up to Franco. Franco, do something. He gets taken out. And this is all the way on the other side of the map, right here towards the edge of the zone. Starting to close now. And man, Alpha 7 getting their wings clipped a little bit there from E7.
And this is the team that's in first place, 190 total points, including some of those eliminations, now 191. But it's Team Liquid that's just behind them, that's on double points. Mind you, Alpha 7 has not had any double points. They'll get their turn later. So for Entity 7 to turn their attention straight towards the Titans of our lobby, that is everything you need to do, considering Entity 7 15th place overall, nothing really to lose here, everything to gain. But if you can show that you can run with the big dogs of the lobby, that's going to give you confidence, especially when you get that initial knock. You're going to say, oh my God, that's Alpha 7, holy. And then you take it to them. Brilliant.
That is crazy. I'm looking at the chat right now, and you see Ace and A7 Moy Z77K is saying that Entity 7 is better than Alpha 7 after that fight. I don't believe it. That is crazy. That is a bold statement to make. But I will say that, you know what? It was a good little fight there. But, you know, Alpha 7, I think they know they got this. I think they're just waiting for Sunday.
Ooh, you know what I'm waiting for is some simple action. We've seen some crazy moves out of him. Open it up with some nades straight towards the building. And it's just going to be Royals of War spread on out. And you can just see 9Z putting the moves on. We'll go here. Wants to peek the window. Connor gets caught out, though.
Here we go. Let's see what Choco can do. He's got that S12K. Bah! That's how you do it. Oh, with the side. Look at that. Very nice angle there from Aragon. Being able to take that away. Now it's just simple. Is it always simple that's up left?
It is just that simple. And where you have a 1v multiple. Can we get angles? We haven't had a time to heal yet, and I don't think we're going to be able to. The peek comes in. We don't connect. And there goes Royals of War taking down 9Z. One elimination to their name here in the final game. So still 14 squads up. We've only lost 2. Now, mind you, Team Liquid, be bold. A lot of these teams do have that double bonus point, right? Even All Glory Gaming, they're the ones that kicked things off with that map 1 win. And Aaron Galen are currently on your screen here.
I'll tell you what, if you had to take a sip of water for every time we said double, you would be very hydrated.
I'm gonna do it right now.
That is for sure. There you go. Got to make sure that you're nice and hydrated because things are heating up, just like that candle behind Taylor. All Glory Gaming looking to soak up some points here. They're on the edge here near Gatka. This is a good position to be in. The problem is the zone. The zone is not very favorable towards them. And Hyper finally inside the circle with all 4 up. It's very rare sight these days.
It is, but then we also have to realize that Alpha 7's down to a duo. And I'm not sure if it's the candles doing or if it's just the Taylor Reflections curse. Not sure.
Remember, right? They're going to have a rough start and then heat up towards the end. Can they still do that as a duo? That's the question.
Hey,
if anybody can, it's them, right?
That's true. I mean, look, we saw a TL duo win earlier, so I'm not too worried about it, honestly.
Yeah, they're on the edge of Everest, so that's actually not a bad spot at all, especially the zone if it goes there. So let's see if they can hold it. Influence Rage getting caught out on rotation. NRG said, where are you going? Knocking them out. Oh, and this is that fight that started all the way in Primorsk. So it's NRG again, poking the ribs of Influence Rage.
And you can see right there. They doing exactly what they want, but Inco Gaming also on your screen, still very privy to the engagement that's occurring, and that could be a thorn in the side for that. Now, despite that, it looks like a couple of them are going to keep on that rotating. It just depends on where that circle pulls towards, and Team Liquid already scouting out where they want to go towards that zone, and Rin off screen finding another knock despite being a solo still once more.
Let's see what happens here. Nan and Abete on the move, looking to get a little bit of scout, a little bit of intel. Next zone does pop on up. Alpha 7 inside the circle there, but you got Be Bold on top of Everest. This is a big opportunity for them. They have to utilize it, and Hyper finally in the circle as well. That is good for them, but All Glory Gaming trying to get some double points all the way on the southwestern edge. Got to get moving. The chaos starts now.
I mean, look at this here. Rin on your screen. Last standing here for Titan Gaming. Found themselves definitely known. Trying to destroy the vehicle here. Very typical. Love that for them, but there's Inco. Finds that knock on to Influence. Rage, man, that's tough. And now they're eliminated. That's what happens when you get sandwiched between a few different teams.
Yeah, and NRG drops on your location, you know, and I think it's been working for them because they have really been giving it to Influence Rage in that spot, and they just got picked apart little by little. That's going to be problematic for sure. Let's see how they're going to make some adjustments in the future. All Glory Gaming forced on the edge. Not the best spot for this circle at all, but they're going to have to make the best of it.
You got to take down Furia first. That's going to be the best matter of business, but Be Bold will be lying in wait on the ultimate high ground, wanting to see if they can make... Oh, wait. No, hold on a second. I was going to say, Gusta, what are we doing over here? We're roaming. We got all the vehicles, but it's not like All Glory Gaming doesn't have vehicles of their own. I was curious if they were looking for someone they could run in, but Hot Pursuit is on the way.
Julia trying to drive them down, saying, we got a runner. We got a runner, and they are circling, but it looks like they might just say, okay, all right, All Glory Gaming, you got away from us from now. But All Glory Gaming are sending it right towards Be Bold, and they are waiting for this push. Is Cardi going to get spotted? He had to have. Yep, that shot right there officially gives away their position. I mean, they had to know that there was somebody up here. But it's very fortunate that All Glory Gaming even got to this position before up in the first place.
To be fair, Be Bold shouldn't allow anyone up on Everest. But for now, Furia still coming around the backside of All Glory Gaming. Team Liquid elsewhere, finding more eliminations, really working with those bonus points that they can. And I'm curious here, Brunson. Now that All Glory Gaming is starting to fight Furia, this is the moment for them to walk straight into it.
And here they go. You can see Be Bold try to throw some of that utility, find somebody. Oh, yeah, Furia gone.
Wow.
Just like that. Delete. I don't even see that on the screen. That was just like, goodbye.
We knew that was going to happen. They did it so quick and stayed so healthy that allows Be Bold not enough time to even try to full send on that.
There goes Kennedy 7, and All Glory Gaming now on the push. They have no choice. They have to push through Be Bold here. To be easier said than done. And Hyper getting a shot there onto Team Liquid. That's another one of our double points team, the main one that we've had our eye on. And I believe with that point, they're almost tied with Alpha 7. Where's this next circle going to go, though? Is it going to go onto Everest? It should. And it centers right up on it. That's going to make things really interesting here. We have a party in the sky.
And it just makes sense for All Glory Gaming's push right now. And now what needs to happen is Inco. They're on the opposing side. If they just push a little further up, put pressure onto Be Bold, everything can go their way. But instead, their attention is straight on to NRG as we've lost out on Rin from Titan. 4 eliminations for them.
All right, Inco on the other side of Everest. Gonna have to start sharing it with Be Bold. Be Bold could be in a really bad position here and get sandwiched. So if you're Be Bold, I think you're gonna have to start thinking about pushing All Glory Gaming. You want to clear out one side of Everest, and that's the easiest way to do it. But it's also very risky. It's hard to decide what to do because you're just like so safe, so central. Sometimes you just don't want to move. We'll see what happens though.
NRG moving. Trying to figure out how we can approach the position that Inco Gaming has. They've got high ground, and that is such Nice to use. They have plenty of nades to work with, all the resources that could possibly happen. And we were curious, Be Bold, you asked for them to start clearing out All Glory Gaming. Their attention is straight towards them, but they still haven't been able to make a move.
David, trying to take some shots, seeing if he can be able to get one knock. That's going to be critical. So Be Bold doing the right thing here. Exactly what I had predicted. They got to take down All Glory Gaming. They realize that they're willing to take that risk, and that is a good sign. They notice that Fran is off angle. They could push now. They know it's a 4v3. Are they going to do it? You can see them starting to pull out a little bit of those shotguns, but those smokes are definitely being problematic for them.
Ooh, and Be Bold opens it up. There goes the knock, and there goes a full. And the pressure is on. Pedrino here on the screen. Elsewhere, Royals of War has been eliminated, but the smokes, like you said, a problem waiting for them to dissipate. Fran trying to make an angle. Element of surprise if they can just connect here with David.
Be Bold got to be aggressive because Inko knows that they're coming. They cannot split this. They need to send all they have towards All Glory Gaming, and they're not. That's going to be problematic because Fran is on the high ground trying to focus on Inko by himself, and you got Death Wolves coming in on the corner as well. Be Bold taking too much time in this position.
Oh, time is of the essence.
They gave it up. They gave it up. They said, yeah, you know what? It's just not worth the risk. Let's go back central. And this is it's a very interesting play here. I mean, there's not much you could do in this situation. They could have tried a little bit harder on All Glory Gaming, and they're going to make a player sacrifice as well. Ooh, this is tough. Nice shot, though.
But you got to keep your eyes on Team Liquid. They have decided to come into play on this, and they are putting their attention on All Glory Gaming and Be Bold.
Yeah, I like the heads up from Be Bold to realize that, you know what, we're not going to be able to finish this fight. We got to leave now. If they stayed any longer, they would have gotten third-partied hard. But now this leaves Team Liquid to soak up a lot of points here. And All Glory Gaming is now stuck in between Team Liquid and Death Wolves. Cardosen, they know what they need to do. They got to get these points. They have the edge. And All Glory Gaming is the only thing that stands in their way.
And Be Bold is focusing on Death Wolves, and the nade connects the swing from Mythic. Taylor was talking about it earlier, has been in such awesome moments, 1v4s, but All Glory Gaming, they'll fall with 7 eliminations, but they're going to have to double that elsewhere. Death Wolves, Be Bold, running into some issues. If Team Liquid can sit here, hit a regain, res the homie, get back up to health, and chow for high ground, this could be another solid game for them.
They pick him up, and it was a perfect time for him to get knocked because there was just enough time on the clock for them to get him up and get him healed up. So 8 seconds now on the clock. They got to push, and it's going to be on Be Bold. And it's very fortunate that Inko Gaming is taking this fight as well. The door's open for Team Liquid. David is down and thirsted. It's just Fran for Be Bold.
And there we go. Looking to pick up some of those fools there. Inko still up with 4 players remaining, keeping their eyes on Death Wolves also. So I love that we're keeping just apprised of every situation that's around Team Liquid. We were talking about their journey back up to high ground. Seems that they've actually found Team Queso. In the meantime, Team Queso has 1 player left standing.
Let's see what happens here. Things are starting to heat up big time. Oh, and it's Team Liquid taking out Be Bold. That is critical. Now they have this side clear. Nobody behind them. It's time to focus up. They only have 3 players, though. 6 eliminations is a solid start, but they need more. They know that Alpha 7 is going to have their double day coming up on Sunday, and they're going to have to get through Inko Gaming next. But so far, so good. They could just kind of sit and wait. Death Wolves don't even want to climb the mountain at all. They got to sharpen their claws, though, and start moving up quick.
That's going to be really tough for them. They're just bunkered down behind the vehicle for cover that you can. And Gary here from Inko just constantly doing a little bit of a check there, saying, hey, just so you know, I still know that you're there. But to maintain high ground on Everest with all 4, you still have to show presence to Team Liquid. You cannot allow them to start putting down on you. Now, granted, they're up with 3 players. They have lost out on 1, but we've seen crazier things happen.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, Team Liquid now in a great opportunity. Death Wolves are, I believe they're still down there. It looks like they're on the hill, but I think they're pretty far down. Yes, yeah, so they are just kind of waiting for an opportunity to third party. That nade looks good. Chief knows it. He backs up. Oof. Ooh, these hurt. Every single one is brutal. But, oh, Chief catches Nenebete. That is big. That now buys them time. A little bit of breathing room. And Death Wolves are focusing on Inko. That is perfect for Team Liquid.
Oh, that is everything that you need. Despite getting that initial knock onto Inko Gaming, allows you the time to hit that res, but they still haven't been able to grab the full. And Nunez here just kind of playing support, making sure that no one's gonna chow, and it's Death Wolves making their way up. You said sharpen their claws, and they have.
Alrighty, yeah, let's see just how sharp are they gonna be. Uh-oh, speaking of sharp claws, look at that. Alpha 7 still alive with the duo. The perfect circle for them. When are they gonna wake up and start moving? They know that they're a duo, so they gotta play it carefully. But Death Wolves on the push. 3 players trying to take down Inko. That is gonna pay dividends here. And oh no, Team Liquid for the what? Fate? Where were you this whole time?
Plain spoiler, Death Wolves eliminated 4 eliminations. The only 2 teams, actually, Inko has all 4 up as well. So 3 teams have all 4 players. Team Queso, a solo still in it. Alpha 7, a duo. And Team Liquid, a trio. Team Liquid will have to keep rotating down onto Inko. So Inko is going to be one of the next threats. You've just got to keep an eye out. So long as they don't get that res and are relegated to a 3, it'll make things a little more tough for them.
Yes, indeed. Uh-oh, Fate doing some great shots there. All the way at the bottom of the mountain. Uh-oh. Oh, no, Fate, no! Oh! The ankles stiff. They're on fire. They're burning. That's gotta hurt.
It is but a flesh wound. Maybe we can get them back up on their feet. Meanwhile, Energy turning their attention on to NHyper, who have decided to rotate towards that western side, straight into where NRG has been.
It is Team Liquid's time to shine. They got to get super aggressive here. It's time to turn things up. No more messing around. You need these double points, every single one that you can get. You know, come Sunday, Alpha 7 are going to absolutely rocket launch past you on the leaderboards. And this is their only big opportunity this week. And they have the high ground. So you see NRG going down to Stars and Hyper still in this game. But man, Inko have been very problematic from this spot. They're refusing to go down.
They really are, and you can see NHyper just showing their presence down on the low ground. Mythic with all of the pressure. Nades coming through. We're down to the final 3 here, a 4v4v3. And 8 eliminations are currently on Team Liquid. So Inko pushing the issue. You can see Mythic, though, grabs a bunch of damage. Chief answering. And this is the fight they needed. They take Inko Gaming down with ease, stay healthy, and are able to now reset for the push that NHyper is bringing straight to them.
Nenebete trying to rocket launch that buggy right past them. And yeah, NHyper, I think, smell that they're a little bit hurt here, so they're trying to push it, but Team Liquid's now fully upped and good to go. But they only have 3 people. FS has to do something this close. The shotgun, it's out. Baton with the initial knock. NHyper looking good. Could this be an NHyper win? Could this be the 2nd win for North America? You're looking the wrong way. Right behind you. Team Liquid even up the score. Where's the rest of NHyper? They have to be here. Stars trying to find an angle. So close, yet so far. It's a 2v2.
Mythic on 8 eliminations. You gotta bring it up. There you go, Capri's with the nades, letting them sing straight towards the squad here. Mythic, though, making sure we do have time to boost up. Are we gonna be able to make this play? Chief on the opposing edge. You can see Stars right there on the left. Be able to connect
Stars
it.
Down! It's just Caprice and he's on fire. It's a 1v2. S12K in hand. Oh, he gets burned again! Team Liquid with the chicken dinner. They needed it so bad, and oh boy, did they get it.
Back to back here to close things out. Group B with the double points. And hey, we were asking where they were all at the start of the series, coming into the back half with only 6 bonus points. They grab a 46-point game and drop number 5, and look at their faces realizing what they have done.
Woo, another one. Another one. I mean, what more could you ask for? This is a big day for them. To be able to get back-to-back right there towards the end, that's the definition of clutch, Taylor.
Yes, it is. Alpha 7 was the first team to win 2 games in a day, but it was Team Liquid who was able to win 2 games back-to-back, and they needed to do that after a very lackluster, in fact, a disastrous 4 games in a row. The back-end 2 games were phenomenal. 2 back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners. They were 1 point behind that of Alpha 7 on their double points day. And now they should absolutely be leading. In fact, a 16 elimination game is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Let's go back to the start of that, though. Tiff, there's this major battle that's taking place for Hill Control. Team Liquid, they're not there just yet, right? But they eventually end up joining. It's Be Bold. Be Bold is sitting up there. They're in this massive fight, a 4v3 against All Glory Gaming. All Glory Gaming sends a player onto that off angle. They know it's a 4v3. They start pushing up, but they're too timid. They don't push up completely. They find themselves being flanked by Inko. Before you know it, they're forced to back away, sacrifice a player, and then Team Liquid joins in, and that's where TL started to dominate.
Yeah, they really just snapped their fingers, and their ability to start and end that fight while staying so healthy really set them up for success, because at that point in time, no one can scale Mount Everest to get to where Team Liquid is in time to really capitalize on that early engagement. And despite Inko Gaming having all 4 players alive on Mount Everest, still could not even try to close that distance to Team Liquid. They really should have dealt with Team Liquid as a threat earlier on in that map. Because even despite those numbers being down, sitting on a trio, they just kept on taking everything that they could.
That I'm invincible, nobody gon' bring me down.
2 games earns Team Liquid 98 points.
Wow.
Oh, hey, save the best for last. You know what I'm saying? Save the best for last.
Here we go.
Nerf themselves up.
I guess so. You know, it's like that candle. You gotta turn it on at the last second, baby.
We didn't get 300, Tiff, but I tell you what, if Team Liquid would have had this energy to start the game, I struggle with
gon' bring me down.
Maybe it's better that they didn't.
That I'm invincible, nobody gon' bring me down.
Not a bad game at all. Well, let's see it. How far is Team Liquid going to be in the lead? 240 to 195 over Alpha 7. Now, Alpha 7 had a phenomenal day. Let's not discredit that. And come Sunday, when they got their double points, my lord, I don't know how high they can go. But Team Liquid to get 240 after, again, a disastrous day, but a wonderful ending to 2 games. You gotta give them praise for praises. This is the biggest lead we've seen yet.
Hey, big round of applause. First team to break 200 points and a 45 point lead, and it was done in the last 2 matches. Literally all done in the last 2 matches. That is what I'm talking about. And I'll say this, right? Double points to still put up 2 points in the last match is incredible. I cannot stress it enough. It is really, really solid. But yeah, good to see that Team Liquid put up a fight, because we know Alpha 7 is
That I'm invincible,
we know that's gonna happen.
nobody
But now
gon' bring me down.
put up a little buffer, right? So hopefully